Maddie Bratty, good morning. My cat is here. I'm gonna see if I can get her to come say hello. Ugh. Oh gosh, she hates it. Wait, say hi to Twitch. She's like, no, I refuse. Hello. Hi. Okay, goodbye. She is her own cat. I can't tell her nothing. Hi, how are you? Anyone else who's out there? Hello, I'm Abers. I play video games sometimes. But today we are going to research things on Wikipedia. So that's what's happening. Things that start with the letter E, starting with emu, obviously. Hi, cat. I'm Twitch. You are Twitch. Let me get us to some lower fi. I love the jazz as like an intro. It's a fun little intro, right? But then I feel like when we're actually like reading Wikipedia articles, it's a little intense with the jazz. So let me find us something a little bit chiller, huh? A little chiller? Here it is. Let's try it. Beautiful. Yes, good. Excellent. I think we got it. I think we got it going. I think it's happening. Yeah, so Wikipedia with me. That's what we're doing today. Looking up things that are starting with the letter E. T. Miller, hello. Hello. I'm looking beautiful this morning. Thank you. You're looking beautiful this morning. I changed my little background thingy behind the curtain to white because I love black aesthetically, but it just, for whatever reason, the camera like decides to just like totally wash out my face, which granted, my face is very white, but like it just, the lighting just doesn't work quite as well with the black background. So here we have it. How are you? What are you up to? Like your shirt. Love the font. Thank you. It's one of my favorites. I love this shirt. And I just figured, let the people know who I am. just be clear about it from the onset. You know what I mean? By the way, I imagine you both know, but in case there's anyone else out there, just some shameless self-promo because it's my stream. Damn it. On Valentine's Day, Monday, February 14th, I will be playing guitar and singing songs and reading some of my favorite poems. And then we're going to do some community games like marbles on stream or Jackbox games or Fall Guys or whatever. So if you want, come hang out next Monday. Not tomorrow Monday, but next Monday. It's going to be a wonderful time. Whoops. Here I am. Are we prepared? Love that. Thanks, Maddie Bratty. It's good to see you both. Thank you for being here. Fall Guys. Yeah. We'll have to, Maddie Bratty. Oh my God, my cat is on one now. She's like, how dare you show me to Twitch? She's just running. I'll have to add you on Steam. We'll make it happen though. Yeah, we'll play some Fall Guys. It'll be fun. That said, are we ready for some Wikipedia? Are we ready to go exploring the internet together? Okay. Yeah. I think the plan, so here's my plan. I think what I'll do is like play guitar, sing, blah, and then after probably put up a poll to see what people are feeling. So I think those are the ones. So Jackbox, Fall Guys, marbles on stream. Maybe words on stream. I've never done words on stream. I've never done marbles, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll give the people what they want. Okay, the letter E. Here we are, episode 5, the letter E. E, or E, is the 5th letter and 2nd vowel in the modern English alphabet and the ISO basic Latin alphabet. Its name in English is E, pronounced E, plural, E's. Most commonly used letter, the most commonly used letter in many languages, including Czech, Danish, Dutch, English, French, German, Hungarian, Latin, Latvian, Norwegian, Spanish, Swedish. So the letter E, if you're playing Wordle, your first guess should probably have the letter E in it because it's the most used, one of the most used, the most commonly used letter. And now we know. That just reminded me that I need to play Wordle today. I have gone down the Wordle rabbit hole and I really love it. It's so fun, and I'm really sad. Sorry, now this is now a Wordle rant stream, but I'm sad it got sold to the New York Times because what that means is that just like everything with the New York Times, it's gonna be behind a paywall. This is why we can't have nice things. What you gonna do? You start with irate. Irate is a good one. I start with aisle. So I start with this guy. Irate is good though. That's smart. Because you got R, E, T. Those are all like super popular letters. Aisle, I feel like it's a similar idea where it's like I get 3 vowels out of the way, and then S is a pretty popular letter. I don't know. Occasionally I'll do ready, right? But ready doesn't seem quite as like good because D and Y don't seem to be quite as common. I don't know. You saw it on TikTok. Interesting. Okay. Aisle, I think I saw it on some like article that was like words you should be starting with Wordle with. So I was doing ready, and then I saw aisle, and I was like, aisle is the way. Okay, letter E. What else do we want to know? Cursive, beautiful. I guess I did make my cursive E's like that with the little loopies. It's funny. My hands still kind of remember cursive, but not really. Here we go, my favorite part. Okay, so the Egyptian hieroglyph is this guy just being like, I don't know. And then we've got Proto-Sinaitic. Again, it's whatever, this guy. And then we've got a backwards E, Proto-Canaanite. We got the Phoenician. It's kind of got it's like an E that like fell down and is trying its best in life. And then we have the Etruscan E, very similar, just a little slant. And then the Greek epsilon. Okay, so far, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon. This is what we've learned thus far with Greek letters. And then Cyrillic E. There it is, done. Is it emu time? By the way, if anyone has things with the letter E they'd like us to research, let me know. We'll do it. We're going to start with emus. Emu. There it is. Look at. There it is. What a proud, beautiful bird. Amazing. All right. The emu. Actually, let me get a swig of coffee. So cute. Are you more of an emu fan or an ostrich fan? This is my question. Okay, so the emu, Jamaeus nova-hollandii, is the second largest living bird by height after its retite relative. What the fuck does that mean? A retite is any of a diverse group of flightless, large, long-legged birds of the infraclass Palaeognathai. Kiwi, the exception, are much smaller and shorter-legged. Long-legged birds that don't fly. All right, so it's relative to ostrich. Endemic to Australia, where it is the largest native bird, the only extant member of the genus Dramaeus. Dramaeus. They know something. Cute, but birds scare me, as they should. Birds are terrifying, I think. That's what Alfred Hitchcock knew. Okay, the emu's range covers most of mainland Australia, but the Tasmanian, Kangaroo Island... Oh, the Kangaroo Island emu. What? Okay, sorry. Our dwarf emu is an extinct subspecies of emu. First of all, can we put Kangaroo Island on the list for K Week? Because I didn't know that Kangaroo Island was a thing, and now I need to know about it. Where's my pen? There it is. Okay, Kangaroo Island for K Week. Very necessary. Also need to look to see if there's anything for E Week that we were supposed to do. Kangaroo Island? Did you all know about Kangaroo Island? I did not. Okay, I think we're good. I don't think there's any other... I've got a few things for F next week. Okay, anyway, good. Excellent. Kangaroo Island coming up on an episode near you. You were just thinking that. It's like, what the fuck is Kangaroo Island? And King Island subspecies became extinct after European settlement of Australia in 1788. Emus are soft-feathered, brown, flightless birds with long necks and legs, can reach up to 1.9 meters, 6.2 feet in height. Emus can travel at great distances. When necessary, can sprint at 50 kilometers per hour. Very fast. 31 miles per hour. That's not a joke. That's to be taken seriously, I think. Erasers! Okay. Hold on. Wiki erasers. Love it. Love that for us. Love that for us. Okay, that'll be next. We're on it, T. Miller. Don't you worry. Um, 31 miles per hour. Very, very fast flightless birds. Very soft feathers. They forage for a variety of plants and insects, but have been known to go weeks without eating. They drink infrequently, but take in copious amounts of water when the opportunity arises. These are weird birds, huh? Breeding takes place. Get out of here. Breeding takes place in May and June, and fighting among females for a mate is common. I don't know why I was shook by that. Females can mate several times and lay several clutches of eggs. Clutches of eggs? What is a clutch of eggs? Is that just like a... Have you ever heard a clutch of eggs? I didn't. What do you... Is that just like the amount of eggs that one can lay at any given time? I've never heard of a clutch of eggs. Too bad it's not Sea Week. Okay, so anyway, several clutches of legs and legs. This is gonna be a good one. I can feel it. It's just like so wow, or just so like wow. Am I an emu? I forget to drink regular water for days. Honestly, same. Cheers to drink water. Okay, so we're talking about clutches. We're talking about eggs. We're talking about how the male does the incubation. Interesting. Okay. During this process, he hardly eats or drinks and loses a significant amount of weight. The eggs hatch after around 8 weeks, and the young are nurtured by their fathers. They reach full size after around 6 months, but can remain as a family unit until the next breeding season. The emu is an important cultural icon of Australia, appearing on the coat of arms. There we go. Let's see it. The coat of arms has an emu and a kangaroo. Look at that beautiful Australian alliance right there. You'll love to see it. Those eggs are clutch. They're breaking the gender roles. I love that shit, right? It's so funny when you see in nature. It's like, our gender roles are very arbitrary when you look at like animals in nature, right? I think the most famous example, or like the most well-known example, I should say, is seahorses. Did you know this? That it's the male seahorse that actually gets pregnant. They have like a pouch. And so the male seahorse actually like gives birth to the babies. But yeah, interesting, no? We love an animal that defies convention. Let's see. The bird features prominently in indigenous Australian mythology. That makes sense. Seahorse, write that down. Okay. Okay, got it. Seahorse. On it. We will. S-week. It'll happen. Okay. The bird is sufficiently common for it to be rated as a least concerned species. A least concerned. So they're not worried about it. They're not concerned. Oh my God, look at this capybara. Least concerned species is a species that has been should just like slow down sometimes, huh? Species that has been categorized by the International Union for Conservation of Nature as evaluated as not being a focus of species conservation because the specific species is still plentiful in the wild. So basically it's like, we got a lot of emus. We're not worried about it. We're not concerned. It's the emus will be fine. The capybaras apparently will be fine, which I'm happy to hear that. It's good to know. All right. Anyway, despite this, some local populations are listed as endangered, with subspecies such as the Tasmanian emu. Emu. Why am I saying it weird? Hold on. Emu. Am I saying that right? According to this, it should be emu. Why? You know when you say a word, I was talking about this the other day with writing words, but you know when you say a word like too many times and then you're just like, how do I actually say that word? I think it's emu. Okay, anyway. So the Tasmanian emu going extinct by the 1800s. Threats to their survival include predation of their eggs, roadkill, and fragmentation of their habitats. Interesting. Okay, so we have etymology, taxonomy, description, distribution, habitat, behavior and ecology, maybe. Relationship with humans, cultural references, I think are kind of fascinating. Maddie Brady, anywhere specific you want to go? Anything that you're like particularly interested here? Otherwise, we'll just kind of go with it. Let me know. For now, we'll just go into behavior and ecology, I think. Let's see. Look at them taking a bath. Wow. Parasites. What is that about? Hold on. Where did it say parasites? Let me see. Parasites. Oh, we'll get into it. Okay, we'll get into it with behavior and ecology. I don't know, but we're going to find out. Are you ready? I don't know, but we're going to find out. Emus are diurnal birds, awake during the day, yeah, and spend their day foraging, preening their plumage with their beak, dust bathing, and resting. I want to know. This is another one. So supposedly, according to my little brother, Ben Franklin used to take wind baths. And I feel the need to now look up wind baths and potentially Benjamin Franklin. But when I hear about dust baths, it makes me think of wind baths. Are wind baths actually a thing? Did my little brother make it up? Who's to say? Okay, so maybe Ben Franklin we'll also look into, maybe. But I'm more concerned with wind baths. All right. Anyway, let's go. Generally gregarious birds apart from the breeding season, while some forage and others remain vigilant to their mutual benefit. They are able to swim when necessary, although very rarely do so unless that area is flooded or they need to cross a river. Interesting. That's interesting that they can swim. I wouldn't have thought that. Emus begin to settle down at sunset and sleep during the night. They do not sleep continuously, but rouse themselves several times during the night. When falling asleep, emus first squat on their tarsi. What does that mean? On their toes? They squat on their toes? Okay. The human body, the tarsus, is a cluster of 7 articulating bones in each foot, situated between the lower end of the tibia and the fibula of the lower leg, and the metatarsus is made up of the midfoot and hindfoot. So they squat on their feet? Is that the idea? Is that what we're learning? I don't know, T. Miller. I'm trying. I'm trying. Okay. Yes, good. So they squat on their tarsi and enter a drowsy state during which they are alert enough to react to stimuli and quickly return to a fully awakened state if disturbed. As they fall into deeper sleep, their neck droops closer to the body and the eyelids begin to close. This is a very detailed description of emus falling asleep. I'm curious as to why/how someone got this in depth with it, but good for them. Okay, if there are no disturbances, they fall into a deeper sleep after about 20 minutes. This person really be watching an emu sleep intensely. Okay, during this phase, the body is gradually lowered until touching the ground with the legs folded underneath. The beak is turned down so that the whole neck becomes S-shaped and folded onto itself. That's weird. The feathers direct any rain downwards onto the ground. It has been suggested that the sleeping position is a type of camouflage, mimicking a small mound. Emus typically awake from deep sleep once every 90 minutes. Girl, same. It's unfortunate. And so stand up upright to feed briefly or defecate. Fair. This period of wakefulness lasts for 10 to 20 minutes, after which they return to slumber. Overall, an emu sleeps for around 7 hours in each 24-hour period. They're like humans. Young emus usually sleep with their neck flat and stretched forward along ground surface. Is that like tarsals? Yeah, like the metatarsal. Yeah. And tarsi is plural. You got it, Maddie Browdy. Nailed it. Want to get a grant just to follow an animal around for a year or so. That would be cool. There's one of my favorite books ever is called, what is it called? A Primate's Memoir. And it's about a guy that, I think he's a neurologist actually. Is he a neurologist? I think he's a neurologist. He studies stress response in animals and in humans, but then also in other animals. And he lived off and on with a baboon troop in Kenya for 20 some odd years. So would just go back to Kenya every couple of years and live with this baboon troop, just studying their behavior. Super fascinating. Very, very interesting life. But yeah, it's a great book. Highly recommend. Okay. All right. Vocalizations of emus mostly consist of various booming and grunting sounds. The booming is created by the inflatable throat pouch. The pitch can be regulated by the bird and depends on the size of the aperture. Weird. Do you guys want to listen to an emu grunting and hissing? Hello? Was that it? Did you hear it? It sounds like a pig. Hello? All right, cool. Excellent. Good job, Wikipedia. Good morning, Raven. We're learning about burbs. We're learning about emus right now. How are you? Guys, Raven's doing an art stream later, and you should check them out because they're fucking fantastic. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Go do it. Go do it immediately. Yes, we're learning about emus. It's very exciting. They make weird pig grunting sounds, as we've learned. Who knew? Not I. I had no idea. You don't like emus anymore? Has this ruined your relationship with emus, Maddie Bratty? I'm sorry. You know, sometimes the more we learn about something, the more it just fucks us up. Of course. I'm excited to check your stream out later. I will when I'm done researching emus, you know. Got important emu research to do. Let's see. And by the way, if you do have any E words you want us to research, let me know. We can get it going. Yeah, so they have a weird pouch in their throat, which is interesting. Most of the booming is done by the females. It is part of the courtship ritual. Courtship ritual is used to announce the holding of territory and is issued as a threat to rivals. A high-intensity boom is audible for 2 kilometers, 1.2 miles away. That's wild. Is that, I mean, is it just me? If you can hear something that is like 1.2 miles away, like that is a loud fucking sound, right? Like, that's wild. All right. While a low, more resonant call produced during breeding season may at first attract males and peaks while the male is incubating the eggs. Most of the grunting is done by males. Sounds about right. It is used principally during the breeding season in territorial defense as a threat to other males. During courtship and while the female is laying. Both sexes sometimes boom or grunt during these threat displays or on encountering strange objects. So weird. Emu snorting priorities. Yeah, you know how it goes. Cool. Booming and grunting. Good. Look at these emus. Look at these emus. Look at them go. These are some emus from 1976. On very hot days, emus pant to maintain their body temperature. Their lungs work as evaporative coolers, and unlike some other species, the resulting low levels of carbon dioxide in the blood do not appear to cause alkalosis. Alkalosis is the result of a process. Wow. I am struggling to read today. It's gonna be a thing. I have the fixins to make mimosas. It might be a mimosa day. That will help me read. Surely drinking mimosas will help me read better. All right, alkalosis is the result of a process reducing hydrogen ion concentration of arterial blood plasma, alkalemia. In contrast to acidemia, oh, okay, it's too alkaline. There it is. I understand now, kind of. In contrast to acidemia, alkalemia occurs when the serum pH is higher than normal. It's too basic. You're basic. Alkalosis is usually divided into the categories of respiratory alkalosis and metabolic alkalosis, or combined. We're going to keep going. For normal breathing in cool weather, they have large multifolded nasal passages. Cool air warms as it passes through the lungs, extracting heat from the nasal region. On exhalation, the emu's cold nasal turbinates condense moisture back out of the air and absorb it for reuse. As with other ratites being long-legged birds that can't fly, we now know this, the emu has great homeothermic ability. homeothermic. Oh man, I forgot all of these terms. I used to know these things. Homeothermy or homothermy or homoiothermy. Thermoregulation that maintains a stable internal body temperature regardless of external influence. Got it. Okay. So it's like, it's not like reptiles. Reptiles very much depend on like the temperature outside that like determines their body temperature. But these guys, it's kind of like humans, right? Humans are homeothermic, I think. Frankinator, hi! How you doing? It's good to see you. We're researching things that start with the letter E. If you have anything in particular that you are interested in, let me know. We will look it up. Disco emus, the best. Look at these disco emus. Look at them, just living their, Saturday Night Fever dreams. Yep. Okay, so great homeothermic ability can maintain this status from -5 to 45 degrees Celsius, so 23 to 113 degrees Fahrenheit. Damn. The thermoneutral zone of emus lies between 10 and 30 degrees Celsius, so 50 and 86. Okay, a little bit lower than humans then. Not a little bit, a lot of it, but yeah. I don't know why I keep comparing emus to humans, but they're weirdly comparable. As with other ratites, emus have a relatively low basal metabolic rate compared to other types of birds. At -5 degrees Celsius, 23 degrees Fahrenheit, the metabolic rate of an emu sitting down is about 60% of that when standing, partly because the lack of feathers under the stomach leads to a higher rate of heat loss when standing from the exposed underbelly. Now we know. eBay. We will look up eBay for sure. Okay. eBay. On it. So far we got emus, erasers, and eBay. It's gonna be good. We're on it. It's happening. Okay. Did I miss any other ones, by the way? I hope not. Okay. I think we're good. Diet. Emus forage in a diurnal pattern and eat a variety of native and introduced plant species. The diet depends on seasonal availability, with such plants as acacia, casuarina, and grasses being favored. They also eat insects and other arthropods, including grasshoppers and crickets, beetles, cockroaches, ladybirds. Same. We do need to look up ladybugs on L Week. Bogong. Wow, look at this moth. Okay. The bogong moth. It's a moth. Now we know. And cotton ball moths. Wow. Oh, that's a pretty one. Okay. Moth larvae. Ants, spiders, millipedes. This provides a large part of their protein requirements. Makes sense. In Western Australia, food preferences have been observed in traveling emus. I don't know why the idea of traveling emus is funny to me. Gotta go make some lunch. Do it. Go make your lunch. Enjoy. I hope it's delicious. And, by the time you come back, I bet we'll be reading about eBay probably. Who knows? Okay. Spiders, millipedes, yes. Protein, yes. In Western Australia, food preferences have been observed in traveling emus. They eat seeds from Acacia anura. I didn't even look at this. What is this? Just a kind of tree? Okay. All right. Good. Until the rains arrive, after which they move on to fresh grass. I'm telling you, the reading is it's rough today. I don't know why. Fresh grass shoots and caterpillars. In the winter, they feed on the leaves and pods of cassia. In the spring, they consume grasshoppers and the fruit of Santalum acuminatum. It's trees. Oh, look at that. Well, that's cool. It's part of the sandalwood family. Neat. Okay. A sort of quandong. See, now you just confused me more. Anyway, they're known to feed on wheat and any fruit or other crops they can access, easily climbing over high fences if necessary. Emus serve as an important agent for the dispersal of large viable seeds, which contributes to floral biodiversity. One undesirable effect of this occurred in Queensland in the early 20th century when emus fed on the fruit of prickly pears in the outback. They defecated the seeds in various places as they moved around, and this led to a series of campaigns to hunt emus and prevent the seeds of invasive cactus being spread. Interesting. Well, don't kill the emus just because they're living their life, I don't know. Anyway, the cacti were eventually controlled by an introduced moth whose larvae fed on the plant, one of the earliest examples of biological control. Interesting. What? What is this? Whoa! Science. How do you even read that? What even is that? It's an isotopic signature, measure of the ratio of stable isotopes reported in parts per thousand. The measure is also widely used in archaeology for the reconstruction of past diets. Okay. So paleoclimatology and paleoceanography. I don't know. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this science is. Moving on. It's reflected in something else of the calcite of the eggshell. Something about their diet is reflected in the calcite of the eggshell. Just how much carbonate there is. Cool. Just go with it. Small stones are swallowed to assist in the grinding up and digestion of the plant material. Interesting. Individual stones may weigh 45 grams, 1.6 ounces, and the birds may have as much as 745 grams, 1.642 pounds in their gizzards. That's a lot of stones in their gizzards. They also eat charcoal, although the reason for this is unclear. Okay. Captive emus have been known to eat shards of glass, marbles, car keys, jewelry, and nuts and bolts. These birds are crazy. Okay, emus drink infrequently, but ingest large amounts when the opportunity arises, right? We read about that earlier a little bit. They typically drink once a day, first inspecting the water body and the surrounding area in groups before kneeling down at the edge to drink. They prefer being on firm ground while drinking rather than on rocks or mud, but if they sense danger, they often stand rather than kneel. Makes sense, just interesting. If not disturbed, they may drink continuously for 10 minutes. That's a lot of drinking water. Just reminded me. All right, due to the scarcity of water sources, emus are sometimes forced to go without water for several days. In the wild, they often share water holes with kangaroos, other birds, and animals. They are wary and tend to wait for the other animals to leave before drinking. They're very cautious birds, it sounds like. They're very, they're a little jumpy, it seems, which makes sense. Look at this big ass green egg. That looks like a football. That's wild. 6 inches. I know, I feel like I need to hydrate like an emu too. Although they drink for 10 minutes because they don't get the opportunity to drink that often. But no, I need to hydrate like an emu. All right, breeding. Emus form breeding pairs during the summer months of December and January and may remain together for about 5 months. During this time, they stay in an area a few kilometers in diameter, and it is believed that they find and defend territory within this area. Both males and females put on weight during the breeding season, with the female becoming slightly heavier at between 45 and 58 kilograms, 99 and 128. Mating usually takes place between April and June. The exact timing is determined by climates, as the birds nest during the coolest part of the year. During the breeding season, males experience hormonal changes, including an increase in luteinizing hormone and testosterone levels. Luteinizing hormone, it's a hormone produced by gonadotropic cells in the anterior pituitary gland. The production of luteinizing hormone is regulated by... This is not going to help me. Okay, so the rise of this in females triggers ovulation. Okay. All right. So, okay, their testicles double in size. The TLDR is that fact, so good for them. Males construct a roughed nest in a semi-sheltered hollow on the ground, using bark, grass, sticks, and leaves to line it. The nest is almost always a flat surface rather than a segment of a sphere, although in cold conditions the nest is taller, up to 7 centimeters, 2.8 inches tall, and more spherical to provide some extra heat retention. When other material is lacking, the bird sometimes uses a spinifex to sock. The fuck does that mean? Triodia is a large genus of hummock-forming bunch grass endemic to Australia. They are known by the common name Spinifex. Okay, so it's a type of plant. Okay, fair. I'll take it. Sure. Okay, so sometimes uses Spinifex to sock a meter or so across, despite the prickly nature of the foliage. The nest can be placed on open ground or near a shrub or rock. The nest is usually placed in an area where the emu has a clear view of its surroundings and can detect approaching predators. Female emus court the males. The female's plumage darkens slightly, and the small patches of bare, featherless skin just below the eyes and near the beak turn turquoise blue. The color of the male's plumage remains unchanged, although with the bare patches of skin also turn light blue. When courting, females stride around, pulling their neck back while puffing out their feathers and emitting low monosyllabic calls that have been compared to drum beats. That's wild. But I didn't know about the weird noises that emus make. This can occur when males are out of sight or more than 50 meters, 160 feet away. Once the male's attention has been gained, the female circles her prospective mate at a distance of 10 to 40 meters, 30 to 130 feet. As she does this, she looks at him by turning her neck, while at the same time keeping her rump facing towards him. Learned that from Tyra, America's Next Top Model. It's a tooch and booch, right? Don't worry about it. Okay, rump facing towards him. Also, can we just acknowledge the use of the word rump? It's cute. All right, if the male shows interest in the parading female, he will move closer. The female continues the courtship by shuffling further away, but continuing to circle him. Weird. Mating rituals are weird, huh? If a male is interested, he will stretch his neck and erect his feathers, then bend over and peck at the ground. He will circle around and sidle up to the female, swaying his body and neck from side to side, rubbing his breast against his partner's rump. Wow, but they used it again! You ever rub your breasts against your partner's rump? You don't have to answer that, it's personal. Often the female will reject his advances with aggression. But if amenable, she signals acceptance by squatting down and raising her rump. There's so much about rumps. Did you know when we read about emus that we would be reading so much about emu rumps? Because I did not. Why not? Why not rub your breasts against your partner's rump? I have no problem with it. I have no problem with it. So, just get up in there. Okay. Okay. Okay, so females are more aggressive than males during courtship period, often fighting for access to mates, with fights among females accounting for more than half the aggressive interactions during this period. If females court a male that already has a partner, the incumbent female will try to repel the competitor, usually chasing and kicking. These interactions can be prolonged, lasting up to 5 hours, especially when the male being fought over is single and neither female has the advantage or of incumbency. In these cases, the females typically intensify their calls and displays. Look at this cool-ass nest over here. That's pretty neat. Just get up in there. Just dance up on it. All right, let's read about sperm. The sperm from mating is stored in the female and can suffice to fertilize about 6 eggs. The pair mate every day or two, and every second or third day, the female lays one of a clutch of eggs. This is the clutch thing. I never heard this before. What is the word I'm looking for? For like, maybe I don't have one. Maybe it is a clutch of eggs. Y'all heard of clutches of eggs before? I never did. Anyway, clutch of 5 to 15 very large, thick-shelled green eggs. The shell is about 1 millimeter, 0.04 inches thick, but rather thinner in northern regions, according to indigenous Australians. The shell is substantially composed of calcite. Why do they keep giving me this weird symbol that makes me mad? I don't know why it makes me so mad. Can someone explain this to me like I'm 5? In geochemistry, paleoclimatology, and paleoceanography is an isotopic signature, a measure of the ratio of stable isotopes reported in parts per thousand. The measure is also widely used in archaeology for reconstruction of past diets. Clutches and rumps. That's all. That's what we're learning about today. Clutches and rumps and isotopes, I guess. I don't know why I'm so mad about the isotopes. I'm just mad about it. Rumps be clutch. Yep. Okay. So calcite is a function of the emu's diet. The eggs are on average 13 centimeters by 9 centimeters, so 5.1 inches by 3.5 inches. Weigh about 450 to 650 grams, so 1.4 pounds. These are big eggs. The maternal investment in the egg is considerable, and the proportion of yolk to albumin, isn't albumin just like the white of the egg, like egg whites? Yeah, cool. Is about 50%. Is greater than it would be predicted for a precocial egg of that size. What does precocial mean? I'm going to just Google that shit real quick. Precocial. Precocial rumps. That's not what it says. Oh, like precocious? Hatched or born in an advanced state, able to feed itself almost immediately. Okay, so precocious. There we go. All right. It probably relates to the long incubation period, which means that the developing chick must consume greater resources before hatching. Interesting. Okay. So that proportion is bigger because they have to eat more because they come out ready. Like emus come out ready swinging. They're ready to go. All right. Cool. Right. Cool. Okay. The first verified occurrence of genetically identical avian twins was demonstrated in the emu. The egg surface is granulated in a pale green. During the incubation period, the egg turns dark green, although if the egg never hatches, it will turn white from the bleaching effect of the sun. The male becomes broody after his mate starts laying and may begin to incubate the eggs before the clutch is complete. What does the clutch mean? Okay, now I have to... Enough's enough. Clutch of eggs definition. It's just the total eggs in each nesting attempt. Okay. Total number of eggs laid in one nesting attempt. Clutch sizes vary among species. Okay. So like 1 egg per clutch, 2 eggs per clutch. How many eggs per clutch? I believe all burbs group young. Sorry, all burbs group young are called clutches. Okay. So yeah, just burbs and clutches. It sounds like it's like how many eggs can you lay at any given like time? That's like your clutch of eggs. Yeah, I think. Okay, males become broody. Something about clutches. Right. Okay. From this time on, he does not eat, drink, or defecate, and stands only to turn the eggs, which he does about 10 times per day. Damn. He develops a brood patch, a bare area of wrinkled skin, which is intimate contact with the eggs. Over the course of an 8-week incubation period, he will lose 1/3 of his weight and will survive on stored body fat and on any morning dew that he can reach from the nest. As with many other Australian birds, such as the superb fairy wren. What a fancy bird! Superb. Look at this little guy. All right, the superb fairy wren. Infidelity is the norm for emus, despite the initial pair bond. Once the males start brooding, the female usually wanders off and may mate with other males and lay in multiple nests. Get it, bitch. Thus, as many as half the chicks in a brood may not have been fathered by incubating male, or even by either parent, as emus also exhibit brood parasitism. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, the group of eggs. He's a proud burb. He's very proud. They're very proud. They're also very cautious. Okay, brood parasites. This is what Maddie Brady was asking about. So brood parasites are organisms that rely on others to raise their young. Okay, so we were talking about kookaburra. Is it kookaburras? I think it's kookaburras that we were talking about, maybe. No, cuckoo birds. Cuckoo birds or kookaburras? Now I can't remember. But maybe it's cuckoo birds, like cuckoo clocks. I think that's true. But they have brood parasitism. They trick other birds into raising their eggs, basically, right? And what's interesting is that they can mimic the color of the eggs of other birds in the area. So like the eggs look the same as other birds' eggs, and then they trick other birds into like taking care of their young. Isn't that wild? I'm pretty sure it's cuckoo birds. This was something that Senny taught me a while back. Anyway, brood parasitism. That's the idea. Tricking other birds into taking care of your baby birds, basically. Some females stay and defend the nest until the chicks start hatching. Most leave the nesting area completely to nest again. In a good season, a female emu may nest 3 times. If the parents stay together during the incubation period, they will take turns standing guard over the eggs while the other drinks and feeds within earshot. If it perceives a threat during this period, it will lie down on top of the nest and try to blend in with the similar-looking surroundings. Interesting. Suddenly stand up to confront and scare the other party if it comes close. Incubation takes 56 days. The male stops incubating the eggs shortly before they hatch. The temperature of the nest rises slightly during the 8-week period. Although the eggs are laid sequentially, they tend to hatch within 2 days of one another. As the eggs are laid later, experience higher temperatures and develop more rapidly. During the process, the precocial emu chicks need to develop a capacity for thermoregulation. During incubation, the embryos are kept at a constant temperature, but the chicks will need to be able to cope with varying external temperatures by the time they hatch. Newly hatched chicks are active and can leave the nest within a few days of hatching. They stand about 12 centimeters, 5 inches tall at first, weigh 0.5 kilograms, 17.6 ounces, and have distinctive brown and cream stripes for camouflage, which fade after 3 months or so. Interesting. The male guards the growing chicks for up to 7 months, teaching them how to find food. Chicks grow very quickly and are fully grown in 5 to 6 months. Wow, that's wild. They may remain with their family group for another 6 months or so before they split up to breed in their second season. During their early life, young emus are defended by their father, who adopts a belligerent stance towards other emus, including the mother. That's really funny. He does this by ruffling his feathers, emitting sharp grunts, and kicking his legs to drive off other animals. Wow. He can bend his knees to crouch over smaller chicks to protect them. At night, he envelops his young with his feathers. As the young emus cannot travel far, the parents must choose an area with plentiful food in which to breed. In captivity, emus can live for upwards of 10 years. Okay. That's a shorter lifespan than I was kind of imagining. That's in captivity. I bet in the wild they can live longer as long as there's not predators to, fight them or whatever. All right. Predation. There are few native natural predators of emus still extant. Early in its species history, it may have faced numerous terrestrial predators, now extinct, including the giant lizard, Megalania. Ooh! Extinct species of giant monitor lizard. Cool! I love megafauna. And the thylacine? Oh, okay. Fancy marsupials. Nice. Look at these guys. They look kind of like Tasmanian devils. I can see it. Tasmanian tiger is what it's known as. Okay. Interesting. Possibly other carnivorous marsupials, which may explain their seemingly well-developed ability to defend themselves from terrestrial predators. The main predator of emus today is the dingo, which was originally introduced by Aboriginals thousands of years ago from a stock of semi-domesticated wolves. Dingoes that's wild. I didn't know that. Too bad we didn't look up dingoes last week. Maybe season 2. Season 2 we'll look up dingoes. So the dingoes try to kill the emu by attacking the head. The emu typically tries to repel the dingo by jumping into the air and kicking and stamping the dingo on its way down. The emus are, I mean, I feel like emus and ostriches both kind of fuck. You know what I mean? Like I feel like they don't, I feel like they would fuck you up if you like encountered one. I feel like they're kind of scary. The emu jumps as the dingo barely has the capacity to jump high enough to threaten its neck. Interesting. So a correctly timed leap can coincide with the dingo's lunge, can keep its head and neck out of danger. Despite the potential prey-predator relationship, the presence of predaceous dingoes does not appear to heavily influence emu numbers, with other natural conditions just as likely to cause mortality. Wedge-tailed eagles. Wedge-tailed eagles. Wow, look at this guy. Look at this guy's... Sorry. Look at his long legs. What an eagle, huh? Anyway, the only avian predator capable of attacking fully grown emus, though, are perhaps most likely to take smaller young specimens. The eagles attack emus by swooping downward rapidly and at high speed and aiming for the head and neck. In this case, the emu's jumping technique as employed against the dingo is not useful. Yeah, right. The birds try to target the emu in open grounds they cannot hide behind obstacles. Under such circumstances, the emu can only run in a chaotic manner and change directions frequently to try to evade its attacker. Other raptors, monitor lizards, introduced red foxes, feral and domestic dogs, and feral pigs occasionally feed on emu eggs or kill small chicks. Large flightless birds always choosing violence. Always. Always. I mean, it sounds like they just choose violence when eagles and dingoes are attacking them, but... Well... no, they choose violence because the fathers will be like, get out of here. So I guess, yeah, no, you're right. They choose violence. They woke up and they chose violence. It's true. All right, parasites. This is what Maddie Brady wanted to know about. Emus can suffer from both external and internal parasites, but under farmed conditions are more parasite-free than ostriches or rays? Rayas? What are these? Look at these burbs. Rayas are large ratites in the order Rayforms, native to South America. Okay. Distantly related to the ostrich and emu. Most taxonomic authorities recognize two extant species, the greater American rhea and the lesser or Darwin's rhea. I didn't even know about these South American emus. Now we know. External parasites include the louse, Delamornia asymmetrica, various other lice, ticks, mites, and flies. Chicks sometimes suffer from intestinal tract infections caused by coccidian protozoa, and the nematode Trichostrongylus tenuis infects the emu, as well as a wide range of other birds, causing hemorrhagic diarrhea. Maddie, you came back just in time for parasites. TLDR, they get parasites sometimes, but they're more parasite-free than other large birds, flightless birds. That's pretty much it. I mean, we learned a lot about these emu boys. They're pretty interesting. Other nematodes are found in the trachea and the bronchi. Syngamous trachea causes, hemorrhagic tracheitis, and oh no. Jordy, hi! Thank you for the sub. 14 months. I was just saying, I was like, okay, like, because Maddie Brady just resubbed the other day. So I started streaming in October of 2020. So we're at what? We're at 16 months, I think. The shirt is epic. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's one of my faves. It's one of my faves. I want to say fatmermaids.com, I think, is where I bought this shirt. I'll look it up later and send you the link, Jordy, if you want. Yeah, they're pretty good. It's a pretty good shirt. I was telling Maddie Brady, I was like, I just wanted. I woke up today and I was like, I want people to just know what they're getting themselves into, just very quickly. They can see who I am, you know? Let me see. Let me just look it up now, Jordy. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's fatmermaids.com, but let me double check. Yeah, because I mean, I think everyone needs this shirt in their life. I think everyone needs it. Or maybe it's Fat Girl Flo? Let me see. Maybe it's Fat Girl Flo. Yeah. Okay, so... that should do it. Yeah, there you go. There it is. Such a good shirt, right? They have a bunch of really cool ones. Love it. Yeah, it's my fave. I like it. Welcome. We're learning about emus. We're looking up things that start with the letter E. So if you have anything that starts with the letter E, let me know. We'll look it up. So far, emus. We're going to look up erasers and then eBay. That's what we've got so far. Yeah, anytime. My pleasure. I was going to say we can be twinsies. I'm excited. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. We're reading about emu parasites. Something causing serious respiratory problems in juveniles. Okay. So, again, TLDR, they can suffer from parasites. They're just less parasitic than other birds. And now we know. Let's not look up enemas. I mean, now that you said it. All right, we won't, Jordy, just because you said let's not. I did for D week. I had to look up D's nuts. I didn't have to. I chose violence that day. I was like, all right, let's Wikipedia D's nuts. And did you know that there is a Wikipedia page on D's nuts? There is one. Alina, hi. Sorry, your guys' names are the same color in chat, so I didn't even realize. Alina, hello. How are you? All right, Alina, because you said not to look up enemas, we will not look up enemas. We won't. I promise. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? Of course there is. All right, relationships with humans. Emus were used as a source of food by indigenous Australians and early European settlers. Emus are inquisitive birds and have been known to approach humans if they see unexpected movement of a limb or piece of clothing. In the wild, they may follow and observe people. Aboriginal Australians used a variety of techniques to catch the birds, including spearing them while they drank at water holes, catching them in nets and attracting them by imitating their calls or arousing their curiosity with a ball of feathers and rags dangled from a tree. The Pichuri thornapple, or some similar poisonous plant, could be used to contaminate a water hole, after which the disoriented emus were easy to catch. It's kind of sad. That was kind of sad. Let's see. Another stratagem was for the hunter to use a skin as a disguise, and the birds could be lured into a camouflaged pit trap using rags or imitation calls. Aboriginal Australians only killed emus out of necessity and frowned upon anyone who hunted them for any other reason. See, this is why Native people are cool, and also why we can't have nice things, because colonialism just fucked up everything. Anyway. Yep. Every part of the carcass had some use. The fat was harvested for its valuable multiple-use oil. The bones were shaped into knives and tools. The feathers were used for body adornment, and the tendons substituted for string. So this picture is kind of cool. And then an emu collar. Look at this. That's wild. That's cool. I feel like that's like very like inventive to be able to create like a bird calling like device, you know, like being able to like create something that like mimics that sound. Like it's pretty ingenious. It's pretty creative. All right. Early European settlers killed emus to provide food and used their fat for fueling lamps. They also tried to prevent them from interfering with farming or invading settlements in search of water during drought. An extreme example of this was the Emu War. The Emu War. Goddamn. Nuisance wildlife management military operation undertaken in Australia over the latter part of 1932 to address public concern over the number of emus said to be running amok in the Campion district of Western Australia. Goddamn. All right, emus flocked to the Chandler and Walgulan area during a dry spell, damaging rabbit fencing and devastating crops. An attempt to drive them off was mounted. with the army called in to dispatch them with machine guns. Oh my God. The emus largely avoided the hunters. Emus are large, powerful birds, and their legs are among the strongest of any animal powerful enough to tear down metal fencing. Damn. The birds are very defensive of their young and have been 2 documented cases of humans being attacked by emus. It's kind of amazing that there's only been 2 documented cases, to be honest. It's wild. Maybe echidnas? Yes, of course. I'm totally down. You know what's funny? My mom mentioned echidnas the other day when we were talking about it. Yeah, no, we can totally look up echidnas. I'm down. Totally down. Because echidnas, that's what Knuckles is based off of, right? Oh my God, they're so cute. Okay, yeah, no, we'll go to echidnas for sure, for sure. Done and done, easy. Yeah, we went on this like rabbit hole, like just like talking about the Wikipedia thing. She was like, you could do echinacea, you could do echidnas. It's like, yeah, no, there's things. There's things. Surprising, right? Yeah, I thought for sure there'd be more. I mean, granted, that's documented, but still, like, yeah, it's a much smaller number than I would have guessed, honestly. All right, economic value. In areas in which it was endemic, the emu was an important source of meat to Aboriginal Australians. They used the fat as bush medicine and rubbed it into their skin. It served as a valuable lubricant, was used to oil wooden tools and utensils, such as the coolamon. Coolamon is an anglicized Aboriginal word used to describe, what is NSW? I'm not sure what NSW, Aboriginal word, used to describe an Australian or Aboriginal carrying vessel. Cool. Was mixed with ochre to make the traditional paint for ceremonial body adornment. Their eggs were also foraged for food. An example of how the emu was cooked comes from the Arrert of Central Australia, who called it Kir Unker. Sorry for the pronunciation. New South Wales. Thank you, Jordy. There it is. There it is. Coming in hot. New South Wales. NSW. My brain just like kept on being like, not safe for work. And I was like, that's not what that stands for. Anyway, emus are around all the time in green times and dry times. You pluck the feathers out first, then pull out the crop from the stomach and put in the feathers you've pulled out and then singe it on fire. You wrap the milk guts that you've pulled out into something, such as gum leaves, and cook them. When you've got the fat off, you cut the meat up and cook it on the fire made from river red gum wood. And now we know. Has too many Aussie friends. No, that's great. I was gonna say there's no such thing, Jordy. No such thing. I've met far more Australians now streaming, especially when I was streaming at night, because that would be kind of like the like Passover. You know what I mean? Like the Australians would be like waking up when I was going to bed and raiding Alania basically is what I'm talking about. Okay, the birds were a food and fuel source for early European settlers, and are now farmed in Australia and elsewhere for their meat, oil, and leather. Leather is interesting. Commercial emu farming started in Western Australia around 1970. The commercial industry in the country is based on stock bred in captivity, and all states except Tasmania have licensing requirements to protect wild emus. Outside Australia, emus are farmed on a large scale in North America, with about 1 million birds in the US, Peru, and China, and to a lesser extent in some other countries. Emus bred well in captivity and are kept in large open pens to avoid the leg and digestive problems that arise from inactivity. They are typically fed on grain supplemented by grazing and are slaughtered at 15 to 18 months. The Salem District Administration in India advised farmers in 2012 not to invest in the emu business, which was being heavily promoted at that time. Further investigation was needed to assess the profitability of farming the birds in India. In the United States, it was reported in 2013 that many ranchers had left the emu business. It was estimated that the number of growers had dropped from over 5,000 in 1998 to 1,000 or 2,000 in 2013. The remaining growers increasingly rely on sales of oil for their profit, although leather, eggs, and meat are also sold. Emus are farmed primarily for their meat, leather, and feathers and oil, and 95% of the carcass can be used. That's a lot. I mean, that's pretty cool. Emu meat is low-fat product, less than 1.5% fat, and is comparable to other lean meats. Most of the usable portions, the best cuts, come from the thigh, and the larger muscles of the drum or lower leg are, like other poultry, dark meat. Emu meat is considered for cooking purposes by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration to be a red meat because of its red color and pH value approximate that of beef. I was going to say it's probably pretty gamey, so that makes sense. For inspection purposes, it is considered to be poultry. Emu fat is rendered to produce oils for cosmetics, dietary supplements, and therapeutic products. The oil is obtained from subcutaneous and retroperitoneal fat. The macerated adipose tissue is heated, and then the liquefied fat is filtered to get a clear oil. This consists mainly of fatty acids, which oleic acid, linoleic acid, and palmitic acids, 21% each. Percentages, sorry, blip. Most prominent components. Also contains various antioxidants, notably carotenoids and flavones. Go with it. Mercenary Jane, hi, how are you? Oh my god, I had so much fun watching you and your husband play Raft yesterday. It was delightful. Guys, did you know that Mercenary Jane is streaming now, and she's an absolute delight and a treasure, and you should totally go follow her? You should go follow her. Because you just need to, because it was great. It was lovely watching you. I'm very excited that you're streaming now. It's awesome. And like really, like truly impressive that you like have a setup that can like switch between your hubby's point of view and your point of view. Like very cool. It was very cool. And also I was lurking near not near the end, but I was lurking for a while there when you guys were just like dying over and over. Sorry. It was just very entertaining. It was very cool to watch you all working together, and it's a fun game to watch. So go now. Go follow Mercenary Jane. Go do it. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? By the way, Mercenary Jane, we are researching things that start with the letter E today. So if you have anything that starts with the letter E that you would like us to look up, let me know. We will do it. We'll get into it. So far, we're reading about emus currently. We're going to read about erasers, eBay, and echidnas. That's what we've got on the docket thus far. You're so welcome. So many deaths. That bird was fucking you guys up. It was really fun, though. It really was. It was a good time. You all are good people. You can just tell, like, I don't know. There are certain streams that, like, the minute you walk in, you just know. You're like, oh, these are great people. And, like, I know you've hung out in my streams quite a bit, so I already, like, knew you were good people. But, like, yeah, no, it was really fun to watch. It was. I'm excited. I'm excited that you're streaming. It's very cool. All right, more about emus and things. I'm kind of over emus. I feel like we've learned a lot, although this is pretty neat. I'm like, I think we've learned a lot, and then I see this, like, cool engraved emu egg. Cultural references. I do want to know about the cultural references. I think I'm just going to skip this part. Let's just pretend we read it, and it's fine, right? Right. Of course, right. That's what keeps me coming back here. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'm having fun. I was talking to Cheesy a little bit the other day. It's like, it's weird because I was so used to just streaming World of Warcraft all the time, right? And so like, and it's funny because random people are like, oh yeah, she's a World of Warcraft streamer, which like I'm sure I will get back to playing World of Warcraft at some point, but it's been really fun like exploring doing other stuff, honestly. So I appreciate the folks that have stuck with me and keep hanging out regardless of what I'm doing. It really means a lot. It really does. Queen Dream Bad Gal, oh my god, hi! In my chat, guys, another shout out is very necessary. If you don't know Queen Dream Bad Gal, this is another one. We were just talking about, like, there are just some people that, like, when you go to their stream, they are just, you can just tell they're good people. And so I was watching Queen Dream Bad Girl. Can I call you Queen Dream? Can I call you Queen? What do you prefer? But I was watching her play Cuphead, which was amazing. And so both of us are on aisle 3 right now, which Inkwell aisle 3 is a fucking bitch. Like those levels are absurdly difficult. So it was fun to watch somebody else that's like on the struggle bus with me, because it's those levels are tough. But then watching you play Street Fighter yesterday, like y'all should go hang out with Queen. She's great. Highly recommend. How are you? It's good to see you. We bonded over Cuphead, and then we found out that we both play saxophone. So it was just, it was just one of those. Yeah, either alias is fine. Love it. Okay. Well, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming by. It's Wikipedia with me day. I do this every Sunday. And we are looking up things that start with the letter E today. So if there's anything that you are interested in, anything that you want to check out that starts with the letter E, let me know. We will add it to the list of things. Currently reading about emus. Appreciate you. I'm so glad I found you. It was so fun. Like I said, you're just fun. Yeah, you're just fun. You're fun. I like you. You're fun. There it is. There's the emo emote. The emo emote? Wow. The saxophone emote. Sax players assemble. I feel like, speaking as a sax player, I feel like saxophone players we are a specific breed of annoying, aren't we? That emote says a lot about saxophone players, I think. It's pretty accurate. All right, back to emus. Cultural references. The emu has a prominent place in Australian Aboriginal mythology, including a creation myth of the... I'm going to try. Uwalare? Uwalare. Okay. Indigenous group, southeastern Australia. Very cool. Other groups of South Wales who say that the sun was made by throwing an emu's egg into the sky. I love that shit. The bird features numerous ideological stories from across a number of Aboriginal groups. One story from Western Australia holds that a man once annoyed a small bird who responded by throwing a boomerang, severing the arms of the man and transforming them into a flightless emu. I love mythology. I love that kind of stuff. It's so cool. It's so interesting the way that we I don't know, derive meaning from certain things and decide to write stories about it and I don't know, create understanding. Love your shirt. Thank you. It's one of my faves. I'm loving how much love I'm getting for this shirt. As I was talking about it earlier. It's especially because normally when I'm playing video games, I don't have my camera on. So on these kind of streams, I just want to let people know what they're getting themselves into right away. So they know who I am. You know what I mean? Thanks. Yeah, it's one of my faves. It's a good shirt. I like it. Okay, boomerang, severing off this guy's arms. Amazing. The Kardaicha man of Central Australia is said to wear sandals made of emu feathers to mask his footprints. Many Aboriginal language groups throughout Australia have a tradition that the dark dust lanes in the Milky Way represent a giant emu in the sky. What? Okay, so look at this picture. This outline is fantastic. Okay, yeah, no, the Milky Way, definitely an emu in the sky. Can totally see it. Several of the Sydney rock engravings depict emus, and the birds are mimicked in Indigenous dances. Hunting emus, known as kari in the Karuna language, features the major dreaming story of the Karuna people and the Adelaide region about the ancestor hero Chilbrook. I'm so sorry for all the terrible pronunciations. I will never unsee it now. Anytime you're stargazing, be like, there's the great emo in the sky. I love it. Aw, thanks, Queen. That's very sweet. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks. It's fun. I don't know. When I'm playing games, I just would rather focus on playing the game than being what is my face doing the whole time. Eventually, I'm sure I would get used to it. So we'll see. Streams like this help me to feel much more comfortable just being on camera and stuff. Yeah, I'll never unsee it. I'll never unsee the great emu in the sky, the giant emu in the sky. The emu is popularly but unofficially considered a faunal emblem, the national bird of Australia. It appears as a shield bearer on the coat of arms of Australia with the red kangaroo, and as part of the arms also appears on the Australian 50-cent coin. Let's take a look. Oh, they're not going to show us a picture? Cool. It has featured on numerous Australian postage stamps, including a pre-Federation New South Wales, there it is, Geordie, you got it, 100th anniversary issue from 1888, which featured a 2-pence blue emu stamp, a 36-cent stamp, reading is hard, released in 1986, and a $1.35 stamp, released in 1994. The hats of the Australian Light Horse. What is that? Wow, look at these guys. Okay, mounted troops with the characteristics of both cavalry and mounted infantry who served in the Second Boer War and World War I. Okay, so their hats are decorated with emu feather plumes. Amazing. There we go. Love it. Trademarks of early Australian companies using the emu included Webenderfer, go with it, bros, Frame Moldings, 1891, Mark Robertson Chocolate and Cocoa, 1893. Dyson and Sun Emu brand cordial sauce, 1894. James Allard Pottery Wares, 1906, and rope manufacturers G. Kinnear and Sons something limited. Party limited? Piety limited? Go with it. Still use it on some of their products. So TLDR, emus are very important for Australian identity and culture. There are around 600 gazetted places in Australia with emu in their title, including mountains, hills, lakes, plains, creeks, and waterholes. During the 19th and 20th centuries, many Australian companies and household products were named after the bird. In Western Australia, emu beer has been produced since the early 20th century, and the Swan Brewery continues to produce a range of beers branded as emu. The quarterly peer-reviewed journal, the Royal Australasian Ornithologist Union, also known as the Birds Australia. Can we just call it Birds Australia then? My God, is entitled Emu, Austral Ornithology. The comedian Rod Hull featured a wayward emu puppet. What? Why aren't you showing me pictures of this, please? I really want to see it. Anyway, in his act for many years, and the bird returned to the small screen in the hands of his son after the puppeteer's death in 1999. Rod Hull. I'm going to write down that name for H Week. Hold on. Mercenary Jane, you had some emu jerky in Oz. Don't really remember it to be being too special. Croc jerky was much more flavorful. Interesting. I wonder if that has to do with like the meat itself, or like the way it was cured, or like spiced. That's interesting. Yeah, I've never had. I don't think I've had like ostrich or emu meat. I've had crocodile, not jerky, but I had crocodile it's basically just like crocodile nuggets, which like if you fry anything, it's good, right? To bread it and fry it, like doesn't really matter. What is this guy's name? This puppeteer, Rod Hull. Okay, H Week. We'll look this dude up. Yeah, but that's interesting. I imagine it to be very gamey, but otherwise I don't really know. 2019, American insurance company Liberty Mutual launched an advertising campaign that features Limu Emu, a CGI rendered emu. Cute. All right, I think that's a good amount of information on emus. Yeah, are we ready to move on to erasers? Let's do it. All right, eraser. Okay, here they are. Classic eraser right here. An eraser, also known as a rubber in some Commonwealth countries, from the material first used, is an article of stationery that is used for removing marks from paper or skin, parchment or vellum. Erasers have a rubbery consistency and come in a variety of shapes, sizes, and colors. Some pencils have an eraser on one end. Less expensive erasers are made from synthetic rubber and synthetic soy-based gum, but more expensive or specialized erasers are made from vinyl, plastic, or gum-like materials. At first, erasers were invented to erase mistakes made with a pencil. Later, more abrasive ink erasers were introduced. The term is also used for things that remove marks from chalkboards and whiteboards. Woo, erasers! We're here. We're in it, T. Miller. We're reading about erasers. We got it. We got you. So far, pretty good. Okay, so these erasers, can I just talk about it? Can we talk about toy erasers and how much they piss me off? They are so cute and they do not work. This is the thing. Like why? No, listen, like I have a vendetta against cute erasers because like, okay, make it cute but make it functional. I don't want this fucking bullshit eraser. I did not know how mad I was about this until just now, by the way. We have awakened a weird thing in me that I didn't realize I was like, but like, it made me so mad as a kid, because here's the thing. Not only do they not work, they just spread the shit that you're trying to erase around. Do you know what I mean? T. Miller, I'm very upset about it. I love the Simpsons emotes. They're really funny. It's true, though. Don't give me an eraser that's gonna just like spread that shit around and make it look worse. Like what? Call it a toy. Don't call it an eraser. I get very upset. I get very upset. I didn't know. T. Miller, since this is your category, is there anything in particular that you're interested in? Anything that you'd like to look into? Otherwise, I'm just gonna kind of go for it. This seems like a fairly a fairly short article, so I think we can just kind of go through. But if there's anything you want to hone in on, let me know. Okay. History. Before rubber erasers, tablets of wax were used to erase lead and charcoal marks from paper. Bits of rough stone, such as sandstone or pumice, were used to remove small errors from parchment or papyrus documents written in ink. Crustless bread was used. What? A Meiji period? Meiji era? Hold on. Meiji era of Japanese history that extended from October 23rd, 1868 to July 30th, 1912. The Meiji era was the first half of the Empire of Japan, when Japanese people moved from being an isolated feudal society at risk of colonization by Western powers to the new paradigm of modern industrialized Japan. Interesting. Okay. So, Meiji period Tokyo student said, bread erasers were used in place of rubber erasers. I've never heard of bread erasers. This is wild. So they would give them to us with no restriction on amount. So we thought nothing of taking these and eating a firm part to at least slightly satisfy our hunger. That's wild too. Like if you need food and they're like, here, have an eraser and it's bread. That's, I mean, something to unpack there. I don't really know. In 1770, English engineer Edward Nairn is reported to have developed the first widely marked rubber eraser for an inventions competition. Until that time, the material was known as gum elastic, or by its Native American name via French, caoutchouc. I'm so sorry. Nairn sold natural rubber erasers for the high price of 3 shillings per half-inch cube. According to Nairn, he inadvertently picked up a piece of rubber instead of breadcrumbs. Did anyone else know about bread erasers? I would never have thought, like, I'm going to take this piece of bread and erase shit with it. Like, I had no idea. But I love that he inadvertently. So okay, so presumably this guy had, like, pieces of rubber and bread next to him and was like, whoops, I picked up the rubber, and wouldn't you know, it works as an eraser better than bread. Humans are wild. Okay, anyway. Discovered rubber's erasing properties and began selling rubber erasers. The invention was described by Joseph Priestley on April 15th, 1770 in a footnote. I have seen a substance excellently adapted to the purpose of wiping from paper the mark of black lead pencil. It is sold by Mr. Nairn, mathematical instrument maker, opposite the Royal Exchange. In 1770, the word rubber was in general use for any object used for rubbing. The word became attached to the new material sometime between 1770 and 1778. Bread erasing our mistakes and giving us penicillin. Yeah, what? Let's talk about that. So wait, okay, penicillin. We should look up penicillin on P Week. But my understanding, Mercenary Jane, but tell me what you know about penicillin. My understanding was that it was mold on an orange peel. Is that correct, or was it actually bread? Moldy bread? I don't know why I thought it was a moldy orange, but maybe it was moldy bread. So when I was a kid, we had this book that was like, I don't remember what it was called, but it was a great picture book that was like accidental inventions over time. So it like I remember the history of cheese was in there, and like other stuff that now my brain can't think of. Fudge was another one that was like an accident. Like various like food things were. I just assumed bread. I mean, bread would make sense. Mold of some sort. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious how they erase. Does it take off the paper, or is it absorbed into the rubber? I don't know. This is a good question. Let's find out. I'm not sure. Something about rubbing. I'm gonna stop. I need to stop. Stop me. Okay, so rubbing. I can't be stopped. The word became attached to the new material sometime between 1770 and 1778. However, raw rubber was perishable. In 1839, Charles Goodyear discovered the process of vulcanization. Holy moly. A range of processes for hardening rubbers. The term originally referred to exclusively to the treatment of natural rubber with sulfur, which remains the most common practice. It has also grown to include the hardening of other synthetic rubbers. Rubber rumps! That's where my brain went. Maddie Bratty, hi, back again. Mom called because she's making me a sweater. That's cute. By the way, did you have a good birthday? I hope you had a wonderful birthday. Everyone, it was Maddie Bratty's birthday yesterday. And Maddie Bratty is a very beautiful, kind soul. So I hope you had a wonderful birthday. That's cute that she's making you a sweater. Does she knit? Does she crochet? Does she sew? What's your mom's deal? Anyway, raw rubber is perishable. Vulcanization, right? That would cure rubber, making it durable. Rubber erasers became common with the advent of vulcanization. On March 30th, 1858, Hyman Lipman of Philadelphia, USA, received the first patent for attaching an eraser to the end of a pencil. This is another, okay, I didn't realize I had so many vendettas against erasers, but like, you can tell the difference between a cheap pencil with a cheap eraser and a good pencil with a good eraser, and it just makes me mad. Don't tell me it's an eraser if it's not gonna work as an eraser. And there are there are erasers that like just like they just put colors onto your paper that you were like, I was trying to erase things. Deeply upsetting. Yes, thank you. Good. Crochet, I guess. Okay, nice. Very good. Oh, we love a crocheted sweater. That's cute. Okay. Later invalidated because it was determined to be simply a composite of two devices rather than an entirely new product. I mean, I guess that's fair. Erasers may be freestanding blocks, block and wedge erasers, or conical caps that can slip onto the end of a pencil, cap erasers. A barrel or click eraser is a device shaped like a pencil, but instead of being filled with pencil lead, I remember these from school, is a barrel consisting of a retractable cylinder of eraser material, most commonly soft vinyl. Many, but not all, wooden pencils are made with attached erasers. That's another thing that pisses me off. Pencils that don't have erasers on them. Like, why am I using a pencil? So that I can erase it if I make mistakes. Teresa, I didn't know. T. Miller, I had no idea that I did not know I had such strong feelings about erasers, but I clearly do. Let's see. Becky is a swearing, church-going, semi-religious, Netflix binging mom. Cute. And she is a thermal window engineer. Wow. Women in STEM. My mom is a chemist. My mom just retired. She studied microbiology, but most of her jobs in her adult life were like chemist jobs. We love women in STEM. We love it. We love to see it. Good for Becky. Good for her. Good for her. No, T. Miller, I really didn't know. I'm strong. And I'm curious too, because it's like, okay, so the art erasers, the like really flexible kind of like the clay erasers almost, they're not clay, but you know what I mean? They work so well. And it's like, so why do those work so well? You know what I mean? All these science ladies, we love science ladies. We're all about it. Especially when you think of like women that are like my mom's age or like Maddie Bratty's mom's age, like it's pretty revolutionary to be a woman in STEM. When you're like in those generations, right? It's impressive. Okay. Right. Barrel contained a retractable cylinder of eraser material, most commonly soft vinyl. Many, but not all, wooden pencils are made with attached erasers. Novelty erasers made in shapes intended to be amusing. I hate these. These are the ones that I hate the most. Are often made of hard vinyl. Okay, so clearly hard vinyl erasers are on my shit list. I'm not a fan. See, look, they even know, which tend to smear heavy markings when used as an eraser. Vinyl erasers can suck it. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just really mad. Erasers, man. Erasers. The kneaded erasers, those are the best ones. The kneaded earners. The putty erasers, yes. You hated those when you took art classes, really? Why? Yeah, F you, Lisa Frank, and your terrible erasers. I mean, we love your folders, we love your stickers, we love your aesthetic, but your erasers, if they don't actually erase, what is the point? What is the point? Make me a cool vinyl toy instead. Don't tell me this is an eraser. Don't lie to me, Lisa Frank. We should look up Lisa Frank on F Week. Ooh, next week is F Week. We'll look up Lisa Frank next week. Lisa Frank, adding it to my notebook of things. Okay. Lisa Frank, pay attention to your mail. Okay, I will. Maddie Bratty, you're very sweet. Thank you. Yeah, me too. The kneaded erasers were always my favorite. I was going to say, these Faber-Castell ones that they're going to talk about, these ones are really good too. These are vinyl erasers though. So this is interesting. Maybe not all vinyl erasers are created equal. We'll see. So kneaded erasers pick up the graphite. That's why you got to knead it. Okay. Okay. So then rubber erasers, I don't think, well, we're going to find out. Let's read. I don't know why I'm like making guesses when we have like a whole article I can read. Lisa Frank was the best. You know, I think that we couldn't, well, no, I think we had some Lisa Frank stuff growing up, but I'm like, I do recall having like knockoff Lisa Frank shit. Cause like, you know, you always got to have a knockoff, like the Kroger brand, like Lisa Frank stuff, you know? Anyway, Lisa Frank was the best. All right. So we have types of erasers. Pencil or cap erasers. Originally made from natural rubber, but now usually from a cheaper SBR. Whoa, SBR. Styrene butadiene rubber? Synthetic rubbers. Okay. Interesting. This type contains mineral fillers and an abrasive, such as pumice, with a plasticizer, such as vegetable oil. They're relatively hard in order to remain attached to the pencil and frequently colored pink. I wonder why they're frequently colored pink. That must be just like naturally occurring, right? Artist's gum eraser. This is what we're talking about, the like kneading erasers, right? Lisa Frank was based in my hometown. Oh, really? She was not known as a nice woman. Uh-oh. Hold on, I need to move my fucking monitor. Okay. I probably shouldn't just like smash it with my thumb. But anyway, based in my hometown, she was not known as a nice woman. My typography teacher was constantly railing on her because he used to work with her. Really? Okay, now I definitely want to look up Lisa Frank. Now we gotta. Vice made a documentary about her? Really? Okay, well, Lisa Frank next week. Come back next week. We'll read about Lisa Frank. Okay, artist gum eraser. The stylized word art gum was first used in 1903 and trademarked in the USA in 1907. That type of eraser was originally made from oils such as corn oil vulcanized with sulfur dichloride. Science words always get me. Although may now be made from natural or synthetic rubber or vinyl compounds. It is very soft, yet remains its shape and is not mechanically plastic. Okay, sorry. I'm like, so maybe it's not vinyl erasers that I hate. We're gonna get back to it. I'm trying to figure it out. There are erasers that I hate, though. We're gonna just be honest about it. Okay, very soft, retains its shape, not mechanically plastic, but crumbles as it is used. Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Especially suited to cleaning large areas without damaging the paper. You were talking about this, T. Miller, because yeah, some erasers do damage the paper. However, they are so soft as to be imprecise in use. The removed graphite is carried away in the crumbles, leaving the eraser clean, but resulting in a lot of eraser residue. This residue must then be brushed away with care, as the eraser particles are coated with the graphite and create new marks. Interesting. Art gum erasers are traditionally tan or brown, but some are blue. Okay. All right. Kneaded erasers. This is what we're talking about. 2 kneaded erasers. A new eraser is on the left and an older eraser is on the right. The older eraser is darker due to the graphite and charcoal dust that has become incorporated into it. These are the ones that we love. I hate violet. Yeah, the crumbles. Let's see. Yeah, no. I'm curious about that documentary too. I didn't know. I didn't know any of these things. All right, vinyl erasers. High-quality plasticized vinyl or other plastic erasers, originally trademarked Mylar in the mid-20th century, are softer, non-abrasive, and erase cleaner than the standard rubber erasers. This is because the removed graphite does not remain on the eraser as much as rubber erasers, but is instead absorbed into the discarded vinyl scraps. This is what you were talking about, right? Whether it's absorbed versus like rubbed away. I don't fully understand, but let's continue. Being softer and non-abrasive, they are less likely to damage canvas or paper. Engineers favor this type of eraser for work on technical drawings due to their gentleness on paper with less smearing to surrounding areas. They often come in white and can be found in a variety of shapes. Most recently, very low-cost erasers are manufactured from highly plasticized vinyl compounds and made in decorative shapes. These are the ones I hate because they're the worst. So it's not all vinyl erasers. But these cheap ones that then just like leave weird smear marks on your paper. No good, no good. I guess it was Vice, just a video I watched. Okay. Nice. Thank you for sharing the link. Yeah, I'll have to check that out later. Actually, Maddie Brady, can you do me a favor? Would you throw that link into the Discord? By the way, if folks want to join the Discord, you're welcome to it. But yeah, would you mind throwing that into the like TV, television, wherever? Perfect. Thank you. I was gonna say because I want to find it later. I'm curious. Okay, so yeah, cheap vinyl erasers. Those are the ones that I have a vendetta against. Kneaded erasers. These are the queens of the stream. These are the ones. Kneaded erasers, called putty rubbers outside the United States, have a plastic consistency and are common to most artists' standard toolkit. They can be pulled into a point for erasing small areas and tight detail erasing, molded into a texture surface, and they can and used as a reverse stamp to give texture, or used in a blotting manner to lighten lines or shading without completely erasing them. This is why I like them too. If you are doing like line work before you actually like do, or if you're doing like pencil work before you do your line work, you can kind of like erase them a little bit. Or even like, okay, I really love bullet journaling. I get into bullet journaling. So using one of these erasers, you can still like faintly see what you drew and then like go over it with like pen, right? Putty rubbers. Mr. Soli, hello. Thank you. Oh man, my shirt is the winner of the stream today. Thanks. I'm a big fan. I like it a lot. How are you? It's good to see you. Are you doing a duo with Pointy right now? How's that going? I hope you're doing well. I will always call it a putty rubber for the rest of my life. Do it. Do it, I dare you. People are like, I'm sorry, what? What? Mr. Sully, it's Wikipedia with me day. We do this Sunday mornings, and we are investigating things that start with the letter E. So far, we've looked up emus. We're reading about erasers right now. We're going to learn more about eBay and then echidnas. So if there's anything that starts with the letter E that you would like us to look into, let me know. We can do it. Putty rubbers. Good. They gradually lose their efficacy and resilience as they become infused with particles picked up from erasing and from their environment. They are not suited to erase large areas because of their tendency to deform under vigorous erasing. I don't know why the word vigorous makes me laugh, but here we are. Great to see you. Our duo's going well. Lots of fun. Nice. Please tell Mrs. Sully I say hello. I'm glad it's going well. What level are you guys? Yeah, tell me the comp. Tell me all the things. I always want to know. I'm always very curious. All right, poster putty. Commonly sold in retail outlets with school supplies and home improvement products, this soft, malleable putty appears in many colors and under numerous brand names. Intended to adhere posters and prints to the walls. Oh, I know about these. I didn't know that they were erasers, though. Okay, posters and print to the walls without damaging the underlying wall surface. Poster putty works much the same as traditional kneaded erasers, but with a greater tack and in some circumstances lifting strength. Poster putty does not erase. Okay, then why are we reading about it? Anyway, poster putty does not erase so much as lighten by directly pulling particles of graphite, charcoal, or pastel from a drawing. In this regard, poster putty does not smudge or damage work in the process. Okay, that's what you're talking about. You have to knead it rather than like rubbing it. Sticky tack, exactly. Sticky tack, that's what it is. Okay, so in this regard, poster putty does not smudge or damage the work in the process. Repeatedly touching the putty to a drawing pulls even more medium free, gradually lightening the work in a controlled fashion. Poster putty can be shaped into fine points or knife edges, making it ideal for detailed or small areas of work. It can be rolled across the surface to create visual textures. Poster putty loses its efficacy with use, becoming less tacky as the material grows polluted with debris and oils from the user's skin. That tracks. I will tell her. Cooking her breakfast. Nice. That's cute. Good. Cook her breakfast. Playing Fallout 4. Delightful. You hit 21 last night. Grats. That's amazing. I hope the breakfast is delicious. I hope the Fallout 4 goes well. I need to play Fallout at some point. I feel like Fallout is one that I would like. It's on the list in my head of games I should play. All right. Electric erasers? Excuse me, Wikipedia? The electric eraser was invented in 1932 by Albert J. Dremel of Racine, Wisconsin, United States. It used a replaceable cylinder of eraser material held by a chuck driven on the axis of a motor. What the fuck? Here's a chuck. A chuck is a specialized type of clamp used to hold an object with radial symmetry, especially a cylinder. And a drill, a mill, and a transmission. A drill, a trill, and a transmission walk into a bar. Sorry, okay. In a drill, a mill, and a transmission, a chuck holds the rotating tool. In a lathe, come back. It holds the rotating workpiece. Okay, so he put an eraser on a drill? Why? Okay, the speed of rotation allowed less pressure to be used, which minimized paper damage. Has anyone heard of an electric eraser? Is this it's obviously a thing, but like, is this a thing that people like use now? Originally, standard pencil eraser rubber was used, later replaced by high-performance vinyl. Dremel, like a dremeling tool. Mr. Dremel. Dremel went on to develop an entire line of handheld rotary power tools. Like, what? Wild. Yeah, that sounds like a terrible invention. Like the Dremel, great. Dremeling, like you use Dremels for like, to Dremel down like your dog's nails or like to Dremel, like doing dremeling work. It makes sense, right? It was the first Dremel. For an eraser though? Hi, Wondergoon. But why for an eraser? Sounds like a terrible invention. But yeah, the first Dremel. Now we know. Dremels are very important. Goon, I hope you're doing well. How are you feeling? I hope you're feeling better. You've seen one? You've seen an electric eraser? Am I allowed to simply type a word that starts with E? How does this work? Yeah, tell me what word. So I'll just look it up in Wikipedia, basically. So if you have a word that starts with E, type it into the chat and I'll add it to the list and we'll look it up later. I've got a couple ahead of whatever you're interested in, Mr. Sully, but like, yeah, whatever word that starts with E, as long as it's got a Wikipedia article, which I'm sure it does, we'll look it up and we'll read about it. We'll learn together. It's an educational program. Single word, it depends. What do you have in mind? Yeah, it depends. If you've got something in mind, let me know, and I'll either yay it or nay it. I don't know. I have rules in my head, but they're weird. We've decided that surnames are what we're counting. So if it's like first name, last name, we're going with the last name. So last name's got to start with E. First name starting with E doesn't count. Electronic spin response. Perfect. Resonance. Sorry. Electron spin resonance. That'll work. We can do it. Electron spin resonance. Wikipedia. Absolutely, we can do that. Okay, so what comes up is electron paramagnetic resonance. Does that work? This is so cool. You like this? This is fun. This is the 5th week that we've done it. Sorry, wow, I just like shook the shit out of my desk. Yeah, this is the 5th week that we've done it, and so far it's been really fun. I mean, I've had to kind of regulate a little bit, hence the fat bitch shirt, because, just gonna let people know what they're coming into. I'm hoping that this works. This is what came up. Yeah, electron spin resonance. We're on it. We'll do it. We're going to finish reading about racers and then eBay and echidnas, and then electron spin resonance is next. So it's on the docket. We'll do it. I'm glad you like it. Gertrude B. Elian. Done. Let me throw it on the list. Gertrude B. Elian. On it. Add it to the list. Love it. Love that for us. Yeah. Sick. I'm glad you like it. Yeah. It's been really fun so far. It's been a weird experiment because I didn't know. First week, I wasn't sure like how it would go. And it seems like people are super into it, which is really fun. So it's exciting. And it's fun to like, I don't know. Generally speaking, I don't have like a set schedule for streaming just because like the kind of person that I am and just the kind of life that I live, I want to like allow myself to stream when I feel like it and like not stream when I don't feel like it kind of a thing. And I don't know, there's something kind of fun about being spontaneous with streaming. But that said, it's really nice to have like a once a week, like, okay, for sure I'm doing this, like to give myself like a little bit of structure. So yeah, Sunday mornings, we're doing it. It's fun. I like it. Every Sunday, unless I have something else going on. But so far, Sundays at like 12 o'clock Eastern time ish. Yeah. So yeah, every Sunday. It's a good time. We hate the haters. We do hate the haters. Was there a meanie in here last week? Not a meanie, just an ignorant person. Not a meanie. Just some ignorance that I just didn't have time or energy to deal with, honestly. If we're gonna be real about it, yeah. So not a meanie, but a lot of ignorance that I just did not have the wherewithal to like handle in a way that it felt good for either of us, I'm sure. It happens. It's the internet, you know? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? It's okay. Thanks, Maddie Bratty. It's funny because it took me a minute to stream this week. Shall we go into let's have a emotional moment cam setup. I like had a hard time coming back to streaming this week because like it fucked me up. Because I don't like, I don't know. I don't like having confrontation with people, especially people that I like consider to be friends. And I don't like making people feel bad, especially when they don't understand what they did wrong. But I'm also very protective of myself and my identities and the people in this chat and this space. And so like if something is like heading down a kind of weird misogynistic like sexist road, I'm not going to deal with it. If something's heading down a like racist road, I'm not going to deal with like I feel very adamant about these things. And so it's like, I don't know. It's frustrating because like it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to try to like create boundaries and ask people to respect them when they don't know how to respect them. Does that make sense? So I don't know. Like I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I would like to be able to, like, in those moments be like, hey, do you see how what you said is potentially problematic? Do you see that, like, this is making me uncomfortable? But sometimes it just kind of, I don't know, like a switch just, like, flips in my brain where I'm like, fuck you. Let me go ahead and just, like, yell at you about how you're a misogynistic fuck. But, like, yeah, I don't know how, like, effective that actually is at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So it's been interesting. It's been interesting streaming with my cam and streaming in just chatting and whatnot, because I think that there's a lot of misogyny in terms of the relationship people have with the just chatting category. I think people like to like come in here and be like, let's drag on women, and it's like, nope, not in my stream. Like, nope, not gonna do it. So yeah, like I don't know. I don't want to stop doing these though, because I really like them, and I think that other people like them. And it's been a fun little experiment. But like it does mean that like, I think it does mean that like I'm putting myself in a more vulnerable position than when I'm just playing video games with no camera on, right? Like it puts me out there a little bit more than I think it would otherwise. And so I think that like, because I feel more vulnerable, I feel more kind of inclined to like lay the smack down. Does that make sense? Yeah. People need to be cognizant, and they fail sometimes. Yeah. Well, and I think too, like one of my favorite quotes from Steven Universe is, you don't have to understand it. You have to respect it. Right. So it's like, you don't have to understand the myriad of ways in which what you said was sexist, but respect the fact that I, a woman here in my stream, feels uncomfortable by what you said. Right. And so like, it's just, yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky stuff, man. Tricky stuff. Hi, Linkett. It's good to see you. Jordy, one of the many reasons I love you. I love you too, Jordy. Guys, I love Jordy. Do you know that I love Jordy? I fucking love Jordy. Yeah, thanks. I like all parties to be happy, but it's hard. Right. Because for me, if someone is bringing someone down, I want to tell them without bringing them down. Right. And it's, I mean, yeah, it's tricky. It's a tricky line to walk, I think. I mean, you know, it's not your job to teach people to be better. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. And also, I realize that like my whiteness and my cisness, even though I'm gender fluid, like those things give me an immense amount of privilege that like mean that there are moments where I feel like it's very necessary and important to like put my privilege to work, right? But there's also these pieces of me that like are queer and fat and you know, a woman that like mean that like I experience oppression in my own ways too. And so it's like, yeah, just like knowing those moments when it's like, no, like I need to put my privilege to work here versus like, no, I'm being oppressed and marginalized here, and it's, I don't owe you my time or my like energy in educating you kind of a thing. Like I feel conflicted often. Can you tell I'm an overthinker? But no, you're right. Might be the first time seeing on cam. You're beautiful. Hey, thanks. Most of the time when I'm on cam, I have a beard. I'm being Gandalf or being Bob Ross. So yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun to like have a little excuse because I don't wear makeup day to day. But I was like, fuck it, let's just go for it and have fun, you know. So I don't know. It's been fun, like I said, to have something that's like scheduled and like to look forward to and like. I don't know, in COVID times because I don't really go out at all anymore. It's like, no, get a little dressed up in my little fat bitch shirt, you know? Like it's fun. It is fun. I really like it. And I want to do more of this kind of stuff. It does mean like putting myself out there a little bit, you know. Thank you for always being open and honest. You're welcome. Thank you for being part of creating an environment where I feel comfortable to be open and honest. I think this is the other thing too. I was talking to T. Miller about this. She was paraphrasing another streamer, but the idea is like you will, if you are open and honest about who you are, and if you, like on Twitch specifically, and if you are the kind of person that like stands up for yourself and stands up for what you believe in, what this means is that you're gonna have a smaller circle, right? Like if I were the kind of streamer that tried to like smile and nod at people when they kind of go down these roads that make me feel uncomfortable, then I would potentially have like more viewers or more followers or whatever, right? But what it would mean is that in the long run, I'm creating an environment where I'm not comfortable to be myself. And I don't want to do that. I'm not interested in that. And so what I've found is that like for me, being very adamant about curating a space that I feel good about and that makes the people like basically like when I am focused on making it a space that I feel comfortable in, what that means is that it attracts other people that want to be part of that, right? And so I would rather do that and have like sustainable like growth or whatever within this like weird streaming world than grow at the expense of myself, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. If it's someone you're close to, it makes sense to teach them, right? Strangers who pop in. No, because it was a friend, Jordy. That's the thing. And so that's what made it really tricky because it's like we're in this like public like kind of spot. And like it just got to this point where it was like we're taking up too much space and time and energy on this rather than like allowing me to like read Wikipedia articles, right? But yeah, I mean, you're true. If it's a rando, I think that's what made it hard is it wasn't just a rando. If it was just a rando, ban, I don't think about it. I ban without even thinking about it. I don't give a fuck. It was funny. Nova, one of my mods, he went through randomly, and I do a bad job of looking through my stuff in like mod view, but he went through recently, and he was like, hey, there's a couple people that you know have appealed your bans and want to be unbanned. Do you want me to go ahead? He's like, they said that they're sorry, and do you want me to unban them? And I was like, let me look at them first. And so one of them, I was like, okay, like you made a pretty like innocent jokes or whatever, but you didn't respect my boundaries. And so I was just like, I banned you. And so like the apology seemed sincere. So I unbanned them. But the other one, it was like, nah, you were just some random asshole who doesn't know me. And you decided to like come in here and be a dick. Like, no, I'm not unbanning you. I don't need you here. Like, I don't want you here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Neurodivergent boss bitch, right? It's so true. Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. Mr. Sully. Thank you for the bits. That's very sweet. It's very sweet and generous. I really appreciate it. Also an overthinker. Yeah, totally. Intersectionality gets complicated. It does. And I think that's why it's important to talk about it, right? Because, like, I think it does get complicated. And I do think, like you said, I think there are, this is the educator in me. Like, I think there are teachable moments, and I want to honor those, but I also want to, like, respect my own needs. And so, that's tricky. That's tricky to find, again, that line. My teen loves your hair. Hey, thanks. Overtone. I use Overtone. It's a color depositing conditioner. Big fan. Thanks. I like my hair. Nailing my whole philosophy on streaming. Be yourself. Yeah. And it sounds like this like simple thing, right? Like, I think this is advice that people give all the time, whether it's streaming or dating or interviews or whatever. It's just like, oh, just be yourself, right? And this is another quote I really love. It's from what is the movie called? Fuck. It's a movie about like existentialism and nihilism, and it's a very like heady hipster movie that I haven't watched since I was a kid, so I don't know how much the movie actually holds up, but it has like Dustin Hoffman and Jason Schwartzman and bunch of other people. But the quote is, how am I not myself? Because at any given moment of time, I am myself. But when am I like compromising when am I putting other people's needs above my own? And is that okay in those moments, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Anatelli, hi. Good to see you. How you doing? Late to Italian TV club, Alina, go get it. I love your life. I love your dedication to like linguistics and learning other languages. Thank you for being here. Ciao, Bella. I don't know Italian, but I hope you have fun. I hope you enjoy it. Jordy, I've been known to say I don't like making people uncomfortable. So if the swearing and all doesn't work for you, doors that way. This is my house. Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of what I said last week. I was like, you're not going to take up more time in my stream. You're not. It's not how it's going to work. It's just like, thank you again for the bits. It's very sweet. It is. It's easier said than done. Yeah, it's easier said than done. Love your smile. Hey, thanks. Thanks. Should we go back to reading erasers, guys? Should we learn more about erasers? Let's do it. Let's get into it. By the way, Anatoly, I don't know if you've been here for one of these, but we're doing Wikipedia with me. And so we're doing the letter E this week. So if there's anything that you would like us to investigate that starts with the letter E, let me know and I will look it up. So glad you continue doing this. Thanks, Raven. Me too. And I'm glad I played Skyrim yesterday because like all week I kind of wanted to stream, but I also kind of didn't because I just felt really conflicted about like in general like dealing with this stuff and dealing again like in an ideal world I would deal with these things in a way that feels good for both people, but that's just not realistic all the time, right? And I also need to like give myself grace to like make mistakes and like not be perfect in those moments. But I'm so hard on myself. So it's like, yeah, yeah, I'm glad I'm doing it too. It's all a learning process. That's all it is. Like streaming in general, and especially like trying new things. It's like, it's a learning process, you know? You just gotta keep going. And I think that anytime you're learning something new, there's going to be growing pains, right? So, you know, we're only 5 episodes into this thing. We got to keep going. This is still a new, this whole Wikipedia with me. It's a brand new baby. We got to foster it a little, you know? All right, we were reading about electric erasers. Dremels fucking blew my mind. Now we're going to read about fiberglass erasers, which sound dangerous as fuck. Let's go. A fiberglass eraser, a bundle of very fine glass fibers, can be used for erasing. Again, that sounds dangerous as fuck, right? Elevator. Perfect. We'll look it up. Got it. I'm sure it'll be interesting. Everything so far that we've read about has been fascinating. I don't know why, but it's fun to know multiple elevators can cooperate to determine what elevator will go to the requested floor. Oh, we're gonna learn more. We're gonna elevator it up. Elevator it up. You see that? Up. So elevators go up. I feel like I say a lot on stream. Okay. Anyway, fiberglass erasers. Okay, so can be used for erasing and other tasks requiring abrasion. Typically, the eraser is a pen-shaped device with a replaceable insert with glass fibers, which wear down in use. The fibers are very hard. In addition to removing pencil and pen markings, such erasers are used for cleaning traces on electronic circuit boards to facilitate soldering? Is that soldering? Every time I see the word soldering, I'm surprised that it's spelled this way. Removing rust and many other applications. As an example of an unusual use, fiberglass eraser was used for preparing a pterosaur fossil. Pterosaur fossil? Pterosaur, like a pterodactyl. Okay, cool. A pterosaur fossil embedded in a very hard and massive limestone. Because fiberglass erasers shed fiberglass dust when used, care must be taken during and after use to avoid accidental contamination with this abrasive dust in sensitive areas of the body, especially eyes. That's what I'm saying. Fiberglass erasers sound like a really bad idea. We were talking about how electric erasers sound like a bad idea. Fiberglass erasers sound even worse. Okay. Felt chalkboard erasers, or blackboard dusters, are used to erase chalk markings on a chalkboard. Chalk writing leaves light-colored particles weakly adhering to the dark surface, e.g. white on black, yellow on green. It can be rubbed off with a soft material, such as a rag. Erasers for chalkboards are made with a block of plastic or wood, much larger than an eraser for a pen or pencil, with a layer of felt on one side. The block is held in the hand, and then the block is held in the hand and the felt rubbed against the writing, which it easily wipes off. Chalk dust is released, some of which sticks to the eraser until it is cleaned, usually by hitting against a hard surface. Various types of eraser, depending on the board and type of ink used, are used to erase a whiteboard. Whiteboard erasers suck. Can I just put it out there? Again, I have far more eraser opinions than I knew about, but again, being a teacher, whiteboard erasers are another one that, like, I hate erasers that smudge rather than erasing. I hate it. And so whiteboard erasers work fine until they don't. And this is, again, dependent on the cheapness of the whiteboard. Like, oh man, I used to teach GED at a halfway house, and they had the cheapest whiteboards. And so what that meant was that the cheapest whiteboards, the cheapest markers, and like these erasers that were like had been used for like 20 years, I swear. Surprise, surprise, a halfway house doesn't have the resources needed in order to like help people. Who knew? So like erasing, it would just smear the marker everywhere. It didn't do anything. The worst. Hated it. The worst. With Berto, hi. You lurk? Thank you for the lurk. It's so good to see you. With Berto, I saw your announcement about getting back into things and feeling better and like taking care of yourself. I don't know if it was an announcement. I think it was a tweet. But anyway, I'm just very proud of you. I'm very excited for you. And whenever you do start streaming again, I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a lovely day. Yeah, I do. I have some eraser vendettas that I like did not know about. We're bringing out my inner eraser bias. I had no idea. Anyway, dedicated erasers that are supplied with some ball pens and permanent markers are intended only to erase the ink of the writing instrument they are made for. Sometimes this is done by making the ink bond more strongly to the material of an eraser than to the surface it was applied to. The more you know. Cleaning chalkboard erasers as an asthmatic during a recess brings back some PTSD. Dude, that sounds awful that they made you do that, first of all. Yeah, so chalkboard erasers, I'm trying to think. Was there a time in school that I had teachers? Probably in early elementary school I had teachers that had chalkboards, now that I'm thinking of it. Yeah. I think for the most part throughout school we had whiteboards, but because you had to just like bang them together, right? And then all of the dust kicked up. They shouldn't have picked a kid with asthma. That was rude of your teachers. It's not okay. All right, there we go. Erasers. We've learned so much. I need to go get some more coffee, and I will be right back. So if you feel like sticking around, we're going to read about eBay and then echidnas and then electron spin things. We're going to read about Gertrude B. Elion, and then we're going to read about elevators. So feel free to stick around. Feel free to go get coffee or a snack or whatever you need, and feel free to go check out other streams. Feel free to do what you got to do. I'll be back in a few minutes. Y'all are beautiful. I'll see you real soon. All right, back in action. I put a little cinnamon. I don't know why I'm so excited. I put a little cinnamon and ginger in my coffee. What a treat. What a treasure. If you stuck around, thank you. If you didn't, you probably just hate the letter E, and you know what? Do what you gotta do. Oh man, somebody chatters. Hi, Ghostess. How are you? Let's see. Y'all are very sweet. Kindness makes me want to stay here anymore. Thanks, Anatoly. Feel free to check out other streams. No, I don't want to. Okay, so that's a thing I've always done too, because it always like, so desperation is not, the most attractive thing in the world. And it's also something that we all feel sometimes. And I get it. But when I first started streaming, I think when I saw other streamers that were like, please don't leave, I would always be like, nah, I'm going to go. So, I mean, maybe it's reverse psychology. I don't know. But I don't ever want people to like, I know for me, I sometimes I like feel it's like hard to leave streams sometimes. I don't know if that makes sense, because I like really want to support the people, and like I don't want to be rude, which makes zero sense. So I don't want people to feel held captive by me. Well, thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. What is everyone up to today? Best food starting with the letter E. Scrambled eggs. I mean, we can look up eggs if you want. We can read about eggs. Wonder Goon, just waking up. Not sure what I'm doing today beyond being here. Well, thank you for being here. I hope you do have a wonderful day. Anatoly, trying to calm myself down. This is a good place for it. Good. I'm glad. I'm like, good. Calm yourself. Scrambled eggs. Prove me wrong. You're scrambling eggs right now. See? Looks around nervously. One thing I can't handle with eggs is sour cream. Sour cream. Do people do sour cream with eggs? The only situation in which I can think of that would be in breakfast burritos. I've never had, like, other than in a breakfast burrito, I don't know that I've done eggs with sour cream. That's not a thing I've ever tried. Extra. Hi, Sunny. Should we look up the word extra and eggs? If you hate the letter E, better not see you using it. I really hat the letter. The one after D. Queen Dream, thanks for being here still. Oops, I used like 8 of them. Breakfast burrito, yeah. I mean, I love a good breakfast burrito. I'm all about it. Sour cream is, I'm kind of with you, Sunny. I'm kind of with you. There will be sour cream on these. Are you making breakfast burritos right now? Ugh, what a delight. What a treasure. Okay, so we're going to look up eggs. I like how I just Googled eggs. That's not what I meant, but great. Okay, eggs, Wikipedia. What is this guy all about? What? No, stop. Egg as food. Egg as food, Wikipedia. And then extra, Wikipedia. Done. It's good to see you all. Thank you for being here. Extra the word. I'm assuming extra the word, Sunny, but if you were referring to the American TV program, you let me know. Okay. Are we ready for eBay? Let's read about eBay. Eggs, bacon, onion. Oh, I honestly might make breakfast burritos after this. Okay, so can I tell you my this is like such po-girl shit, and also not even po-girl shit, this is like lazy girl shit. So here's what I do. I buy like tater tots, and so I like put tater tots in the oven, and then I scramble eggs, and then I'll do like black beans and like cheese and like whatever, like salsa or whatever I have, and that is how I make breakfast burritos. I'm probably gonna do that after stream, not gonna lie, because breakfast burritos sound amazing. But I mean, you can like, obviously you can like chop up potatoes and like roast them and like cook them or whatever. Or you can just buy tater tots. Did you know you can just buy tater tots? Dude, so good. So good. And I do have sour cream. I will put sour cream in it. Okay. Let us read about eBay. All right. eBay Incorporated. Whoops. Is an American multinational e-commerce corporation based in San Jose, California, that facilitates consumer-to-consumer and business-to-consumer sales through its website. Website. I don't know why it said it like that. Go with it. eBay was founded by Pierre Omidyar in 1995 and became a notable success story in the dot-com bubble. eBay is a multi-billion-dollar business with operations in 32 countries as of 2019. The company manages the eBay website, an online auction and shopping website in which people and businesses buy and sell a wide variety of goods and services worldwide. The website is free to use for buyers, but sellers are charged fees for listing items, and after a limited number of free listings, and again when those items are sold. Now you're hungry? Understandable. Potatoes, hash browns, tater tots, all work. They all work. Sometimes I'll buy the potatoes O'Brien because they come with like peppers like chopped up with it. Delightful. Delightful. Wonder Goon, I know. I did have breakfast before. Most of the time lately I just like eating breakfast when actually T. Miller can tell you this has always been true about me. I can't ever eat right when I wake up. For whatever reason, I don't wake up hungry usually. It takes me a minute. And so like for these lately, it's like I haven't really been hungry by the time I start Wikipedia with me. And then like in the middle of Wikipedia with me, I'm like, I'm dying. But I did eat some breakfast this morning, so I'm actually feeling pretty good. But for dinner later, dinner/lunch, I'm gonna have some breakfast burritos. You can't tell me I'm not gonna have it. Breakfast or dinner, please. Delightful. You can get hash brown patties. Oh, okay. I got hash brown patties one time at Trader Joe's. I don't have an Aldi's next to me, but that's amazing. So good. McDonald's is no longer getting money from me, right? There was a while at McDonald's where like the only vegetarian kind of thing that you could get were the hash browns, because the hash browns are not cooked in beef fat like the French fries are. Did you know? Did you know? Ashenda's hi. I feel like I haven't seen you in a million years. Let's see. Wonder Goon used to use eBay a lot, bought and sold a lot of stuff. Did you? Well, during the .com boom, it was like, because now we've got all sorts of like e-commerce kind of things, but like for a time it was like really the only option, right? Hearing about taters, a song that sounds suspiciously close to Avatar's Love from ATLA. Seeing Dabs Cam. Today's a good day. It's good to see you. We're doing Wikipedia with me. So we're looking up things. This is E-Week. So Ash, if you've got anything that starts with the letter E that you would like us to investigate on Wikipedia, let me know and we will look it up. So McDonald's needs to get its breakfast burrito game together. Honestly, yeah. Like honestly, yeah. A lot of places need to get their breakfast burrito game together. I mean, like the best places to get breakfast burritos are like honestly like, I mean, I'm in Colorado, so I'm lucky because there's like a huge Hispanic population here. So there's really good Mexican food here. So it's pretty easy to get like legit breakfast burritos. But like, man, breakfast burritos are the best. I'd say look up my real name, but that might freak me out. I don't want to dox you. It was all made in the same oil. I did not think it had beef fat in it. When breakfast switched over to lunch, we just had to change the timer. Oh, interesting. Okay, so then maybe I've been lied to my whole life. Huh. Or maybe this is just like McDonald's of a bygone era. Maybe things have changed. Interesting. I don't know. Now I feel the need to look into that. We'll research later. Okay, so eBay. Yes, good. Wonder Goon, you said you used eBay a lot back in the day. Makes sense. My dad was super into eBay when it first became a thing. And it's one of those things I kind of forget that it's still a thing now, and it certainly is. I just feel like it's not. Yeah, it's not as ubiquitous with as many different options as we have for e-commerce now, you know? Burger King does the same thing. Doesn't change the oil between breakfast and lunch. Interesting. So I'm wondering if like what I was told was a lie, or if I don't know. Now I want to know. Now I'm like, where did I hear this information? Your job is pretty much eBay. Yeah, because you do. Remind me of the way that it works, but you list things for Goodwill on their website, right? Is that kind of how it works, Maddie Bratty? Man, now I need to look into these things. All right, in addition to eBay's original auction-style sales, the website has evolved and expanded to include instant buy-it-now shopping, shopping by Universal Product Code, ISBN, or other kind of SKU number via half.com, which was shut down in 2017, and other services. eBay previously offered online money transfers as part of its services via PayPal, which was a wholly owned subsidiary of eBay. I remember this. A wholly owned subsidiary of eBay from 2002 to 2015. online classified advertisements via Kijiji or eBay Classifieds Group, and online event ticket trading via StubHub. ShopGoodwill.com. Okay, yeah. Interesting. All right, so we've got the history of eBay that we can look into. There's a lot about eBay that we can look into. Maddie Brady, is there anything in particular? Controversies and criticism. I'm always into the drama. History, I think, is pretty interesting. Corporate affairs, I think, is probably something I would skip unless there's something there that you're interested in. Maybe the logo. I would look into. Yeah, I feel as though I would skip 2 and 3. Probably read 1 and 4 would be my go-to kind of idea. But if there's anything specific, Maddie Brady, let me know. Craigslist. What's wrong with Craigslist? Good old Craigslist. Unusual items. Is there an unusual items thing? Where is that? Items. Unusual items. Okay. No, Gaustus, good call. Okay. Unusual items. We'll do it. We'll do it. How long have I got? How long have you got for you to talk shit about Craigslist? I don't know. If you're going to go down a weird sexual path, probably not long. If you're going to go down a weird path talking about, the man looking for woman, woman looking for woman, man looking for man kind of page, you can just not waste your time. You just don't have to say anything. Anyway, let's read the history of eBay, shall we? 1990s. The auction web was founded in California on September 3rd, 1995 by French-born Iranian-American computer programmer Pierre Omidyar as part of a large personal site. One of the first items sold on auction web was broken laser pointer. What? That's amazing. For $14.83. Astonished, Omidyar contacted the winning bidder to ask if he understood that the laser pointer was broken. The buyer explained, "I'm a collector of broken laser pointers." Wild. It soon became the first online auction site allowing person-to-person transactions, and its popularity boomed. I love that. That's fantastic. Reportedly, eBay was simply a hobby for Omidyar. I don't think I'm saying that right. Sorry, Pierre. Until his internet service provider informed him he would need to upgrade to a business account due to his high website traffic. The monthly price increased from $30 to $250, prompted him to start charging eBay users who did not object. Chris Agarpau was eBay's first additional employee to process mailed check payments. On G, can we look up Goodwill? Yes, absolutely. I have some things to say because, long story short, every district acts like its own nonprofit, and some are really shitty to people and workers, but others are really helpful. Yes, I have a friend who has osteogenesis imperfecta, and so she's in a wheelchair. And in terms of like disability rights and what they've done for disabled people, it's not actually all as like roses and pretty as they would like to like market it for people to think. So yeah, I would love to go into it more, and I'd also love to know your perspective working for them. Yeah, G Week, we'll do it. I wrote it down. Broken laser pointers. Why didn't I think of that? I could have been rich, right? Well, there's still time. There's probably not, Gaustus. I wouldn't invest in broken laser pointers. But yeah, no, who knew? All right. Jeffrey Skoll was hired as the first new president of the company in early 1996. In November 1996, the e-commerce platform entered into its first third-party licensing deal with a company called Electronic Travel Auction to use smart market technology to sell plane tickets and other travel products. Growth was phenomenal, from 250,000 auctions during all of 1996 to 200,000 in January 1997 alone. I'm very curious what this man is up to today, honestly. The company officially changed the name of its service from AuctionWeb to eBay. That was a good call. In September 1997, after Echo Bay Technology Group. Omidyar's consulting firm. The domain name echobay.com was already taken by a gold mining company, so Omidyar shortened it to ebay.com. Interesting. I just thought of it as like an electronic bay of things to buy. Yeah, this is interesting. In 1997, the company received $6.7 million in funding from the venture capital firm Benchmark Capital. The frequently repeated story that eBay was founded to help Omidyar's fiance trade Pez candy dispensers was fabricated in 1997 by public relations manager Mary Lou Song to give the media a human interest story. They lied to us. Sorry. How dare they? Okay, so to give the media a human interest story, I think the laser pointer story is fascinating. They should have just gone with that. Okay, sorry. To give the media a human interest story more appealing than Omidyar's original version of a perfect market. I guess that makes sense, but still, like, that's hilarious. The Pez dispenser myth generated enormous publicity and led to explosive early growth among toy collectors. Oh my God, Beanie Babies. We're gonna get into Beanie Babies. We should have read about Beanie Babies in B Week. Fucking Beanie Babies. Okay, anyway. The leader in the toy category quickly became Beanie Babies, manufactured by Ty Incorporated, the most difficult toys to find in retail stores. As collectors internationally were trying to complete their collection of Beanie Babies, Ty set up the first business-consumer website, a secondary market online trading post where people could trade their Beanie Babies. Dude, they're nightmare inducers? Beanie Babies are? Really? I remember them being like the thing when I was a kid. Like kids were always like, "Oh, look at my Beanie Baby, look at my Beanie Baby." Well, and speaking of McDonald's, there was a time where Beanie Babies were like the toy that like came with the Happy Meals. Yeah, Furbies. That's like a similar era kind of a thing. I feel like Furbies, for me, they're a little bit more nightmare inducing, a little bit more nightmare fuel than Beanie Babies. But I mean, I hear you, Ash. I do. I can see it. Okay, so Beanie Babies, got it. However, it was overwhelmed with unsortable listings, creating an urgent demand for more efficient online trading system. Beanie Babies quickly became the dominant product on eBay, accounting for 10% of all listings in 1997, as collectors thronged, they say, as collectors thronged eBay's user-friendly interface to search for specific Beanie Babies. Meg Whitman was hired by the board as eBay president and CEO in March 1998. At the same time, the company had 30 employees, 500,000 users, and revenue of $4.7 million in the United States. On September 21st, 1998, eBay went public. In the risk factors section of the annual report, in the risk factors section of the annual report filed with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission in 1998, Omidyar notes eBay's dependence on the continued strength of the Beanie Babies market. This is a wild sentence. Can we just go back real quick? Omidyar notes eBay's dependence on the continued strength of the Beanie Babies market. Absolutely incredible. Like, I did not know that eBay was fueled by the Beanie Baby craze. Beanie Baby futures, exactly. Wondergoon, I remember a couple got divorced and were on the floor of divorce courts. Jesus Christ, sorry, Wondergoon. I remember a couple got a divorce and were on the floor of divorce courts, splitting their Beanie Baby collection. Have we maybe talked about that before? Because I don't think that's something I actually knew. This is really bothering me. Please stop. I don't think that's something I actually knew, but I feel like someone has brought that up in stream before, which is hilarious and ridiculous. Either that or maybe I've seen that meme. Is there a meme with a picture of that couple splitting up their things? Can we look real quick? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Beanie Baby divorce. Beanie Baby divorce court. Here it is. Oh gosh. Reoccurring character. Hi, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Are you here to learn about Beanie Babies and divorce court? Because you came to the right place. We're actually doing Wikipedia with me. We are looking up things that start with the letter E. We're reading about eBay. And apparently, Beanie Babies were vital to the strength of Beanie Babies. Here it is. Look it. A divorcing couple splitting their Beanie Babies in court, 1999. 1999 was a simpler time. Here it is. That's the one. Here it is. Who knew? I did not know that Beanie Babies were like so integral to eBay's success. That's really funny. Okay, so anyway, I'm just going to read this sentence one more time because it gives me such joy. Omidyar notes eBay's dependence on the continued strength of the Beanie Babies market. Sorry. Why I love it so much. Okay. After eBay went public, both Omidyar and Skoll became instant billionaires. eBay's target of $18 per share was all but ignored as the price went to $53.50 on the first day of trading. God damn. It's cute and sad at the same time. The Beanie Baby divorce thing, it is. Yeah, it's, I mean, are Beanie Babies worth, like, anything now? Do people still collect? I mean, I'm sure there's people that still collect them, but anyway, reoccurring character, welcome. It's good to see you. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And if there is anything that starts with the letter E that you would like to investigate, let me know and we will look into it. Some are some worth money, Matty Brady? Becoming an instant billionaire doesn't sound too bad. I mean, in theory, yes. In theory, yes. You know how much money is $1 billion? That's so much money. You know what? You know how many people you could help with that? Okay, so we live in this capitalistic society, right? And so if you become a billionaire, specifically an instant billionaire, you have won the capitalism game, right? And so in so many ways we should applaud you, and yet and really it's not an individual thing in terms of, like, you know, the problems with people having mass amounts of wealth and other people within the same, you know, block starving to death. But, you know, so it's a systemic issue. And yet on an individual level, if you've got $1 billion, like, help some people out. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe this guy has. I don't know. But it doesn't sound too bad until you get, you know, real psychoanalytical with it. Like me. Yay. Did they get back together after they realized that Beanie Babies are worthless? Apparently some of them are worth money. Apparently they're not worthless. Who knew? Don't want to be a billionaire. Just enough money to not worry. Yeah. Like, oh, this is a $60 coat? I'll buy it. Yeah. I get that, Maddie Brady. I do. It would be nice to be in a tax bracket where I don't have to live paycheck to paycheck. I think is well, I say that, and I had a job where I didn't have to live paycheck to paycheck, but my mental health was awful at that job. So I much prefer my current full-time job that has me living paycheck to paycheck, but also I don't want to, like, kill myself all the time. So, you know, it's only the normal amount of suicidal ideation. So that's good. Anyway, but I feel that, Maddie Brady, like, enough to live in such a way that you don't have to worry about, like, which bill you're going to pay and which, you know, meal you can afford versus, you know, like, yeah, no, I feel you. I feel that, definitely. Happiness is the best paycheck. It's huge. Yeah. I really like my new job. I say new, but I've been there since July, but, like, I'm very happy with that job. I had a one-on-one with my boss the other day, and I was like, I don't know. We were just having a heart-to-heart, and I was like, I really like this job. I don't want to fuck it up. And she was like, you're not going to fuck it up. I was like, okay. I'm always worried I'm going to fuck it up, though. Yeah, I like, knock on wood. This job feels very sustainable. I wish I got paid more, but don't we all? Don't we all want to win the capitalism game? Ugh. Anyway, 2000s. As the company expanded product categories beyond collectibles into almost any saleable item, business grew quickly. In 2000, eBay had 12 million registered users and a cyber inventory of more than 4.5 million items on sale any given day. In 2001, eBay had the largest user base of any e-commerce site. In February 2002, the company purchased iBazaar, a similar European auction website founded in 1998, and then bought PayPal on October 3rd, 2002. By early 2008, the company had expanded worldwide, counting hundreds of millions of registered users as well as 15,000 employees and revenues of almost $7.7 billion. Goddamn. After nearly 10 years at eBay, Whitman decided to enter politics. On January 23rd, 2008, the company announced that Whitman would step down on March 31st, 2008, and John Donahoe was selected to become president and CEO. Whitman remained on the board of directors and continued to advise Donahoe through 2008. In late 2009, eBay completed the sale of Skype. Oh my God, all of these different things. It's like weird because it's like kind of coming back to me, like the like advent of like, I don't know, internet being like a viable, like, I don't know, business opportunity. Because there was like so much like fear of the internet, like in the like late 80s, early 90s, I feel like, right? Fascinating. It's just interesting, like remembering all of these different things that at the time I don't think like now we understand the kind of like implications of these things, but at the time I don't think we did, you know. Also, I was a kid, so kids don't. I mean, what did I know? Maddie Brady saw this funny TikTok, and it was like, I may be broke, but if you ask me, if I want to go out to eat tonight, I'll have just enough. I'll always have just enough. I would, yeah, have just enough. Yeah. And in many regards, I do. Like I say that, like, but I like in terms of like, you know, United States culture. Like I have a full-time job that gives me benefits. I have health insurance. I like, you know, I'm doing well considering, you know, where I could be, kind of a thing, right? I just think we have such a fucked up system with regard to like, you know, there should be a universal basic income, and there should be a universal healthcare, and there should be, you know, affordable housing for everybody. These are things that like to me seem like they should be the bare minimum, and they're not in the United States. They're not. Those are like luxuries, right? Personally, if I was an instant billionaire, I would immediately start a project to try to end age-related diseases, cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's, diabetes. That's awesome, Ghostus. Yeah, I think there's like lots of ideas that you know, depending on what you're passionate about. Like I think we all have like our corner of the world in terms of activism and what we care about and like what we can contribute, right? So it's really cool to hear about that. Those are things that you really care about. Is it sad sometimes I have to pretend to be poorer to save money? I mean, yeah, I think it is sad that we live in a world and in a culture and a country that says that. But I do the same thing. I have to like, I have like money that like automatically comes out of my check and goes into a savings account that I don't have like instant access to. I have to like physically go to the bank to then access that account. So it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, I have to, pretending that you don't have money so that you have money in savings in case there's like an emergency. Like that's a thing I have to do, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I feel that. All right, 2010s. Hold on, dude, I'm telling you, just a little ginger and a little cinnamon in my coffee. What a delight. Always pull from my savings. Yeah, I specifically have a savings account that's not connected to my checking account, so that I have to like physically go to the bank in order to access that money. And so it's kind of like this out of sight, out of mind thing. Granted, I can do like an online transfer, I guess, to my bank if I like really needed to, but it's like extra steps. It's not as like easy to like access it basically. So yeah, it's helpful. It's one way that I've been able to like put some money into savings. Just a thought. It's, yeah, you gotta trick yourself into saving money. Basically, I have to trick myself into saving money because I'm not great with money. All right, 2010s. In 2012, eBay was charged by the United States Department of Justice with entering into non-solicitation agreements with other technology companies involving their highly skilled employees. On September 30th, 2014, eBay announced it would spin off PayPal into a separate publicly traded company, a demand made 9 months prior by activist hedge fund magnate Carl Icahn. The spinoff completed on July 18th, 2015. eBay's then chief executive, John Donahoe, stepped down from that role. Flipkart. Hold on, who's Flipkart? Who's Flipkart? What's Flipkart is really the question. Flipkart and eBay entered into a strategic partnership in 2017, under which eBay Incorporated acquired 5.44% stake in Flipkart in exchange for its eBay India business for $211. I don't know what the guys. What does that mean? MN? Million? Is MN million? Why have I never seen that abbreviation for million before? I've always seen mil for million. Gaustus, good to know. So $211 million and a $514 million cash investment. As part of the partnership, Flipkart decided to use the eBay's platform for global outsourcing. New to you too? Yeah, I've always seen mil, like MIL, which I suppose could get confusing because of different systems in terms of like because mil could mean like thousand, like a millennia, right? So I can see why we would use MN rather than mil, I suppose. But yeah, I've just never seen it before. On January 31st, 2018, eBay announced that they would replace PayPal, its primary payments provider, with a Netherlands-based startup, Adyen? Dutch payment company. Okay. The transition was set to be completed by 2021, but PayPal would remain an acceptable payment option on the site until further notice. Okay, so it's just, the idea is that it's not the only way that you can pay, right? Is that kind of what they're saying? On September 21st, 2018, it was reported that eBay would install a security fence around the perimeter of its San Jose headquarters in response to the YouTube headquarters shooting earlier that year. How sad is it that we have so many shootings that happen in this country that I don't even remember that shooting? That's fucking sad. That's fucking sad. Okay, anyway. July 31st, 2019, the company acquired 5.59% stake in PayTimal. I don't know what any of these things are. On September 25th, 2019, it was announced that Devin Wenig would be stepping down as eBay's CEO, and that Scott Schenkel, Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer since 2015, had been appointed as the interim CEO. 2020s. On April 13th, 2020, it was announced that Jamie Iannone would become the CEO on April 27th. On June 15th, 2020, eBay stated that the 5 employees were terminated in September after a law enforcement notification in August because of a possibly criminal case of harassment of journalists perpetuated by some of the terminated employees. That's interesting. 6 former employees were charged with aggressive cyber stalking. Wild. Okay. In July 2020, Adventa announced to acquire eBay's classified group. The deal closed on June 25th. Didn't hear about that. Yeah. I mean, I would imagine at the time I heard about it. Are you talking about the YouTube headquarters shooting? I would imagine at the time I heard about it, but like it's, again, there's like so many that like, who knows? But yeah, there's got to be a story behind the aggressive cyber stalking as well. Yeah, the shooting. Again, I'm sure I did hear about it at the time, but like, it's just how many shootings that we have that we don't even think about it. Okay, board members, I don't really care. Let's look at the logo though. Let's look at the logo. In September 2012, eBay introduced a new logo using a thinner variation of the Universe typeface. Oh man, we could get into fonts. Next week. Next week is F week. We can look into fonts. Font types are fascinating to me, though. Really interesting. Large sans serif typeface family, designed by Adrian Frutiger. Cool. Installed on the website on October 10th, 2012. Replaced the thicker Universe logo that had been used since eBay's inception in 1995. An already eBay logo with the same typeset was also introduced to be used temporarily for various holidays. Cool. Okay, unusual products is where we're going next. God, look at all these acquisitions, though. That is wild. Items? Okay, we'll go items and then unusual items, I think. Yeah? Unusual items doesn't have a lot, but let's look at items. I just saw the word kidneys. I was like, let's look at items. People selling body parts on the internet. Let's read about it. I'm really excited to read about people selling their kidneys on eBay. Fox Mulder, hi. Welcome. It's E-Week. We're reading things that start with the letter E, so if you've got anything, let me know. Currently reading about eBay. Welcome. It's Wiki Day. Yep. I can think of a couple F words for next week if you want a slightly more controversial stream. Oh, we'll start with the word fuck. I'm ready for it. I want to know. I do. I want to know the etymology of the word fuck. That's where we'll start next week. I'm telling you right now. That was like last week. We started with D's nuts. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Fox, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. What are you up to today? How's it going? All right, items. Millions of collectibles, decor, appliances, computers, furnishings, equipment, domain names, vehicles, and other miscellaneous items are listed, bought, or sold daily on eBay. In 2006, eBay launched its business and industrial category, breaking into the industrial surplus business. Generally, anything can be auctioned on the site as long as it's not illegal and does not violate eBay prohibited and restricted items policy. Services and intangibles. An intangible asset is an asset that lacks physical substance. Examples are patents, copyright, franchises, goodwill, trademarks, and trade names, as well as software. NFTs, probably. Okay, can be sold too. Large international companies such as IBM sell their newest products and offer services on eBay using competitive auctions and fixed price storefronts. Separate eBay sites such as eBay US and eBay UK allow the users to trade using the local currency. Software developers can create applications that integrate with eBay through the eBay API by joining the eBay Developers Program. In June 2005, there were more than 15,000 members of the eBay Developers Program, comprising a broad range of companies creating software applications to support eBay buyers and sellers, as well as eBay affiliates. Not doing too bad, still trying to wake up. Good morning, happy wake up time. Takes me a while some days, I feel that, I getcha. Well, happy morning time to you, take your time. Cheers, have some coffee if you're a coffee drinker. I'm so pleased with the just a little ginger and a little cinnamon. What a delightful coffee choice. I made a delightful coffee choice today. I'm very pleased by it. Okay. Numerous government and police agencies around the world now use eBay as well as traditional auctions to dispose of seized and confiscated goods. That's wild. Controversy. Okay, here we go. Kidneys. Controversy has arisen over certain items put up for bid. For instance, in late 1999, a man offered one of his kidneys for auction on eBay, attempting to profit from the potentially lucrative and in the United States illegal market for transplantable human organs. Nopers. Ginger good, just don't overdo it. I love ginger. I'm such a ginger fan. Parts are parts. Everyone is parts. It's true. It's you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Wonder Goon. Okay. Beginning in August 2007, eBay required listings in video games and health and beauty to accept its payment system PayPal, and sellers could only accept PayPal payments in the category video games, consoles. Starting January 10th, 2008, eBay said sellers can only accept PayPal as a payment for the categories computing, software, consumer electronics, MP3 players. You guys remember MP3 players? I used to have a giant brick of an iPod, like a big old one. I think it was like 60 gigs? Oh no, probably not. I don't know, but it was a real big iPod, and I kind of miss it, but now I have a phone, so I guess it doesn't matter. You know what I miss though, because I use Spotify, which that's a whole thing right now too. But like I do kind of miss like having like your music, like specific, like you know what I mean, like this is like like not just like going to a random playlist and being like okay, like having like your, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, can I suggest ectoplasm? Yep, totally. Thought I'd add a bit of a spooky one to the list. Totally. We've already done, what have we done so far? We did emus and erasers. On the list, we've got echidnas, electron spin something. Sorry, Mr. Sully. Electron spin resonance. Gertrude B. Elian, elevators, eggs as food, the word extra. And so now ectoplasm. On it, into it, let's go. Yep. Boom. We'll do it. I'm here for it. Okay, so PayPal, you got to use it is basically what I'm hearing here. Wholesale job and lots, mobile and home phones, business, office, industrial, blah, blah, blah. eBay announced that starting in March 2008, eBay had added to this requirement that all sellers with fewer than 100 feedbacks must offer PayPal, and no merchant account may be used as an alternative. This is addition to the requirement that all sellers from the United Kingdom have to offer PayPal. So they really just wanted people to use PayPal. Euphonium. Okay, done. Oh man, euphoniums. Okay, so when I was in high school in marching band, I remember that, by the way, high fun, that we had marching euphoniums. Have you seen a marching euphonium? They're like giant trumpets, basically. It's because like normal euphoniums are like we'll read about them. Why am I talking about euphoniums already? But yes, absolutely fun. We'll look into euphoniums. But like it's so funny because like normal ones look like tiny tubas, but then if you have a marching euphonium, like they are, it's like turn that on its side basically. It's like just like a giant trumpet. They look so funny. Fun, how are you? It's good to see you. Hello, I'm late but finally here. Love the shirt. Thanks! Man, people have been digging the shirt. I thought it would be much more divisive. I'm so grateful that everyone is like super on board with the shirt. Hey, thanks. I love this shirt. I'm super into it. It's one of my faves. Okay, euphoniums. We'll get into it. I'm totally down. We're reading about eBay currently. Marley, hi! Happy Sunday. How are you? It's good to see you. We're reading about things that start with the letter E. If you have any ideas, let me know. We've done emus, we've done erasers, we're reading about eBay right now. So many things. Amazing things. Electrons are elementary particles. Ooh, by the way, so it's a double whammy. Sorry, I keep hitting my desk and then everything shakes. Elementary particles. It is a double whammy. Now we know. Gaussus, now we know. And we're going to learn more in a minute here. All right. Further, as noted below, it was a requirement to offer PayPal on all listings in Australia and the UK. Further, in response to concerns expressed by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, however, eBay has since removed the policy on ebay.com.au website requiring sellers to offer PayPal as a payment option. I was wondering, I was like, it seems like there's a little bit of like monopolization happening in terms of like, I don't know, it's tricky because it's like, are you requiring PayPal? You're obviously requiring people to use PayPal because it's one of your subsidiaries, right? But also if it's just like a functionality thing of the website, but they've got billions of dollars. So like, what? By the way, having an MP3 player and an iPod was like compiling your own mixtape. There you go. That's the perfect way to say it. Yeah. I think that's why I miss having an MP3 player. Yeah. No, that's a great way to put it. Taking a study break, still learning through your stream. It's educational. It's an educational program. Well, welcome. I hope studying's going well. I hope school's going well. Thanks for hanging out. It's a fun wiki day. I love it. It's fun to see all the people that come through too. It's lovely. Okay. April 24th, 2006, eBay opened its new eBay Express site, which was designed to work like a standard internet shopping site for consumers with United States addresses. Before it closed in 2008, selected eBay items were mirrored on eBay Express, where buyers used a traditional digital shopping cart to purchase from multiple sellers. The UK version was launched to eBay members in mid-October 2006, but on January 28, 2008, eBay announced its intention to close the site. The German version, eBay Express Germany, was also opened in 2006 and closed in 2008. At the 2008 eBay Developers Conference, eBay announced the Selling Manager Applications Program, SMApps. The program allows approved developers to integrate their applications directly into the ebay.com interface. The applications created by developers are available for subscription by eBay members who also subscribe to Selling Manager. It's a creative name, eBay Express Germany. Yep. Simple, elegant, clean, sophisticated. You know exactly what you're getting yourself into, you know? All right, what else is happening? eBay maintains a number of specialty sites, including the discussion boards, groups, answer center, chat rooms, and reviews and guides. eBay's mobile offerings include SMS alerts, what is a wet ass pussy site? Okay, sorry. Wireless application protocol, my bad. Java ME clients and mobile applications for Windows Phone, Android OS, and Apple iPhone. Okay, I'm really sad that Unusual Items is smaller. Oh, the main article is over here. Should we add that to U-Week? Unusual eBay listings for U-Week? Hold, please. Add it to the list. Okay. Let's see. AKA EEG, eBay Express Germany. EEG. The initiative Choice in E-commerce was founded on May 8th, 2013 by several online retailers in Berlin, Germany. The cause was, in the view of the initiative, sales bans and online restrictions by individual manufacturers. The dealers felt cut off from their main sales channel and thus deprived them of the opportunity to use online platforms like Amazon, eBay, Rakuten. I vaguely remember Rakuten. Is that still a thing? Okay, so Japanese electronic commerce online retailing company based in Tokyo founded by Hiroshi Mikitani in 1997. Okay. In a competitive market for the benefit of their customers. And now we know. Unusual items. Many unusual items have been placed for sale on eBay, including at least 2 previously undiscovered species. What? Hold on. I'm gonna do it. Coloplerus exequitus. It's a sea urchin, okay? The exquisite urchin is a sea urchin species found off the coast of the island of New Caledonia in the Pacific Ocean. It is an epifaunal deepwater species living in depths between 240 and 520 meters. It was only identified and named in 2006. That's wild. All right, yeah, we'll get into unusual eBay listings in U Week. Prohibited or restricted items, boo, boring. We don't want to talk about it. Bidding, boo, boring. Charity auctions, get out of here. Shipping, blah. Controversies and criticism. Let's go. Sea urchin or a cool, weird hat if it fits. Something strange about purchasing an undiscovered species on auction. Yeah. Well, the term undiscovered is fascinating too, right? Because it's like it was not previously discovered, but clearly the person that's selling it, they discovered it. It's been discovered. All right. Controversies, criticism. Let's go. Common eBay criticisms involve the policy of requiring the use of PayPal for payments. Yeah, I was wondering about that. And concerns over fraud, forgeries, and intellectual property violations in auction items. There's also issues with how negative feedback after auction can offset the benefits of using eBay as a trading platform. eBay has been criticized for not paying UK taxes. Whoopsie. The Sunday Times reported in October 2012 that eBay paid only 1.2 million euros in tax on sales over 800 million. Whoopsie. 2014 security breach. On May 21st, 2014, the company revealed that the consumer database of usernames, passwords, phone numbers, physical addresses had been breached between late February and early March. Users were advised to change their passwords. To expedite this, a change password feature was added to the profiles of users who had not done so. The Syrian Electronic Army took responsibility for the attack. The SEA said that even though the hack revealed millions of users' banking details to them, they would not misuse the data. They had replaced the front pages of the website with their own logo called defacing in technical terms. The hack caused eBay's share price to crash in intraday trade as a result of the breach of security. Okay, the stalking scandal. I was wondering about this when we were reading about it earlier. Some guy wanted to sell his wife and children on eBay. What the fuck? He stated the reason was that he couldn't support them financially and wanted them to have a better life. How does that even work? That implies that you think you own your wife and children. There's so much to unpack there. I don't even know where to begin. Syrian Electronic Army, but they weren't even Syrian. Maybe not. I don't even know. Did he say he was going to keep the money for himself or give it to his family? Yeah, right? What? Goon, you've captured our interest. We must know more. All right, stalking scandal. A cyber stalking and harassment campaign conducted in 2019 against an online newsletter led to charges made public in 2020 against 7 members of eBay's global security team, as well as arrests of 2 of those charged. Wenig, the company's CEO at the time of the harassment campaign, has not been charged. Interesting. All right, that's eBay. That's eBay. That's all she wrote. I mean, there's more to that article, but it's time for echidnas. Look at it. My face is covering it. Look at this little guy. I'm pretty sure Knuckles from Sonic is an echidna, yes? I'm 99% positive. Monotremes, is that what we're reading about right now? Is he a monotreme? Monotremes, we're going to read about him. Sunny, we're going to read about him. All right, echidnas, sometimes known as spiny anteaters. That's cute. Are quill-covered monotremes, egg-laying mammals. So platypus, are platypuses technically mammals? They're monotremes, right? Belonging to the family Tachyglossidae. The 4 extant species of echidnas and the platypus are the only living mammals that lay eggs and the only surviving members of the order Monotremata. The diet of some species consists of ants and termites, but they are not closely related to the true anteaters of the Americas. We read about anteaters in A Week, which, along with sloths and armadillos, are xenarthrans. Echidnas live in Australia and New Guinea. Another Australian. That's right, because Alina said that, didn't she? She's like, another Australian animal. Monotremes. Pretty sure the money would have gone to the wife, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that is quite the situation. I put unusual eBay listings on the list for U Week, Wondergoon. So hopefully we'll remember, we meaning me, hopefully I'll remember that we're supposed to do that, because I must know more, obviously. They're so cute. Look at, they're so cute and weird. But yeah, because Sonic is a hedgehog. Knuckles is a echidna. I don't know about the rest of the, Sonic crew, but I know those two at the very least. Okay. Echidnas evolved between 20 and 50 million years ago, descending from a platypus-like monotreme. This ancestor was aquatic, but echidnas adapted to life on land. I'm excited. Okay. Etymology, physical... I don't know. There's a lot. In popular culture, we got to go to, obviously. Etymology... I'm like interested in all of this, but this is gonna be a large article. It's fine. This is our stream. We can do what we want with it. Okay, let's read about echidnas. Let's do it. The echidnas are named after echidna. Sorry, my mind is blown already. A creature from Greek mythology who is half woman, half snake, as the animal was perceived to have qualities of both mammals and reptiles. An alternate explanation is confusion with the ancient Greek for hedgehog, sea urchin. Oh my god, what? Okay. What? Look at this lady! Okay, hold on. In Greek mythology, Echidna was a monster, half woman, half snake, who lived alone in a cave. She was the mate of the fearsome monster Typhon, and was mother of many of the most famous monsters. Oh man. Can we add her to the list of things that we want to look up? Okay. We'll read about her. We'll throw her to the end. We have a lot for E-Week, you guys. I'm excited. I'm also nervous about being here for like 18 hours, but like, let's just get into it. Okay. The side note, if I have to call it at some point, you all understand, right? You get it, right? So far, I'm into it though. I'm here for it. I just think this is the most topics we've had in a minute. But I'm so curious. I want to learn more about this half snake lady. Okay. Anyway, physical characteristics. Echidnas are medium-sized, solitary mammals covered with coarse hair and spines. The spines are modified hairs and are made of keratin, same fibrous protein that makes up fur, claws, nails, horn sheaths in animals. Superficially, they resemble the anteaters of South America and other spiny mammals such as hedgehogs and porcupines. Porcupines are really cute too. So are hedgehogs. They're all cute. They are usually black or brown in color. There have been several reports of albino echidnas, their eyes pink and their spines white. They have elongated and slender snouts that function as both mouth and nose. Cute. Like the platypus, they are equipped with electrosensors. Another E word. Okay, electrosensors. Hold on a minute. Electroreception or electroreception. What? Electroreception or electroception is the biological ability to perceive natural electrical stimuli. Has been observed in almost exclusively in aquatic or amphibious animals, since water is a much better conductor of electricity than air. Okay. The known exceptions are monotremes, cockroaches, and bees. Amazing. Okay, anyway. Electrosensors. But while the platypus has 40,000 electroreceptors on its bill, the long-beaked echidna only has 2,000. The short-beaked echidna, which lives in a drier environment, has no more than 400 at the tip of its snout. Wow. Echidnas use their electroreceptive beaks to sense earthworms. What? Okay. Earthworms, termites, ants, and other burrowing prey. That's wild. That's really interesting. Echidnas have short, strong limbs with large claws and are powerful diggers. Their claws on their hind limbs are elongated and curved backwards to aid in digging. Echidnas have tiny mouths and toothless jaws. Kind of sounds scary, but just go with it. The echidna feeds by tearing open soft logs, ant hills, and the like, using its long, sticky tongue, which protrudes from its snout to collect prey. The ears are slits on the side of their heads that usually are unseen, as they are blanketed by their spines. The external ear is created by a large cartilaginous funnel. Go with it's fine. Deep in the muscle. At 33 degrees Celsius, the echidna also possesses the second lowest active body temperature of all mammals behind the platypus. Damn. The first European drawing of an echidna was made in Adventure Bay, Tasmania, by HMS Providence's third lieutenant George Tobin during William Bligh's second breadfruit voyage. What is that about? All right. Anyway, its nose is like a metal detector, but it's a worm detector. That's really cute and weird, right? I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, diet. The short-beaked echidna's diet consists largely of ants and termites, while the Zaglossus, the long-beaked species, typically eat worms and insect larvae. The tongues of long-beaked echidnas have sharp, tiny spines that help them capture their prey. They have no teeth, so they break down their food by grinding it between the bottoms of their mouths and their tongues. Weird. Okay. Echidna's feces is spelled that way? Poop. Are 7 centimeters, 3 inches long, and are cylindrical in shape. They're usually broken and unrounded, and composed largely of dirt and anthill material. I never knew that's how feces was spelled. Now we know. Don't tongue shame. I'm not tongue shaming. I was thinking about how that would work. I'm not tongue shaming, because they just gotta squish it with their tongues. Senny, calm down about it. All right, habitat. Echidnas do not tolerate extreme temperatures. They use caves and rock crevices to shelter from harsh weather conditions. Echidnas are found in forests and woodlands, hiding under vegetation, roots, or piles of debris. They sometimes use burrows of animals such as rabbits and wombats. Wombats is one we should look up on W Week. Individual echidnas have large, mutually overlapping territories. Despite their appearance, echidnas are capable swimmers. When swimming, they expose their snout to some... Despite their appearance, echidnas are capable swimmers. When swimming, they expose their snout and some of their spines and are known to journey in water in order to groom and bathe themselves. I didn't know that they could swim. That's cute. I didn't know that emus could swim either. All these swimming mammals. Okay, do we want to watch this guy? Let's watch him. Look it. He's just chilling. Look it. There he goes. Where are you going? What's your plan? Oh my God, the way they walk is so cute. Like it's just a little ball. Real cute. Very cute. Oh, it's burrowing. Wow. What's your plan, guy? This is a riveting video. I'm all in. All right. Bye, Mr. Echidna. That was cute. I liked it a lot. Okay, echidna anatomy. Let's see. Sent you some links on Discord about unusual eBay sales. Love it. We'll look into it later for sure, Wondergoon. It's the action-packed. It was very riveting. Just absolutely riveting. All right, anatomy. Echidnas and the platypus are the only egg-laying mammals known as monotremes. The average lifespan of an echidna in the wild is estimated to be around 14 to 16 years. When fully grown, a female can weigh up to 4.5 kilograms, 9.9 pounds. That's like the size of my cat. That's bigger than my cat. A male can weigh up to 6 kilograms, 13 pounds. Damn. An echidna's sex can be inferred from its size. Males are 25% larger than females on average. The reproductive organs also differ, but both sexes have a single opening called a cloaca, which they use to urinate, release their feces, and to mate. Frogs have cloacas as well? And I think most birds have cloacas as well. I It's just a one-stop shop, you know? Mammals going around laying eggs. People still think evolution is false. I mean, how could that be evolution? That's clearly designed by God. Sorry, I'm with you, Ghost. It's fine. I don't mean to shame people's beliefs by any means, and I do think that there's in respect of religion and religious folks, I do think that there is a way to like reconcile evolution and the idea of like intelligent design. I think that we can. I don't think the two ideas necessarily have to be mutually exclusive in an effort to not, you know, ostracize folks that believe in intelligent design, because I do think there can be an interesting marriage between the idea of evolution and intelligent design if you're open-minded enough. Anyway, one-stop shop. Yeah, fun. It's a one-stop shop. All right. What else? Where am I? Male echidnas have non-venomous spurs on their hind feet. That's interesting. The neocortex makes up half the echidna's brain, compared to 80% of the human brain. Due to their low metabolism and accompanying stress resistance, echidnas are long-lived for their size. The longest record lifespan for a captive echidna is 50 years, with anecdotal amounts of wild individuals. Why? Sorry, I don't know why that broke my brain for a second. Anecdotal accounts of wild individuals reaching 45 years? They can live for so long. Contrary to previous research, the echidna does enter REM sleep, but only with an ambient temperature of around 25 degrees Celsius, so 77 degrees Fahrenheit. At temperatures of 15 degrees Celsius, 59 degrees Fahrenheit, and 28 degrees Celsius, 82 degrees Fahrenheit, REM sleep is suppressed. Richard Dawkins has many discussions with people, like archbishops, over evolution, and it's like talking to a brick wall in 99% of cases. Yeah. Well, and so I was raised Christian. I was kind of raised Messianic Jewish, but really like non-denominational Christian, right? Hi, Luna. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome to Wikipedia with me. We're looking up things that start with the letter E today on Wikipedia. Currently, we're reading about echidnas and now talking about evolution and intelligent design. But yeah, I mean, Richard Dawkins is one of those that's very, like, he's one of those that, like, it almost gets dogmatic with the way that his atheism, right? But I do think that, like, if we talk about intelligent design, like, and having been raised in a Christian home by also, like, a mother who's a scientist, like this idea of, like, okay, could if God is this like all-knowing, like all-powerful kind of deity, as it were, could he not have like divinely inspired evolution to then happen? That could theoretically be your belief, right? But no, like you say, Fox Mulder, there's depends on who you're talking to, right? But generally speaking, I think that very orthodox, religions, people are very like stuck to this kind of literal interpretation when it benefits them. Right? There's this literal interpretation of religious texts when it benefits them. And when it doesn't, then we can kind of be like, oh, well, metaphor, huh? Right? But like generally speaking, it seems like there's a very like strict, rigid kind of like, well, this is what was written, right? Let's see. Doing good. Playing some BDB with a friend. BDB. What is BDB? Or is it Dead by BDB? What's BDB? But thank you for passing through. It's good to see you. Oh, Dead by Daylight. Okay, that's what I figured. Yeah. Have fun. Don't die by daylight. Huh? Go get him. Luna, it's good to see you. Thank you for passing through. I hope you have a wonderful time playing with your friend. You like that? Did you like that joke? He says he's not atheist, more agnostic. Hard to pin him down. Yeah. Well, and I get that. I kind of waver between the two because, like, I think our cultural understanding of atheism and agnosticism, it doesn't really get into the minutia of it as much as I would like. So I kind of like, it kind of depends on the day. But like, I like saying I'm agnostic because it leaves room for the phenomenological, which I'm like super into. But like, yeah, like in terms of, again, having been raised a Christian, the kind of like prototypical like idea of who God is, this kind of like male grandpa figure in the sky that's like judging you but loves you, like that to me I don't believe in. But in terms of like spirituality, I do. I mean, I don't know. So I get that. I understand this kind of like wavering between those two terms because it's not I don't think either of them are very clear in terms of like the way that we like use them in our vernacular. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's interesting. Also gets into the problem of evil. Yeah, totally, Gaustus. And then we get into the idea of like willpower and like free will and all of those things. It gets interesting really quickly, right? And I think there's room for discussion about it, and I think there's also room to like have your beliefs as long as you're not harming people with your beliefs, right? But yeah, it is interesting. It's interesting ideas, interesting debates for sure. The levels of seemingly intelligent design is hard to fully disprove. Because then we get into, not to get into weird territory, but then if you get into like simulation theory, which will fuck you up, but like, you know, there's some intelligent design to that idea, is there not? Like, not necessarily in the traditional sense that we're talking about, but like, yeah. Have to tell you that you're pretty. Oh gosh, thanks. You're pretty. Just felt like I needed to. Don't usually be all, oh my god, you're so pretty. Thanks. That's so nice. I really appreciate that, Luna. Thank you. That's very sweet. I appreciate it. I try to pretty myself up for these because it's just fun. I like makeup. I just don't wear makeup day to day. But like for Wikipedia with Me Day, I'm like, let's go. Like so I'm a big Trixie Mattel fan. And so I recently decided to just like buy some of her makeup. I bought a blush palette from Trixie Mattel, and so I'm wearing Trixie blush right now. I went a little ham with it, as you can see. I kind of really like went for it. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. It's very sweet. Very, very sweet. Simulations. Let's stop here. The Matrix has to wait for M Day, right? Yeah, we'll get into simulation theory later, and it'll bum all of us out. Get ready to get real existential real quick. But yeah, it all depends on the way in which we're talking about this idea of like intelligent design, right? But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get to M week one day. I have terrible eczema, so I've stayed away from makeup for a few years. Understandable, totally. Yeah, if you've got super sensitive skin. Yeah. I don't wear it day to day. One, because I just like don't have the like time. Buff up. What do I do? How do I buff up? I'm double fisting drinks right now. I just spilled coffee all over my face. Does that count as buffing up, Sunny? Does spilling coffee all over my face count as buffing up? Does that count? Otherwise, I can redeem your points. I should probably remove that one, especially because I'm not playing WoW right now. That's probably one that like doesn't really make sense, huh? But no, like I don't really wear makeup day to day because one, I just don't have the time and patience for it. It's more of a like for fun thing. But the other reason is because like, okay, so if you're femme presenting and you wear makeup consistently, the one time you decide not to wear makeup, people immediately are like, are you sick? Are you tired? What's wrong with your face? And it's like, bitch, this is just my face. So that's a big reason I would rather, for the times that I wear makeup, people like, oh my God, you're so pretty. Rather than the times that I don't wear makeup, people like, why is your face like that? Do you know what I mean? So that's part of it. Also, I'm very like zero to drag queen. It's difficult for me when wearing makeup to do a like 5-minute face, kind of like an unnatural makeup look. So yeah. Let's see, Fox. If I'm some character that some intergalactic being is playing, I just want to say, get good and do better. Dude, same. That's such a mood. No, it's like fucking same, dude. Same. I'm struggling here. Yeah, whoever is playing my simulation, like, there are days where they do a good job, and there are other days where it's like, you fucking get good. Or maybe just like restart the console. I don't know. No, I feel that. I feel that for sure. If I put on makeup, I have to get up early, and I'm not. There it is. There it is, Luna. I have to get up early. I have to put in effort. Well, and on like days where I'm feeling more masc and not as femme, like it's, it's kind of it's just, yeah, it honors that part of me a little bit more. And I do resent the kind of pressure with regard to like professionalism and being femme presenting to then wear makeup, because like I wish that like we would have that same standard for dudes where it's like, get your guy liner on, you know what I mean? Men look great with makeup, for the record. No, but I feel that I want to sleep in as long as I can. So yeah, getting up early to like do my hair or like do my makeup, it's just like not a thing that's gonna happen. Yeah, use some cheat codes or something. Exactly. That's so true. Men gotta shave. That's about it. Yeah, I mean, even then, it's like if you know, keep your beard trimmed and whatnot. It's like, yeah. But again, if you have fun with makeup and you like wearing makeup, do it. If you don't wear makeup and you don't like it, don't. Like, I just feel like it's like, it shouldn't be something that you feel like you have to do, I guess. You know what I mean? And especially, like, Luna, you make a really good point. Like, having eczema or having, like, sensitive skin, like, yeah, just not a good time wearing makeup. Not worth it, right? All right, anyway, back to echidnas. Neocortex, right, this is what we're reading about. Right, they can be really old. I didn't realize. Contrary to previous research. Right, sleep. Okay, got it. Okay, we did that. Reproduction? Time to read about these monotremes and the eggs that they lay and all that jazz? Let's do it. All right, so the female lays a single soft-shelled... Oh, God, why do I keep accidentally muting my music? There we go. A single soft-shelled leathery egg 22 days after mating and deposits it directly into her pouch. An egg weighs 1.5 to 2 grams, about 0.05, 0.07 ounces, and is about 1.4 centimeters, 0.55 inches long. While hatching, the baby echidna opens the leather shell with a reptile-like egg tooth. I feel like I knew this about something. Echidna erotica incoming. I think the alliteration helped make that funnier than it actually is, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that furly. I liked that a lot, Fox Mulder. Probably more than I should have. Anyway, egg tooth. Opens the leather shell with a reptile-like egg tooth. Hatching takes place after 10 days of gestation. The young echidna, called a puggle. Did you know this? I didn't know this. Okay. Born larval and fetus-like, then sucks milk from the pores of the 2 milk patches. Monotremes have no nipples. This is fascinating because they're considered to be mammals, right? And mammals, that word comes from the mammary gland, right? Which so a mammary gland produces milk, but I always thought that it also implied the existence of nipples. Nope, you can have a milk patch instead. I didn't know this. Did you know this? Who knew? Puggle. I love that. I didn't know. I didn't know about puggles. I didn't know about milk patches. I didn't know any of these things. Okay, it remains in the pouch for 45 to 55 days. Okay, so we were talking about emus earlier, right? Emus are precocious, which means they hatch from the egg, they're ready to go, fight and swing and good, right? Clearly, these are not precocious because they need to, like... that's like human babies, right? We're not precocious at all. We're just like weird little blobs and need to be taken care of. I find it fascinating, like in terms of like a lot of mammals are not precocious. It just depends, man. Animals are really interesting. Secreting milk directly from your skin sounds so uncomfortable. Secreting milk from your nipple sounds uncomfortable too, as someone who has never breastfed, but anyway. A bit like marsupials, born underdeveloped. Totally, Augustus. Yeah, very similar idea for sure. Let's see. So, remain in the pouch 45 to 55 days, at which time it starts to develop spines. The mother digs a nursery burrow and deposits the young, returning every 5 days to suckle it until it's weaned at 7 months. What? A nursery burrow? That's wild. Okay. Puggles will stay within their mother's den for up to a year before leaving. Little puggles. It's very cute. All right, here's the erotica that Fox Mulder was looking for. Male echidnas have a 4-headed penis. Boo, 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 boo. What? Okay, during mating, the heads on one side shut down. What? Okay, and do not grow in size. The other 2 are used to release semen into the female's two branched reproductive tracts. This is a lot to process. Perfect use of the abagasm. It's perfect use of that emote. Holy shit, Batman. Yeah, no, what? What? Okay, I'm sorry, like... Okay, when not in use... The penis is retracted inside a prepubertal exocrine glands that are located in the folds of the skin, the front of the genitals of some mammals. Occur in several species: mice, ferrets, rhinoceroses, even-toed ungulates? Ungulates? Sure. And produce pheromones. The glands play a role in the urine marking behavior. Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, they got this preputial sac in the cloaca. Oh, God, a close-up of a penis. Okay. Anyway, it's just TOS. I don't know. Is it echidna penis TOS? We're going to find out the hard way, I bet. Okay, the male echidna's penis is 7 centimeters, 2.8 inches long when erect, and its shaft is covered with penile spines. That's a band. Just like a band. Do we dare look at the penile spines again? We don't dare. Animal wiener is allowed for educational purposes, I think. I think so. I kind of want to look at the penile spines. Okay, anyway. All right, these may be used to induce ovulation in the female. Cool, good, excellent. Nightmare fuel, a little bit. Little sketch, huh? There's 4 of them. Only 2 used for sex. What are the other 2 for, though? Wait a minute, did they even say? 4-headed penis. During mating, the heads on one side shut down and do not grow in size. The other 2 are used to release semen. Why do they have 4? I don't understand things. It alternates? Do they take turns? Does it say? Sorry, wait, what? What? Each time? You're right. Okay, sorry. I read it, but Gaustus, there's just a lot of information to take in. Thank you. It alternates in sets of 2. Why? But why? But why, though? Okay, anyway. All right, anyway. This brings us back to our intelligent discussion. More than you needed to know about echidnas? Sorry, not sorry. It is a lot, though. I wasn't prepared, I'll be honest. I wasn't ready for it. I wonder if this animal influenced weirder hentai stuff. I would imagine so. Right? Like, I mean, because art imitates life, so sure. Like, that would make sense to me, Fox Mulder. Yeah, I can see it. All right, it is a challenge to study the echidna in its natural habitat, and they show no interest in mating while in captivity. I mean, could you blame them? Prior to 2007, no one had ever seen an echidna ejaculate. Weird flex, but all right. There have been previous attempts to trying to force the echidna to ejaculate. Why are we trying to force echidnas to ejaculate? We need to be stopped. Humans need to be stopped. Through the use of electrically stimulated ejaculation in order to obtain semen samples. Stop it. Only resorted in the penis swelling. We need to leave echidnas alone. Rude. Hey guys, I finally saw it. Okay, Greg, you weirdo. It's fucking weird. Oh God, not like this. Not like this. All right, breeding season begins in late June and extends through September. Males will form lines up to 10 individuals long, the youngest echidna trailing last, that follow the female and attempt to mate. During mating season, an echidna may switch between lines. This is known as the terrain system. Semen swelling? No, penis swelling. We need to leave echidnas alone, Mr. Sully. The TLDR, leave echidnas alone. If they don't want to ejaculate for you, don't make them ejaculate for you. Please. All right, anyway. Listen. Let's not go there. Let's Threats. Echidnas are very timid animals. When they feel endangered, they attempt to bury themselves, or if exposed, they will curl into a ball similar to that of a hedgehog. Cute. We're back to the cuteness. The stream has taken a turn. As it is wont to do. Listen, nature is sexy and weird. I also just dropped something, and now I'm concerned. What did I drop on the floor? I feel like it's something breakable. Hold, please. What just happened? Where? What? What? I don't see what just dropped from my desk. It sounded like a pair of glasses, which concerns me. But I have my glasses on my head, and then I have my extra pair here. But where Hold, please. What? What did I drop on the floor? I see nothing. Aha! Did I not say it sounded like glasses? I knew it was a pair of glasses, and I was like, if I don't find these fuckers, I'm gonna break them on accident. Okay, here we go. Got it. We're good. Sorry. That was a whole thing. Okay. I mean, I'm here for it. What the hell did I just unmute to? You know, just reading about echidnas. That's all. Nothing. TLDR, never look up Knuckles fanfic. Facts. I thought we weren't talking about Craigslist personals. Now we're on bestiality. No, we're reading about echidna penises. They have a 4-headed penis. Deal with it. I kid. Please, no booty. Anyway, echidnas are very timid animals. When they feel endangered, they attempt to bury themselves, or if exposed, they will curl into a ball similar to that of a hedgehog. Both methods using their spines to shield them. Strong front arms allow echidnas to continue to dig themselves in whilst holding fast against a predator attempting to remove them from the hole. Although they have a way to protect themselves, the echidnas still face many dangers. Some predators include feral cats, foxes, domestic dogs, and goannas? What are these? Lizards. Any one of several species of lizards of the genus Varanus found in Australia and Southeast Asia. Cool. Snakes pose a large threat to the echidna species because they slither into their burrows and prey on the young spineless puggles. Did you know that a baby echidna is called a puggle, Ascendus? Much more important than the 4-headed penis thing, okay? It's you know, please. I heard they form spines and curl up after Greg got a little too touchy in the lab. Fox, you calm yourself over there. You stop it. Although, I mean, it just makes me think of, like, that weird story about the dolphin and the lady and the... Do you know what I'm talking about? If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a drunk history episode on it. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it. Tails is a predator to Knuckles, thus decrees Wikipedia. Okay, so wait a minute. So Tails is a fox? Okay, so we got Sonic is a hedgehog, obvi. Knuckles is an echidna. Is Tails a fox? I forgot all about Tails, but it makes sense. I never realized. You're right, though. You're totally right, Ascendus. That's true. Tails is a fox. I didn't know. That's interesting. Because Tails is the most, like, meek of those three. And honestly, Knuckles is the most badass, right? Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Some precautions that can be taken, including keeping the environment clean by picking up litter and causing less pollution, planting vegetation for echidnas to use as shelter, supervising pets, reporting hurt echidnas, or just leave them undisturbed. Just leave them alone. Just leave them alone. Joanna from Rescuers is a goanna? Oh! Okay, so wait. Is Joanna the one with the... You know what I mean? And then runs across the water? I haven't seen Rescuers Down Under in a long time. Fun. What, you know, with the neck thing and the water running. Do you know what I'm talking about? Is that the one? I need to watch Rescuers Down Under again. The bad guy's pet / minion. We're gonna add that to the list of movie night movies once I figure out how to do a Discord movie night. Add it to the list. Okay, what else? Merely grabbing them can cause stress, and picking them up improperly may even result in injury. If you find an echidna in the wild, leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Also, haven't seen it in a while. Usually stick to the original Rescuers. Yeah. I'm trying to I mean, I know I've seen both. I feel as though maybe I did see Rescuers Down Under more often when I was a kid, though. I gotta revisit them. Look at this cute little skeleton, P.S. Look how cute. It's a very, very cute skeleton. Yeah, Greg, leave it alone. I love fictional Greg in this universe that we have created. Fictional Greg needs to get his shit together. They look like it needs your touchy-feelies. Don't touch them. Just leave them alone. They don't need your touchy-feelies, Greg. Shout out to all the Gregs out there. Okay, evolution. The first divergence between oviparous, egg-laying, and viviparous, offspring developed internally, mammals, is believed to have occurred during the Triassic period. However, there is still some disagreement on this estimated time of divergence. Though most findings from genetic studies, especially those concerning nuclear genes, are in agreement with the paleontological findings, some result from other techniques and sources like mitochondrial DNA, and are slight disagreement with findings from fossils. Molecular oh man, get ready for the electron one that we're about to go to because words are hard. Molecular clock data suggests echidnas split from platypuses between 19 and 48 million years ago, and that platypus-like fossils dating back over 112.5 million years ago therefore represent basal forms. Basal forms? Basal in the direction of base, rooted in a phylogenetic tree or cladogram. The term may be more strictly applied only to nodes adjacent to the root, or more loosely applied to nodes regarded as being close to the root. Okay. All right. So the basal form, so the most original form, essentially. Is that kind of the idea? It's the most basal form, rather than close relatives of the modern platypuses. Okay, so they resemble the ancient form more than the modern form. Got it. Basal form. Root form. Got it. This would imply that echidnas evolved from water-foraging ancestors that returned to living completely on the land, even though this put them in competition with marsupials. Though both existing monotremes, such as the platypus and echidna, have no teeth, I didn't know that platypuses had no teeth. Well, I guess they have, like, duckbills, so that makes sense. Do ducks have teeth? Is that a dumb question? I'm assuming they don't, but I never really thought about it. I guess they don't, because birds don't have teeth. Animals, man. All right, so the base model. Yeah, the base model. There it is. There it is. Okay, anyway. No teeth. The ancestor of monotremes once had adult teeth. Therefore, 4 out of the 8 genes for tooth development were lost from those common ancestors. Weird. I don't think so, but geese have teeth on their tongues or something. What? We'll add geese to the list for fucking G Week. So many. You know what's funny? I had echidna in my list for E Week, and I didn't even realize we're doing it. We're on it. It's happening. Okay. Anyway, what am I doing? What did I say I wanted to do? Something for G Week. Geese. We're gonna look into gooses. Done. Okay. Okay. Teeth, right. Further evidence of possible water foraging ancestors can be found in some of the echidna's phenotypic traits as well. These traits include hydrodynamic streamlining, dorsally projecting hind limbs acting as rudders, and locomotion founded on hypertrophied humeral long axis rotation, which provides a very efficient swimming stroke. Consequently, oviparous reproduction in monotremes may have given them an advantage over marsupials, a view consistent with present ecological partitioning between the two groups. This advantage could as well be part responsible for the observed associated adaptive radiation of echidnas and expansion of the niche space, which together contradict the fairly common assumption of halted morphological and molecular evolution that continues to be associated with monotremes. That was a lot. Geese. Spiny tongues. Geese. Geese and their spiny tongues. Well, is it kind of like cats? How cats have spiny tongues? Geese have spiny tongues as well, maybe? Cats have teeth, though. All right, anyway. Let's see. Further evidence of possible water foraging ancestors can be found in some of the echidna's phenotypic traits as well. These traits include hydrodynamic streamlining. Wait, did I just read this? I literally just read this. Oh my God, my brain. Welcome to me at school being like, what did I just read? I just read this. Okay. Right. Okay. Furthermore, studies of mitochondrial DNA in platypuses have also found that monotremes and marsupials are most likely sister taxa. It also implies that any shared derived morphological traits between marsupials and placental mammals either occurred independently from one another or were lost in lineage to monotremes. And now we know. I'm going to skip taxonomy. We're going to look at this beautiful creature. Oh, they're so cute. Look, he's curled into a ball. Why did you pick him up? Leave him alone. Greg, put the echidna down. As food. I'm curious about them as food. I'm curious about pop culture. I'm curious about all the things. I'm curious as to why my stupid chair is broken and I hate it. Anyway, as food. I'm going to try my best. I'm so sorry. Kunwinjiku people of Western Arnhem land call the echidna ngarbek and regard it as a prized food and good medicine. Interesting. The echidna is hunted at night after being gutted. It is filled with hot stones and bush herbs, namely the leaves of the mandak. According to Larachia elders, Una Thompson and Stephanie Thompson, oh man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to everyone whose names I constantly pronounce incorrectly. Nganjmira, when captured, an echidna is carried to attached to the wrist like a thick bangle. Weird. Huh, okay. Pop culture. The echidna appears on the reverse of Australian 5-cent coin. Interesting, because the emu is on the 50-cent coin, I do believe, as we read earlier. Knuckles the echidna. There's our boy. There he is. Doesn't really look like an echidna, but we'll go with it. It's not like Sonic really looks like a hedgehog either, to be honest, but there's our boy. There he is. Determined and serious, sometimes gullible. All right, good. That's it. That's echidnas. We did it. We made it through it. There was a lot. There's a lot to unpack there, and we're not gonna do that here. I'll leave that to you and your therapist. Let's move on to electron paramagnetic resonance. So, Mr. Sully, if you're here, this is for you. Let me know if there's specific things you want me to like hone in on, and we will do that. Otherwise, I'll just kind of pick and choose, and I will do my best. I will pick and choose and do my best. Okay. So, electron paramagnetic resonance, or electron spin resonance, spectroscopy. We learned about this the other day. Spectroscopy. It's fine. Is a study of the interaction between matter and electromagnetic radiation as a function of wavelength or frequency of radiation. In simpler terms, spectroscopy, the thing for me, it's like the accent, like which syllable gets the accent. You know what I mean? Spectroscopy is the precise. Oh Jesus H. The precise study of color as generalized from visible light to all bands of the electromagnetic spectrum, I imagine. Spectroscopy. Spectroscopy. Is that right, Gaustus? Did I do it? Spectroscopy? Thank you. My goodness. Part of me wonders if this choice was a little bit trolly. It might have been. But Mr. Sully seemed sincere about it. So we'll see. Typing was broke due to giggling. I mean, it could have been some trolling. It could be. And I mean, I feel like every week we come against like some sort of like science-y thing and I try my best to understand it. And you know, that's all I can do. All right. So anyway, it's a method for studying materials with unpaired electrons. The basic concept of EPR are analogous to those of nuclear magnetic resonance, but the spins excited are those of electrons instead of the atomic nuclei. EPR spectroscopy is that right? I think I did it right. Thank you, Gaustus. That helped a lot. Spectroscopy is particularly useful for studying metal complexes and organic radicals. EPR was first observed in Kazan State University by Soviet physicist Yevgeny Zavoysky in 1944 and was developed independently at the same time by Brebis Blini at the University of Oxford. Here it is. Okay, so we're going to get into okay, let's take a look here. We're going to get into the theory a little bit. I'm going to try my best. I think I'm gonna just, and then I'll skip to applications because I think that will help me maybe understand things. We're gonna start there and see how I do. So we're gonna do 1 and 3, and then if anyone has something else, oh, this is gonna be, yeah, maybe this was trolly. Mr. Sully, if you're out there, were you trolling me? I don't think you were. I think you are genuinely fascinated by this topic, and I'm gonna do my best. Okay, origin of an EPR signal. Every electron has a magnetic moment and a spin quantum number. Spin quantum number equals 1/2, with magnetic components. MS equals plus 1/2 or MS equals negative 1/2. Okay. In the presence of an external magnetic field with strength BO, the B0, the electron's magnetic moment aligns itself either anti-parallel, MS equals negative 1/2, or parallel, MS equals positive 1/2, to the field, each alignment having a specific energy due to the Zeeman effect. The Zeeman effect is an effect of splitting a spectral line into several components in the presence of a static magnetic field. It's named after the Dutch physicist Peter Zeeman, who discovered it in 1896 and received a Nobel Prize for its discovery. Okay. All right, so here's the equation. B naught. Okay, like the naughties. Okay, got you. Okay, all right. Why did I read that? Like it was in Wayne's World. I don't know. I know you're typing. You're having issues. You're fine. I knew what you meant. You're totally good, Fox. Don't even worry about it. All right, so GE is the electron's so-called G factor. I'll also see the Lande G factor. GE equals 2.0023 for the free electron. This symbol is the Bohr magneton. Killing it. Therefore, the separation between the lower and the upper state of this lovely equation for unpaired free electrons. This equation implies, since both GE and this symbol are constant, that the splitting of energy levels is directly proportional to the magnetic field's strength, as shown in the diagram below. Let me read that again. The splitting of energy levels is directly proportional to the magnetic field's strength. Okay. I know some of these words. An unpaired electron can change its electron spin by either absorbing or emitting a photon of energy, HV, such that the resonance condition, HV equals this, is obeyed. This leads to the fundamental equation of EPR spectroscopy. Mr. Sully, you're here! Okay, so first of all, I want to know if you're trolling me. Second of all, Mr. Sully, I might ask you to explain it to me like I'm 5 so that I understand what's happening. But we're here. We're in it. They're just throwing scientific gang signs around and I don't know what it means. Dude, same. Okay, so here's what I've gathered thus far. This is what I've gathered. Mr. Sully, correct me if I'm misunderstanding things. And Gauss, does it sound like you might have some knowledge here. My understanding is that this is a means of measuring the relationship between... I'm bullshitting. I don't know. Mr. Sully, help me. Help me. I don't know. There was a sentence that helped. What sentence helped me? I was like, I kind of maybe understand. An unpaired electron can change its electron spin by either absorbing or emitting a photon of energy such that the resonance condition is obeyed. This leads to the fundamental equation of EPR spectroscopy. Okay. Sorry, I'm healing dungeons at the moment at the same time, so I'll try to help. Okay. No, Mr. Sully, focus on healing your dungeons, man. You don't know much about it either? Okay. Something you were just curious about? Real quick, before we continue. Actually, no, I'm going to continue. And then I might Google explain it to me like I 5 and see if I can get a more kind of like layman's term explanation. But we're going to keep going. Mr. Sully, we're going to keep going. And also you focus on healing. I live that healer life. I understand. Okay, experimentally, this equation permits a large combination of frequency and magnetic field values, but the great majority of EPR measurements are made with microwaves in the 9,000 to 10,000 megahertz, 9 to 10 gigahertz region, with fields corresponding to about 3,500 G, 0.35 T. Furthermore, EPR spectra can be generated by either varying the photon frequency incident on a sample while holding the magnetic field constant, or doing the reverse. Obviously. In practice, it is usually the frequency that is kept fixed. A collection of paramagnetic centers, maybe this will help. What is this? Paramagnetism is a form of magnetism whereby some materials are weakly attracted by an externally applied magnetic field and form internal induced magnetic fields in the direction of the applied magnetic field. That helped a lot. I would suggest looking up applications. Yeah, I think we'll get to applications in a minute here. Because I think applications will help me understand things. Yeah, I'm with you guys. I think that's true. Beyond that, I think electrons themselves would be a more fundamental topic. True. Should we look up electrons? Maybe, depending on how much time we have. Is it something like mass spectrometry? Spectrometry. Why is that word so hard for me? Spectrometry? Where it's like a big complicated machine thing to figure out what the heck is in something. Maybe. We used to use a mass spec machine to check water samples for metals. Okay. Maybe. It might be like that. It's better than any guess that I've got. But yeah, we'll look at the applications. If we have time later, we'll read about electrons for sure. Experimentally, because I remember a little bit about like electrons and photons and whatnot from like classes that I took in like high school and college, but yikes, I don't even know. Does that sound about right? Gauss is saying that sounds about right. Okay. I do think applications will help though, for sure. Okay. All right, in practice, it is usually the frequency that's kept fixed. A collection of paramagnetic centers, such as free radicals, is exposed to microwaves at a fixed frequency. By increasing an external magnetic field, the gap between the MS positive half and MS negative one half energy states is widened until it matches the energy of the microwaves. I'm so out of my depth. As represented by the double arrow in the diagram above. Obviously. Energy, magnetic field, double arrow, electron spin resonance. Okay. Okay. At this point, the unpaired electrons can move between their two spin states. Since there typically are more electrons in the lower state due to the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution, see below, there's a net absorption of energy, okay? And it is this absorption that is monitored and converted into a spectrum. The upper spectrum below, the upper spectrum below is the simulated absorption for a system of free electrons in a varying magnetic field. The lower spectrum is the first derivative of the absorption spectrum. The latter is the most common way to record and publish continuous wave EPR spectra. Elementary, my dear Watson. Yep. We're just gonna okay. All right. Applications. EPR, ESR spectroscopy is used in various branches of science, such as biology, chemistry, and physics, for the detection, this is what I needed, for the detection and identification of free radicals in the solid, liquid, or gaseous state. Boom. This is what we needed. This is what I needed. I feel much better about this paragraph. Okay, free radicals. Gotta look that up. In chemistry, a radical is an atom, molecule, or ion that has at least one unpaired valence or electron. Valence electron. With some exceptions, these unpaired electrons make radicals highly chemically reactive. And many radicals spontaneously dimerize. Most organic radicals have short lifetimes. Okay. but fun, you were on it. So the detection and identification of free radicals in the solid, liquid, or gaseous state, and in paramagnetic centers such as F centers. Okay, all right, okay. Chemical reactions. First of all, wait, let's look at this weird machine. Okay, let's look at this weird machine. This low temperature ESRSTM in the Center for Quantum Nanoscience. Yeah, we get into nanoscience and quantum land a lot here, which I'm into. I'm into it. It's just so hard for my brain to conceive of it. And I just don't lack the, like, Gaustus, you nailed it. I don't lack the, like, I lack the fundamental, like, science knowledge to then understand these, like, headier concepts, you know? But anyway, one of the first STMs globally to measure electron spin resonance on single atoms. Chemical reactions. EPR is a sensitive, specific method for studying both radicals formed in chemical reactions and the reactions themselves. For example, when ice, solid H2O, is decomposed by exposure to high-energy radiation, radicals such as hydrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, oxygen 2, I think so, HO2 are produced. Such radicals can be identified and studied by EPR. Organic and inorganic radicals can be detected in electrochemical systems and in materials exposed to UV light. In many cases, the reactions to make radicals and the subsequent reactions of the radicals of area of interest, while in other cases, EPR is used to provide information on a radical's geometry and the orbital of the unpaired electron. Just got back and you are looking at a turd left behind, what? By the Iron Giant? Oh, this thing? Don't worry, this thing, it's just used to detect free radicals. It's just used to detect and identify free radicals. That's all, Fox. Obviously. Science. It's you know, science. Don't even worry about it. Welcome back. EPR is useful in homogeneous catalysis. That's like that's like a catalyst, right? They're related words. Catalysis? Anyway, research for characterization of paramagnetic complexes and reactive intermediates. EPR spectroscopy is a particularly useful tool to investigate their electronic structures, which is fundamental to understand their reactivity. Oh, clearly, my bad. Identifying free radicals. Don't tell the CIA. Yeah, no, it's all it's very clear. It's very clear. Very clear. EPR ESR spectroscopy can be applied only to systems in which the balance between the radical decay and the radical formation keep the free radicals concentration above the detection limit of the spectrometer used. This can be a particularly severe problem in studying reactions in liquids. An alternative approach is to slow down reactions by studying samples held at cryogenic temperatures, such as 77 K liquid nitrogen or 4.2 K liquid helium. An example of this work is the study of radical reactions in single crystals of amino acids exposed to X-rays, work that sometimes leads to activation energies and rate constants for radical reactions. I do feel like I have a better understanding now. I still don't think I understand, but I feel like I like better than before. Have to admit, even the application section is a bit esoteric. Oh, did you just say esoteric? Oh my God, you guys. I mean, okay. I mean, here's the deal. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Usually my cap is around 5 hours. That's kind of when I like lose steam, which is not to say I won't, but there is a part of me that's like, should we look up esoteric? I might have to go a little bit quickly through some of these things, but I mean, I'm intrigued by all of them. That's the problem. This is why this is fun for me, and also why it's a problem is that like, I'm very fascinated by everything. I'm just such a curious person. My brain just inflated. Mr. Sully, I'm trying my best to understand. But it's difficult. It's difficult. Okay, medical and biological applications. Let's look into it. So, medical and biological applications of EPR also exist. Although radicals are very reactive, so they do not normally occur in high concentrations in biology, special reagents have been developed to attach spin labels, also known as spin probes, to molecules of interest. I don't know if I'm going to get more. I just gave up. My brain just gave up. Other applications in the field of quantum computing. Quantum computing is one that we're going to look up on Q Day. Okay, hold on. Can I just... Okay, but... Where's... I just... Here's a video. This explains it all. See? See? Here it is. There it is. Here it is. Yeah, now I understand everything. Everything is very clear to me. I very much understand it all. I understand it all. You never know. By that time, you could have read enough to grasp the concept much easier. I didn't even know about it before, so I kind of have an idea. Like I said, okay, so the most helpful sentence. Here's the most helpful sentence to me, and this is what I've gathered. Like, and this is where I'm gonna leave it. But essentially, EPR/ESR spectroscopy is used in various branches of science, such as biology, chemistry, and physics, for the detection and identification of free radicals in the solid, liquid, or gaseous state, and in paramagnetic centers such as F centers. Like this part kind of sort of makes sense and demystifies it for me a little bit. Looks like a kid toy with the beads. Let's see again. This video, is this what you're talking about? It kind of does. Yeah, it kind of does, Lincoln. I can see what you're saying. Yeah. I'm with you. All right, we did it. We are now experts on electron spin resonance. Mr. Sully, I hope that this is what you're looking for. Let me see if I can just like, okay, electron spin resonance. I'm also stubborn, which is part of the problem. Layman's terms. Layman's terms, please. Selective absorption of weak radio frequency electromagnetic radiation. Unpaired electrons in the atomic structure of certain materials that simultaneously are subjected to a constant, strong magnetic field. What do you mean, electronic spin resonance? This is me. Okay, a spectroscopic technique that detects the transitions induced by electromagnetic radiation between the energy levels of electron spins in the presence of a static magnetic field. Grammatically, I understand what's happening in these sentences. Conceptually, I don't know. Conceptually, I don't know. Conceptually, we're gonna move on to, oh, look at this sweet little old lady. All right, we're gonna move on. Mr. Sully, I hope that was everything you were looking for. But by all means, when you're not busy healing, feel free to add your 2 cents into why you were interested in that topic, because I'd be very curious. The Electro Zapper game. What's the Electro Zapper? Oh, what is that? Okay, so free radicals are basically things that are chemically reactive. Okay. Look at Gertie. I do love the name Gertrude. The name Gertrude in Spanish is so beautiful. Gertrudis is so beautiful. Gertrude's a little bit like, meh, but like, Gertrudis is gorgeous. Anyway, Gertrude Trudy Bell Elion, January 23rd, 1918 to February 21st, 1999, was an American biochemist and pharmacologist who shared the 1988 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine with George H. Hitchings and Sir James Black for their use of innovative methods of rational drug design for the development of new drugs. This new method focused on understanding the target of the drug rather than simply using trial and error. Her work led to the creation of the AIDS drug AZT. Good for her! Fuck yeah, this is great. Wondergoon, you always bring these awesome like science women, and I really appreciate it. That was awesome. I'm glad. I was like, I don't know. I hope that was what you were looking for. Yeah, no, I'm glad you enjoyed. I kind of understand. I don't understand. Kind of understand. I try. There's more. Read on. Oh, we will. Don't worry. My basic understanding is let's use complicated science to change the properties of things, measure the change, and then use that measurement to learn about the original thing. See, Fun, why don't you write Wikipedia articles? Why don't you write them? That makes sense. I think in general, when we're talking about things that are so small, like molecules and atoms and quantum things, there gets this point where it's just so difficult to comprehend things on that level. You know what? Like for me, other people obviously dig it and get into it, and I'll go back to what I said before. I think I lack the like fundamental scientific knowledge necessary to like understand like such like complex ideas like that. But I'm always excited to learn about them and read about them. All right, cool. She's a badass. This lady's a badass. So far, badass. Trial and error is like, let's feed people this plant and see if it cures them. Rational drug design is more like, let's figure out how this disease works so we can figure out how to cure it. Yeah, that makes total sense. Let's look. I think you're dead on. Hold on. So often referred to as rational drug design or simply rational design, inventive process of finding new medications based on knowledge of a biological target. There you go. Yeah. The drug is most commonly an organic small molecule that activates or inhibits the function of a biomolecule such as protein. Something. Continue. Yeah. Okay. Her well-known works also include the development of the first immunosuppressive drug, azathioprine, used to fight rejection in organ transplants. Very cool. And the first successful antiviral drug, acyclovir, used in the treatment of herpes infection. This lady's very important. She's done some important work, this lady. Okay, so early life education, personal life, career research, selected works, awards, honors. Wonder Goon, is there anything in particular that you want us to like hone in on here? Otherwise, I'll just kind of go with it. Let's see. Early life and education. Elian was born in New York City on January 23rd, 1918, to parents Robert Elian and a Lithuanian Jewish immigrant and a dentist, and Bertha Cohen, a Polish Jewish immigrant. Her family lost their wealth after the Wall Street crash of 1929. Elian was an excellent student who graduated from Walton High School at the age of 15. When she was 15, her grandfather died of stomach cancer, and being with him during his last month inspired Elian to pursue a career in science and medicine in college. That's really cool. She was Phi Beta Kappa at Hunter College, which she was able to attend for free due to her grades, graduating summa cum laude, good for her, in 1937 with a degree in chemistry. Unable to find paying research jobs after graduating because she was female, Elian worked as a secretary and a high school teacher before working in an unpaid position at a chemistry lab. Eventually, she saved up enough money to attend New York University, and she earned her Master's of Science in 1941 while working as a high school teacher during the day. In an interview after receiving her Nobel Prize, she stated that she believed the sole reason she was able to further her education as a young female was because she was able to attend Hunter College for free. Her 15 financial aid applications for graduate school were turned down due to gender bias, so she enrolled in secretarial school, where she attended only 6 weeks before she found a job. Good for this lady. This lady's a badass. Her work on leukemia research caught my eye, and her accomplishments. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, we'll get into that. Unable to obtain graduate research positions, she worked as a food quality supervisor at A&P supermarkets and for a food lab in New York, testing the acidity of pickles and the color of egg yolk going into mayonnaise. That's weird and amazing. She moved to a position at Johnson & Johnson that she hoped would be more promising, but ultimately involved testing the strength of sutures. In 1944, she left to work as an assistant to George H. Hitchings at the Burroughs Wellcome Pharmaceutical Company, now GlaxoSmithKline, in Tuckahoe, New York. Hitchings was using a new way of developing drugs by intentionally imitating natural compounds instead of through trial and error. Specifically, he was interested in synthesizing antagonists to nucleic acid derivatives with the goal that these antagonists would integrate into biological pathways. He believed that if he could trick cancer cells into accepting artificial compounds for their growth, they could be destroyed without also destroying normal cells. It's a really cool idea. Elian synthesized anti-metabolites of purines, and in 1950, she developed the anti-cancer drugs thioguanine and mercaptopurine. Cool. You're right. Yeah, no, Gauss, is what you said is true. It's like, let's figure out how it works and then figure out how to cure it. Yeah, that's really neat. She pursued graduate studies at night school at New York University Tandon School of Engineering, then Brooklyn Polytechnic Institute. But after several years of long-range commuting, she was informed that she would no longer be able to continue her doctorate on a part-time basis, but would need to give up her job and go to school full-time. Elian made a critical decision in her life and stayed with her job and give up the pursuit of her doctorate. She never obtained a formal PhD, but later awarded an honorary PhD from New York University Tandon School of Engineering in 1989 and an honorary SD degree. Sorry, I don't know what that one stands for. Doctor of Science, okay. From Harvard University in 1998. Cute, good for her. Okay, personal life. Soon after graduating from Hunter College, Elian met Leonard Cantor, an outstanding statistics student at the City College of New York. They planned to marry, but Leonard became ill on June 25th, 1941. He died from bacterial endocarditis, an infection of his heart valves. In her Nobel interview, she stated that this furthered her drive to become a research scientist and pharmacologist. Yeah, like her grandpa dying of cancer and then her like lover dying from this. Like, yeah, it makes sense. Like these are things that like touched her very personally, right? Elian never married or had children. However, her brother, whom she was close with, married and had 2 sons and a daughter that she took pride in being able to watch and grow. See, I want to be the cool aunt. I don't really want kids, but I want to be a cool aunt. If my siblings have kids, I don't think they're going to. But my friend Catherine just had a kid, and I'm his aunt. Anyway, let's see. Can't even begin to feel the levels of frustration they felt when being denied careers simply for having a vagina. Yeah. Bless these ladies of science for what we've read so far. Right? Shout out to these ladies of science, for real. Like, paving the way for women of science now. Like, it's really, yeah. Agreed, Fox Mulder. Agreed. Okay, where am I at? What's happening? Blah, blah, blah. Right. She loves being an aunt. She listed her hobbies as photography, travel, opera and ballet, and listening to music. What a well-rounded, cultured woman. After Burroughs moved to Research Triangle Park in North Carolina, Elian moved to nearby Chapel Hill. She retired in 1983 from Burroughs Welcome to spend more time traveling and attending the opera. Cute. We love a science nerd who also loves the opera. There's something about that I really love. We like to like put people into these like tiny little categories, and we're just all so much more like multidimensional than that, you know? Anyway, she retired in 1983 from Burroughs Welcome, spent more time traveling and attending the opera. She continued to make important scientific contributions after her retirement. One of her passions during this time was encouraging other women to pursue a career in science. Good for her. Gertrude Elian died in North Carolina in 1999, age 81. Good for her. Don't want to expand the topics list, but Emmy Noether is recognized as possibly the most female mathematician. Okay, but that'll go N week. Emmy Noether will be N week because of the surname. I'm going to write it down. Don't worry. Because, yeah, we're going with last names. And I'm absolutely into learning about the women of STEM. So, yeah. No, Gaustus, we'll do it. We'll do it N week for sure. I'm into it. I'm here for it. Let's do it. I'm here for it. Okay. Career and research. Let's see. I'm trying to think if we can like hone in on the stuff that you wanted to talk about. Awards and honors. Let's go here. And then maybe if there's within the research, if there's anything specifically about. Sorry, I'm just skimming real quick to see if there's something that we want to read about. I do think it's really fascinating the work that she did with for AIDS and then cancer cells, obviously. Like, okay, no, let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, it's for Gertrude, right? She deserves it. Well, Elian had many jobs to support herself and put herself through school. Hello, ambulance outside my apartment. Anyway, Elian had also worked for the National Cancer Institute, American Association for Cancer Research, and World Health Organization, among other organizations. From 1967 to 1983, she was the head of the Department of Experimental Therapy for Burroughs Wellcome. She officially retired from Burroughs and Wellcome in 1983. She was affiliated with Duke University, an adjunct professor of pharmacology and of experimental medicine from 1971 to 1983, and a research professor from 1983 to 1999. During her time at Duke, she focused on mentoring medical and graduate students. She published more than 25 papers with the students she mentored at Duke. Even after her retirement from Burroughs Wellcome, Gertrude continued almost full-time work in the lab. She played a significant role in the development of ACT, one of the first drugs used to treat HIV and AIDS. That's badass too. If you think about like the time in which she was born, like to be that kind of activist, like that's badass. She's a badass. She was also crucial in development of nelarabine, which she worked on until her death in 1999. The fact that she was like working up until her death too, like working in her like 70s and early 80s, like amazing. Rather than relying on trial and error, Elian and Hitchings discovered new drugs using rational drug design, which used the differences in biochemistry and metabolism between normal human cells and pathogens, disease-causing agents such as cancer cells, protozoa, bacteria, and viruses, to design drugs that could kill or inhibit the reproduction of particular pathogens without harming human cells. So that's what's so hard about cancer treatments, right? Is that there's not a lot of cancer treatments that don't also like destroy the other cells. That's what's so tricky. So yeah, that's really cool, really fascinating. The drugs they developed are used to treat a variety of maladies such as leukemia, malaria, lupus, hepatitis, arthritis, gout, organ transplant rejection. That's fascinating too. Organ transplant rejection. That's really, yeah, that's fascinating. As well as herpes, acyclovir, which was the first selective and effective drug of its kind. Most of Elian's early work came from the use and development of purine derivatives. Elian's research contributed to the development of all sorts of shit. All sorts of shit. All right, awards and honors. In 1988, Elian received the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, together with Hitchings and Sir James Black, for discoveries of important new principles of drug treatment. Elian was the 5th female Nobel laureate in medicine and the 9th in science in general, and one of only a handful of laureates without a doctoral degree. She was the only woman honored with a Nobel Prize that year. She was elected a member of the National Academy of Sciences in 1990, a member of the Institute of Medicine in 1991, and a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences also in 1991. Her awards include the Garvin Olin Medal, 1968, the Sloan Kettering Institute Judd Award, 1983, the American Chemical Society Distinguished Chemist Award, 1985, the American Academy of Achievements Gold Plate Award, 1989, the American Association of Cancer Research Kane Award, 1985, the American Cancer Society Medal of Honor, 1990, the National Medal of Science, 1991, and the Lemelson MIT Lifetime Achievement Award, 1997. In 1991, Elian became the first woman to be inducted into the National Inventors Hall of Fame. She was inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame also in 1991. In 1992, she was elected to Engineering and Science Hall of Fame. She was elected to Foreign Member of Royal Society for members in 1995. So basically, she did a lot of important shit. She was recognized in various ways for the shit that she did. And she's a badass. And until you're getting a migraine, yeah, go lurk. Go take care of yourself. Thank you for the lurk. I'm sorry you're not feeling good. Go hydrate and go to a dark room, get some caffeine, whatever you need. Yeah, thank you for being here. It's good to see you. Let's see. You will enjoy Emmy Noether. I'm excited. Yeah. Her ideas revolutionized math and physics in big ways, and incidentally dealt with gender bias in similar ways. I don't think it's incidental. I mean, coincidental. I see what you're saying. It's like, no, I mean, like all of the like women scientists that we've like read about have like encountered gender bias, right? Like, yeah. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm excited, Gaustas. We'll definitely do it. She was well recognized. Yeah. Goon, thank you. One time for Gertrude B. Elian. Very good. Okay. Here's what we've got on the list, kids. Elevators. Eggs as food. extra, ectoplasm, euphoniums, echidna, electrons, and esoteric. We got a lot. I am going to take a little stretch break because I want to get through them. I might have to go through some of them a little bit faster. So I'm going to take a little stretch break, drink some water, do all these things, get away from my computer for a few minutes, and then come back and we'll read about elevators. So if you feel like sticking around, stick around. If you feel like going and checking out other streamers, do it. There's amazing people all the time doing amazing things on Twitch. If you need a snack, if you need a water, if you need to go stretch yourself, do it. I'll be back in a few minutes. Y'all are beautiful. Thank you for being here. I will be back shortly. Shortly. my God, I love all of the like thoughtful discussion that's been happening while I was away. Y'all are beautiful and amazing. Yeah, ditto to what Fun said. I think that like, you know, to what you were saying, Fox, this idea of like really it just shows that like oppression on large scale is like the idea of like access to resources, right? And so like, yeah, like what Fun said, it's like when we talk about like classism and we talk about sexism and we talk about racism, it's like all of these different things like intersect and like inform one another, right? And yeah, Gauss just library burnings and lots of information that way. Like when we look at like indigenous medicine, the destruction of the rainforest has been like detrimental to our access to various medicinal like I don't know like remedies and like our like I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot there in terms of these like tragic ways in which we don't like have access to the information that we would have were we to like treat our planet and treat our people better. Anyway, if you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, you probably hate elevators. Oh, it's mimosa o'clock, by the way. Did I say that? Cheers. I just decided I've had this like bottle of champagne and orange juice like sitting around since last week, because last week I intended to have mimosas while doing Wikipedia with me and I just forgot. Shows you how much of a drinker I am. It's not really my drug of choice. I'm more of a pothead, but like mimosas I can get on board with. So I figured if we're gonna make this like a 6-hour one, let's just get into it, huh? Cheers. Clearly understood. Clearly understood things that we still struggle to grasp now, just because of a missing link they found and lost in the destruction. Spirituality, building techniques, sound resonance, could go on. Yeah, totally. Still scratch our heads and need computers to understand. We all need a lift every now and again. So on to the elevators. It's just, you know, I've already drank so much coffee that I was like, we don't need more caffeine. Let's add alcohol to the mix. I mean, there's also fruit in here. Okay, elevators. Ready? An elevator in North American English, or lift, Commonwealth English, is a type of cable-assisted, hydraulic cylinder-assisted, or roller track-assisted machine that vertically transports people or freight between floors, levels, or decks of a building, vessel, or other structure. They are typically powered by electric motors that drive traction cables and counterweight systems, such as a hoist, although some pump hydraulic fluid to raise a cylinder piston like a jack. In agriculture and manufacturing, an elevator is any type of conveyor device used to lift materials in a continuous stream into bins or silos. Several types exist, such as the chain and bucket elevator. What? Oh, wow, a bucket elevator. Sorry, also known as a grain leg, mechanism for hauling flowable bulk and materials vertically. Okay, all right. Chain and bucket elevator, grain auger screw conveyor. Okay, I love the animation. That tells me all I need to know. I don't even need to read words. Love me a good picture. Using the principle of Archimedes' screw. Classic. Who doesn't love Archimedes and screws? Diminishing returns. Pretty much. Anyway, chain and paddles or forks of hay elevators. Languages other than English, such as Japanese, may refer to elevators by loanwords based on either elevator or lift. Loanwords are interesting, like loanwords, borrowed words. Oh gosh, Mr. Sully, more bits? Just throwing your bits around? Go pick those bits up, mister. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. It's very sweet. I really appreciate it. But yeah, loanwords, borrowed words are really fascinating, especially when you look at like a word like elevator. Like it shows you the ubiquitous nature of like English as a like lingua franca, you know? Anyway, due to wheelchair access laws, elevators are often a legal requirement in new multi-story buildings, especially where wheelchair ramps are not possible. Some elevators can travel horizontally. What? I've never seen a horizontal elevator. In addition to the usual vertical motion. Have you all seen a horizontal elevator ever? I have not. Shall we look at this glass elevator in Auckland, New Zealand? Well, so isn't that... It's a pretty cool elevator. All right, anyway, okay, so like I know what you're talking about, essentially it's like a flat escalator, right? I think of it as more like an escalator, like a conveyor belt. Expensive. Very expensive. But like the things I know what you're talking about at the airport. I just never thought of them as like horizontal elevators so much as like a flattened escalator, essentially like a conveyor belt, right? I'm curious now. Okay, here's another one at Alexanderplatz in Berlin. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Horizontal elevators. I've seen horizontal elevators in underground garages. Okay, that makes sense. I'm like, okay, I get it. Interior elevator at the new children's hospital in Melati, Helsinki, Finland. What else we got? Outside typical elevators in Portland, Oregon. Nice. Rainbow System 123. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. We are Wikipediaing things that start with the letter E today. So that is what you have come into here. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so we've got a lot. There's a lot happening here. I think the history is fascinating. I know this was Anatelli's topic, and I think Anatelli needs to be taking care of themselves because they got a migraine situation happening. But we have history, we have design, traffic calculations, types of hoist mechanisms, controls. There's so much. Modernization, uses. Do we have, do they have the horizontal ones? Doesn't look like they do. I am curious about it. Social impact, convenience features. My God, there's so much about them. Unique installations. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. History, I think, is fascinating. And then maybe skip to social impact. Unique installations is also cool, depending on how long that is. But that's kind of my thought process. Hey, you cool with DID OSDD systems in chat? Also, that sounds super cool. Can you explain what DID OSDD systems are? I'm not familiar. But yeah, welcome. I don't know what that means. But let me know, and I can let you know if that's okay or not. Yeah, thank you for asking too. Thing I would assume an elevator should be vertical because it elevates. So yeah, that's true, Gaustus. That's interesting. I didn't even think about that in terms of like the etymology and like the word. Yeah, the linguistic implications. Didn't even think about it. Have you heard of MPD or multiple personality disorder? I have. It's all love in here. Any and all are welcome. Thanks, Mox. That's true, Fox. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I mean, if you have MPD and you're wondering if it's okay for you to hang out and chat, you're welcome to hang out and chat. Absolutely. And if your question is more specific than that, please let me know if I'm misunderstanding you. Yeah. And thanks, Fox. I appreciate that. I try to make it a space that feels that way. So it's nice to hear that you feel that way about it. Just been renamed. Oh, I see. I did not know. Okay. So are you, I guess I'm trying, are you asking like if it's okay for folks who experience that to be here? Because like, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. As long as you're like respectful of other people's identities and whatnot, like you're totally welcome here. Please come on in. Okay. Pre-industrial era. The earliest known reference to an elevator in the works is Roman architecture Vitruvius, who reported that Archimedes built his first elevator probably in 236 BC. Sources from later periods mention elevators as cabs on hemp rope, powered by people or animals. The Roman Colosseum, completed in AD 80, had roughly 25 elevators that were used for raising animals up to the floor. Each elevator could carry about 600 pounds, 270 kilograms, roughly the weight of 2 lions. I like that they measure it in lions, about 2 lions. 23 feet, 7 meters up, when powered by up to 8 men. Wow, this drawing is really cool. That's really interesting. Yeah, that's what I was asking. It's caused us to be kicked out of certain streams. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, as long as you're respectful of other people's identities, like basic rules are like sexism and racism and bullshit of that nature aren't welcome here. Otherwise, yeah, no, please feel free. And also, if there's certain ways that you would like to be like addressed, like let me know, because I want to respect that too. I want to respect your identities. So yeah. If we ever throw any jokes around, it's never to be offensive, only for a chuckle, saying just in case. I think that Fox, it's one of those things that like, I totally get when they're jokes, and there's certain jokes that it's like, that are just like very obviously not funny to me. And I feel the need to like call out things when I see them, but I also don't want to, I want to give people the benefit of the doubt and allow room and like space for like dialogue and like, you know, if there's a joke that I find offensive and someone doesn't understand why, I want to like explain why I find it to be offensive, but like I don't want people to be afraid of like being themselves either. So it's this kind of, does that make sense? Let's see. Sounds better than carrying lines up the stairs. Yeah, I mean that would be a lot of work. Yeah. That overall is really cool. The elevator, yeah, it's fascinating, right? See the movie Split and the sequel. I know it's not realistic, but I thought James McAvoy did some really good acting. I never saw it. I would be curious to see what people that experience that would actually like feel about that movie and if it feels accurate to their experience or not. You know what I mean? It's interesting when we look at like depictions of various like mental health, mental illnesses like in media, because I think often they're used as a like plot device and not actually used in a way that like honors human beings that like experience those things. So yeah, I'd be curious your thoughts. Yeah. Okay, so elevators, cool shit. Good. Lions, right. Okay. In 1000, The Book of Secrets by Ibn Khalif al-Muradi, again, so sorry about the name pronunciations, in Islamic Spain, described the use of an elevator-like lifting device to raise large battering ram to destroy a fortress. In the 17th century, prototypes of elevators were installed in the palace buildings of England and France. Louis XV of France had a so-called flying chair built for one of his mistresses at the Chateau de Versailles in 1743. Ancient and medieval elevators used drive systems based on hoists and windlasses. The invention of a system based on the screw drive was perhaps the most important step in elevator technology since ancient times, leading to the creation of modern passenger elevators. The first screw drive elevator was built by Ivan Kulibin and installed in the Winter Palace in 1793, although there may have been an earlier design by Leonardo da Vinci. I mean, Leonardo da Vinci like invented like half the things that we use today, right? Several years later, another of Kulibin's elevators was installed in, oh boy, Arkhangelskoye near Moscow. I'm sure that was perfect pronunciation. Let's see. It got used as an example of DID during PSHE. McAvoy was amazing, and that was one of his best performances I've seen in years. Really, wasn't fun because we had to. It wasn't fun because we had to sit there whilst being portrayed as monsters. Yeah. With our friends who knew, looking at us and like checking in if we were all right. Yeah. That makes total sense, Rainbow System. That's rough. That's another thing too. There's this meme that I really like. I shared it in the Discord, but there's this meme that's like, because you know the meme of the anime guy with the butterfly and he's like, is this? It's that, but it's like, it's him holding up the DSM-5 and going, is this a monster manual? Just like, yeah, that's how like Hollywood uses mental illness and mental differences, right? As like, I don't know. It's either like, oh, here are some superpowers that this person possesses. And so then if you like experience said like mental illness, mental difference, like you're like, well, I don't have fucking superpowers, right? Or like you said, it's like portrayed as this like kind of like, I don't know, horror show kind of a thing. Yeah, thank you for sharing that because I bet that was really frustrating. Yeah, people suck. Yeah, and to have that be, again, like as a plot device and as a villain, which is not to take away from his acting, but it makes me question the writing in the first place kind of a thing, you know? Good thing about it was he actually tried to learn about it. That's cool. Yeah, so he could play the part as well as possible. Yeah, that makes sense. Real method acting approach, very commendable. Yeah, yeah. It's all right. Honestly, with our school, I expected nothing more. Fair. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Moscow. Yes, industrial era. Let's go. The development of elevators was led by the need for movement of raw materials, including coal and lumber, from hillsides. The technology developed by these industries and the introduction of steel beam construction worked together to provide the passenger and freight elevators in use today. Starting in coal mines, elevators in the mid-19th century operated with steam power and were used for moving goods in bulk in mines and factories. These devices were soon applied to a diverse set of purposes. In 1823, Burton and Homer, two architects in London, built and operated a novel tourist attraction, which they called the Ascending Room. I kind of wish we would call them ascending rooms instead of elevators, but it's not as, doesn't come off, it's not as catchy. Which elevated customers to a considerable height in the center of London, providing a panoramic view. Let's see. What makes it particularly okay with me, but I know some of us can't stand it. Yeah, that's understandable. Early crude steam-driven elevators were refined in the ensuing decade. In 1835, an innovative elevator, the Teagle, was developed by the company Frost and Stutt in England. It was a belt-driven and used as a counterweight for extra power. In 1845, the Neapolitan architect Gaetano Genovese installed the Royal Palace of Caserta, the flying chair. I like that too. I like ascending room and I like the flying chair. Those are both great names for elevators. Okay, the flying chair, an elevator ahead of its time, covered with chestnut wood outside and maple wood inside. It included a light, 2 benches, and a hand-operated signal, and could be activated from the outside without any effort by the occupants. Traction was controlled by a motor mechanic utilizing a system of toothed wheels. A safety system was designed to take effect if the cords broke, consisting of a beam pushed outwards by steel spring. Let's see. Ascending room sounds a lot more exciting than, right? It's like, come into the ascending room. There's something about that that's like, oh, I will. I'm tired today. I think I'll head into the ascending room, right? No, I love that. I'm very deeply into that. Or the flying chair. I like that too. Okay. The hydraulic crane was invented by Sir William Armstrong in 1846, primarily for use at the Tyneside docks for loading cargo. Then quickly supplanted the earlier steam-driven elevators, exploiting Pascal's law to provide much greater force. A water pump supplied a variable level of water pressure to a plunger encased inside a vertical cylinder, allowing the platform carrying a heavy load to be raised and lowered. Counterweights and ballasts were also used to increase lifting power. Henry Waterman of New York is credited with inventing the standing rope control for an elevator in 1850. I think I'll visit the ascending room and see where it takes me. Lift sounds worse than elevator, do you think? That's interesting. But despite me being American, we have to say lift. Because the body is British and we're in the UK still. I see. So people, if you say elevator, do people look at you funny? And they're like, what? Like they know what an elevator is, right? Because I am so in the United States, if someone says lift, I'll know what they mean, but I right away clock them for not being from the United States. Same idea with flat. If you talk about apartment versus flat, I'll know what you mean if you're I got to go back to my flat, but I'll also know that you're probably not from the United States or you weren't raised here, which is interesting, right? Henry Waterman of New York is credited with inventing the standing rope control for an elevator in 1850. In 1852, Alicia Otis introduced the safety elevator, which prevented the fall of the cab if the cable broke. Dude, that's nightmare fuel. That's some Final Destination shit. He demonstrated it at the New York Exposition in the Crystal Palace in a dramatic, death-defying presentation in 1854. And the first such passenger elevator was installed at 488 Broadway in New York City on 23rd of March, 1857. You get, we aren't American, what's wrong with you? Okay, I can see that. I can see that for sure. The first elevator shaft preceded the first elevator by 4 years. Construction for Peter Cooper's Are you serious? Peter Cooper's Cooper Union. Come on, Wikipedia. Peter Cooper's Cooper Union Foundation Building in New York began in 1853. An elevator shaft was included in the design because Cooper was confident that a safe passenger elevator would soon be invented. The shaft was cylindrical because Cooper thought it would be the most efficient design. Hold on, did we take a look? Look at this shit. That's great. And then were there other pictures I missed? No. Okay. And then this patent. Incredible. Amazing. Interesting. All right. Peter Ellis, an English architect, installed the first elevators that could be described as paternoster elevators in Oriel Chambers in Liverpool, 1868. The Equitable Life Building, completed in 1870 in New York City, is thought to be the first office building with passenger elevators. When social media became a big thing for people here in the UK, I always forget that you're in the UK, Fox. People here in the UK started using US terms for things, and some were like, what the fuck are sneakers? That's really funny. Instead of like tennies, like tennis shoes? Or what would you say? That's interesting. The guys building an elevator shaft because they believed in them. Oh, sorry. My brain, dude. Broke my brain. No, totally. That is interesting. Huh. Okay, where am I? What's happening? Elevators? Elevators. Did I read this part? I don't think I did. In 1872, James Wayland in the county of Hudson, an American inventor, patented a novel method of securing elevator shafts with doors that are automatically opened and closed as the elevator car approaches and leaves them. Is it trainers? Is that what okay, trainers. Yeah. Trainers. Okay. In 1874, J.W. Meeker patented a method permitting elevator doors to open and close safely. The first electric elevator was built by Werner von Siemens in 1880 in Germany. Inventor Anton Freisler further developed the von Siemens ideas and created a successful elevator enterprise in Austria-Hungary. The safety and speed of the electric elevators were significantly enhanced by Frank Sprague, who added floor control, automatic operation, acceleration control, and further safety devices. His elevator ran faster and with larger loads than hydraulic or steam elevators. 584 of Sprague's elevators were installed before he sold his company to the Otis Elevator Company in 1895. Sprague also developed the idea and technology for multiple elevators in a single shaft. Call them trainers, as in training shoes, the local slang. Okay, training shoes sounds really fancy. Yeah, I've heard trainers before. And like tennis shoes, which is funny. Maybe that's an American thing, because it's like you're not necessarily going to play tennis wearing your sneakers, right? But yeah. Sneakers is interesting too, because it's like you're not necessarily sneaking around. I don't know if that's where the term sneakers come from, but, you know, maybe we'll look up sneakers on S Week. Okay. Did I read this? I didn't. Okay. In 1882, when hydraulic power was well-established technology, a company later named the London Hydraulic Power Company was formed by Edward B. Ellington and others. It constructed a network of high-pressure mains on both sides of the Thames, which ultimately extended 184 miles, 296 kilometers, and powered some 8,000 machines, predominantly elevators and cranes. Schuyler Wheeler patented his electric elevator design in 1883. In 1884, American inventor D. Humphreys of Norfolk, Virginia, patented an elevator with automatic doors that closed off the elevator shaft when the car was not being entered or exited. In 1887, American inventor Alexander Miles of Duluth, Minnesota, patented an elevator with automatic doors that closed off the elevator shaft when the car was not being entered. Did I literally just read that? No. What? D. Humphreys of Norfolk, automatic doors that closed off the elevator shaft when the car was not being entered or exited. Alexander Miles, automatic doors that closed off the elevator shaft. I don't understand. Did they do the same thing? Am I reading this wrong? Patented an elevator with automatic doors patented an elevator with automatic doors, closed off the elevator shaft when the car was not being entered or exited. What? I don't... What's the difference between these two? Help. Let's see. Makes them sound like PPE to me. Technically is bad. Ignore the switch. Yeah, sneakers has a very creepy feel. Small step from stalker walkers. All right, in 1891, American inventors Joseph Kelly and William L. Woods co-patented a novel way to guard elevator shafts against accident by way of hatches that would automatically open and close as the car passed through them. The first elevator in India was installed at the Raj Bhavan in Calcutta, now Kolkata, by Otis in 1892. By 1900, completely automated elevators were available, but passengers were reluctant to use them. Their adoption was aided by a 1945 elevator operator strike in New York City, and the addition of an emergency stop button, emergency telephone, and soothing explanatory automated voice. An inverter-controlled gearless drive system is applied in high-speed elevators worldwide. The Toshiba company continued research on thyristors for use in inverter control and dramatically enhanced their switching capability, resulting in the development of insulated gate bipolar transistors, IGBTs, at the end of the 1980s. The IGBT realized increased switching frequency and reduced magnetic noise in the motor, eliminating the need for a filter circuit and allowing a more compact system. The IGBT also allowed the development of a small, highly integrated, highly sophisticated, all-digital control device consisting of a high-speed processor, specially customized gate arrays, and a circuit capable of controlling large currents of several kilohertz. In 2000, the first vacuum elevator was offered commercially in Argentina. And now you know. Stalker walkers, you like that one? Reminds you of when seatbelts came out. Yeah, people's resistance, like humans' resistance to new technology is really fascinating. And like elevators make sense to me because that's like, you know, it is a dangerous prospect, especially if you've never and you can see like all of the different like safety like measures that were implemented. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, people's resistance to new technology. You know, yeah, elevators are inherently scary. You are fine. You're stuck on the 88th floor, but you will not die. I repeat, you will not die. Have a nice day. Yeah, no, they're inherently scary. I agree. All right, we're gonna skip through here. See if there's anything else we really wanna get into. I don't think so. I think that's probably a good overview. We've got lots of different kinds of elevators. I wish they had a section on horizontal elevators. Riot mode? In the event of a civil disturbance, insurrection, or rioting, management can prevent elevators from stopping at the lobby or parking areas, preventing undesired persons from using the elevators while still allowing building tenants to use them within the rest of the building. I know, I saw Sabbath elevators too. All right, we gotta go back. I saw that too. My eyes were like, I'm sorry, what? My guess was because you can't work on the Sabbath, there must have been something to like, for buildings that had, that was my guess, but let's read it. Okay. In areas where there's a large populations of observant Jews or in facilities catering to Jews, one may find a Sabbath elevator. In this mode, an elevator will stop automatically at every floor so that you don't have to have an operator on the Sabbath, right? Allowing people to step on and off without having to push any buttons. Interesting. This prevents violation of Sabbath prohibition against operating electrical devices when Sabbath is in effect for those who observe this ritual. What a funny loophole. You think God looks down and like is like, good job finding a loophole. Sorry. However, Sabbath mode has a side effect of using considerable amounts of energy. Running the elevator car sequentially up and down every floor of every building, repeatedly servicing floors when it is not needed. For a tall building with many floors, the car must move on a frequent enough basis so as to not cause undue delay for potential users that will not touch the controls as it opens the doors on every floor of the building. Some taller buildings may have a Sabbath elevator, alternate floors in order to save time and energy. For example, an elevator may stop at only even number floors on the way up, then odd number floors on the way down. What if you need to go up to a odd number floor? Definitely to stay here for this. Anatelli, hi. I was just talking about you because I was like, I hope your migraine's okay. I hope you're doing all right. Elevators are fascinating, Anatelli. We've been learning so much. Let's see. I'm going to scroll down. Riot mode made me laugh. Modernization, safety. I wanted to get to... There was something about just like the I don't know, historical significance kind of a thing. Social impact. That's what I wanted to see. Excuse me. Goodness. I don't know why. I have a frog in my throat. Horizontal elevators. Yeah, they mentioned horizontal elevators. And so Fox Mulder mentioned like cars in parking garages. Like they'd probably like, I'm guessing it like lifts the car and then moves it into a spot, right? Gauss just read a book about 9/11, really good book. Scary elevator stories. I mean, there's elevators are sketch. Even though there've been I would imagine, again, like going back to this idea of being afraid of elevators when they first came out, it's like, well, even looking at like today with elevators, there's still like, you know, in terms of safety protocol and whatnot, like it's a little scary. They sound pog, kinda. Is that right, Fox Mulder? Okay, yeah. I was like, I can kind of picture it once you mentioned that example. Yeah. All right, social impact. Before the widespread use of elevators, most residential buildings were limited to about 7 stories. The wealthy lived on the lower floors, while poorer residents, this speaks to kind of what you're talking about, Gaustus, in terms of it just being terrifying, while poorer residents, required to climb many flights of stairs, lived on higher floors. Well, and this speaks to, too, like in terms of like classism and whatnot, like the idea of like vertical cities. It's just interesting. The elevator reversed this social stratification, exemplified by the modern penthouse suite. Interesting. So it's just like it flipped things, right? Early users of elevators sometimes reported nausea caused by abrupt stops while descending, and some users would have to use stairs to go down. I can see that. It kind of gives you that like weird, like, you know, feeling in your stomach. In 1894, a Chicago physician documented elevator sickness. That's funny. Like it's like motion sickness, right? Elevators necessitated new social protocols. When Nicholas II of Russia visited Hotel Adlin in Berlin, his courtiers panicked about who would enter the elevator first and who would press the buttons. In Lifted, A Cultural History of the Elevator, author Andreas Bernard documents other social impacts caused by the modern elevator, including thriller movies about stuck elevators, right? Final Destination shit, and casual encounters and sexual tension on elevators. That's why I like the ascending rooms. Anyway, reduction of personal space and claustrophobia, and concerns about personal hygiene. Stink up the elevator, you know what I mean? Dresden, you never have to apologize for being late. Thank you for being here. How's it going? I think we're doing a long one today anyway, because we have just so many things to go through. But at this point, I'm not going to take any more E-words because we just have too many to go through. But it's lovely to see you. How are you doing? Let's see. Lesson learned. Switches aren't fun when triggered. Salami. The pronouns thing didn't work. Hold on. Do you want pronoun check? Are you looking for a pronoun check? We can do a pronoun check. I like she, they. You can use she, her for me. I also like they, them. Here we go. But yeah, if anyone else wants to share their pronouns, please let us know. I'd love to know people's pronouns. Anatelli, just gonna stay through the elevator, then zoning out again. Absolutely. I think we might have just finished elevator, actually, Anatelli. I think that's it. But it was a very interesting topic. Thank you for bringing it up, learning about the history of it and everything. Yeah, I think that's it for elevators. I think we got there. I think we did it. But it was a good one. Yeah, and I hope you feel better soon. Let's see. You're all right? How's you? I'm good. I'm having fun. This has been a fun one for sure. It's been very interesting. Lots of interesting things happening. Hydrate. I was gonna drink more mimosa. I'll hydrate. Hold on. Let's see. I was on about the extension. Oh, the extension should work If it doesn't, I'll have to look into it, Rainbow, because I might be wrong. And help me with pronunciation with your pronouns. Is it zem, zir? If I'm not pronouncing it right, let me know. Let's see. Gaustus, His Highness, Your Majesty. Monsieur. Oops, pronouns. Your pronounces. Hey, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. This will be interesting. Eggs. It's sure to be quite exciting. Huh? All right, eggs is food. Chicken egg redirects here. Now we know. Eggs are laid by female animals of many different species, including birds, reptiles, amphibians, and a few mammals, which we read about. Let's see what else. Fish, many of these have been eaten by humans for thousands of years. Bird and reptile eggs consist of a protective eggshell, albumin, egg white, and vitellis, egg yolk, contained within a various thin membranes. Yep. Most commonly consumed eggs are chicken eggs. Other poultry eggs include those of duck and quail are also eaten. Fish eggs are called roe and caviar. Egg yolks and whole eggs, egg yolks and whole eggs store significant amounts of protein and choline, essential nutrient for humans and other animals. Choline occurs as a cation that forms various salts. Okay. Used widely in cookery. Due to their protein content, the United States Department of Agriculture formally categorized eggs as meat within the food guide pyramid. Now, my plate. Despite the nutritional value of eggs, there are some potential health issues arising from cholesterol content, salmonella contamination, and allergy to egg proteins. Chickens and other egg-laying creatures are kept widely throughout the world, and mass production of chicken eggs is a global industry. In 2009, an estimated 62.1 million metric tons of eggs were produced worldwide from a total laying flock of approximately 6.4 billion hens. There are issues of regional variation in demand and expectation, as well as current debates concerning methods of mass production. Yeah. Am I right? Pasture-raised eggs are really great. 2012, European Union banned battery husbandry of chickens. It's going to be a sad one. Yeah, battery cages. Factory farming is gross. All right, anyway. Oh, man, there's so much. There's so much here. Team, I might skip eggs. Although, Gaustus, you were the one that came in talking about scrambled eggs. So let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Let's go to culinary properties, perhaps. Culinary properties. Let's go to culinary properties. Let's read a little bit about the culinary properties, and then we'll move on to the next one. I think the extension should be working now. It might be on my end that it's not working. I thought I had it enabled for this channel, but maybe I don't. I might have to, Rainbow. I might have to look into it. So I'll look into it later. Yeah. Okay. So, chicken eggs. Chicken eggs are widely used in many types of dishes, both sweet and savory, including many baked goods. Some of the most common preparation methods include scrambled, fried, poached, hard-boiled, soft-boiled, omelets, and pickled. See, they mentioned scrambled. They did. Scrambled eggs are a dish made of eggs stirred, whipped, or beaten together while being gently heated, typically with salt, butter, oil, sometimes other ingredients. Okay, controversial, but not controversial. I like scrambled eggs, don't get me wrong. I like omelets. Over easy, man. I'm all about that runny egg yolk. I am. I like it. Over easy's my shit. Oh, Gimp, hello. Good to see you. What are you up to? Gimp, no lie. I was lurking while you were playing Hearthstone earlier. It was just while I was getting ready, and I was like, I can't talk right now because otherwise I will never get ready. But it was really fun hearing the way that you explain like your thought process and explain like what you think the your opponent is gonna do. Like you do a really good job of explaining like what you're doing in Hearthstone. It was really fun to watch you. If you need to go watch, if you want some Hearthstone content in your life, go hang out with Gimp. It was fun. Skipping eggs is fair, yeah. Do your pronouns change depending on who is fronting, or is, and again, help me, is it Zir? Is that correct? I've never known the pronunciation. I should look into that. And that's a really great question. It's our end. Okay. Depends on who's fronting. Yeah, that's interesting. Runny egg yolk, right? I'm all about it. Can't do runny egg yolk? Fair enough. I know some people can't do it. Unless it's a dipping day. Okay. I usually cook my eggs to a burning point. Do you really? It's like mildly sacrilegious, but I'll allow it. No, if you like what you like, I'm not here to yuck your yum. I'm not here to yuck your yum, although I would be pretty mad if you burnt my eggs. Anyway, okay. Chicken eggs, something about something. Omelets, pickled eggs. That's not a thing I've ever had. I don't know if I want to. They also may be eaten raw, although this is not recommended for people who may be especially susceptible to salmonellosis, such as the elderly, the infirm, or pregnant women. I mean, raw eggs in cookie dough. I will not deny it. I will risk the salmonella. Cookie dough's amazing. Okay. In addition, the protein in raw eggs is only 51% bioavailable, whereas that of a cooked egg is nearer, love it, near 91% bioavailable, meaning the protein of cooked eggs is nearly twice as absorbable as the protein from raw eggs. So when Rocky is just like drinking raw eggs, he's actually not getting as much protein as if you would just cook it, right? Is that what am I reading that correctly? Yeah, it's only, yeah, in terms of like how your body processes it, right? When we talk about bioavailability. In pharmacology, bioavailability is a subcategory of absorption, the fraction of administered drug that reaches the systemic circulation. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Love runny poached eggs. Ooh, poached eggs, yeah. Yeah, sunny side up, it's like, it's fine. Not really my thing, because I don't really love a runny egg white. That's kind of where I draw the line, right? And I feel like, is that a good pronunciation, by the way? Thanks, Rainbow. Okay, cool. Zimzer. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, poached eggs, though. Ugh, a good poached egg. Let's be real. Fun, you like yours over medium because you don't like whites anywhere near runny. Fair. That's fair. That's kind of my issue with a sunny side up. But the yolk should still be runny for preference. Yeah. Like, I love a good soft boiled egg, too. But again, yeah, maybe medium boiled just because of what you're talking about. Fun. Okay, so not like charcoal, but round the edges, they're crispy. Okay. No, I can get on board with that. Yeah, good way to make them then. Okay, then in that case, Fox, we approve. Just don't do gooey all that well. Yeah, no, and you're not the only one. I've heard that from a lot of people in terms of like, yeah, there's just like an aversion to runny egg yolk for a lot of people. If I can't fix it, I'll get on Tubbo on it because the kid's good with technology, not so much with spelling though. You're totally fine. Yeah, I wonder if it's on my end. I might need to enable the extension because I know that I have it for me that it's set up. If people have it enabled in their chat, they can see my pronouns. So I don't know. I might need to do something extra to make it appear in my chat. So I'll definitely look into it after stream. I get that was teasing, but still a little rude. You know I'm unable to spell Tubbo. What is Tubbo? I don't even know. I don't know the reference. It's spelled dyslexia. Oh, I see. Okay, all right. Oh, so these. Okay, I understand now a little bit more. So Tubbo and salami. Okay, all right. I'm getting to know you a little bit better, Rainbow. Okay, where are we at? Bioavailability. As a cooking ingredient, egg yolks are an important emulsifier in the kitchen and are also used as a thickener as in custards. The albumin, egg white, contains protein, but little or no fat, and may be used in cooking separately from the yolk. The proteins in egg white allow it to form foams. That's true. Yeah. What's up with like egg white foams in cocktails? That's like a whole thing, isn't it? Like especially like Prohibition era cocktails, right? Nice. But yeah, that's like speaking of salmonella stuff. There's something about like aerated like egg white that kind of freaks me out. Anyway, egg whites may be aerated or whipped to a light, fluffy consistency. Often are used in desserts such as meringues and mousse. Ground eggshells are sometimes used as a food additive to deliver calcium. I never knew that. Every part of an egg is edible. Is it? I mean, anything is edible if you believe, but like, is it? Although the eggshell is generally discarded. Can you really eat eggshell? Has anyone here eaten eggshell? Is that a thing? Some recipes call for immature or unlaid eggs, which are harvested after the hen is slaughtered or cooked while still inside the chicken. Did not know that either. Did not know that. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I think that's enough of eggs. Enough of eggs? Enough of eggs. Did we get enough of eggs? I got enough of eggs. Moving on. Extra. Oh my God, there's nothing. There's like nothing here. That's okay. Sunny, there's not a lot here for extra. GK Dave, hi. I feel like I haven't seen you in a million years. How are you? It's good to see you. We're doing Wikipedia with me. We're learning about things that start with the letter E today. So we've got a few more things we're going to look at. So welcome. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Shell is not my go-to for consumption. Yeah, no. Not me either. Doing well. Hope you are as well. Been too long for sure. What have you been up to? I hope you're doing well. All right, extra. Read all about it. So, in film, we have two different films called The Extra. Literature, lots of lit. Music, business, blah. I was thinking the word. Sunny, I'm gonna skip extra. We're gonna move on. Sunny, if you're still there, we're gonna move on to ectoplasm. Love your shirt. Thank you. I love my shirt too. I'm a big fan. I've gotten so many compliments on it today. It makes me feel very affirmed. So thank you. Yeah, I'm very into it. Very into it. Did you fix it? Yay. Good. I'm glad. I wasn't sure. I was like, maybe it's my fault that it's not working. So I'm glad it's working. All right, Fox, are you ready for ectoplasm? Let's fucking go. Ectoplasm, paranormal. I mean, this is happening. Okay, so ectoplasm, for the Greek ektos, meaning outside, and plasma, meaning something formed or molded, is a term used in spiritualism to denote a substance or spiritual energy exteriorized by physical mediums. It was coined in 1894 by psychical researcher Charles Richet. Although the term is widespread in popular culture, there is no scientific evidence that ectoplasm exists. And many purported examples were exposed as hoaxes fashioned from cheesecloth, gauze, and other natural substances. This is really interesting. And this is a shorter article, so I think we can just go through it. Okay, hold on. I want to look at this picture again. Helen Duncan was well known for using dolls and other props as ectoplasm in her seances. This is creepy as fuck, though. Like, if I would be freaked out, personally. I would be freaked out. Okay, phenomenon. In spiritualism, ectoplasm is said to be formed by physical mediums when in a trance state. This material is excreted as a gauze-like substance from orifices on the medium's body, and spiritual entities are said to drape this substance over their non-physical body, enabling them to interact in the physical and real universe. Some accounts claim that ectoplasm begins clear and almost invisible, but darkens and becomes visible as the psychic energy becomes stronger. Still, other accounts state that in extreme cases, ectoplasm will develop a strong odor. According to some mediums, the ectoplasm cannot occur in light conditions as ectoplasmic substance would disintegrate. This is fascinating. I'm freaked out right now. Never mind if that happens to me. Yeah, no, it's a little spooky. A little spooky kooky. Thought it'd be a fun random thing to look at. No, I'm really excited. I'm stoked. Somebody blows their nose and you want to keep it? Oh, are boogers ectoplasm? Maybe. The physical researcher Gustav Gelle defined ectoplasm as being very variable in appearance, being sometimes vaporous, sometimes a plastic paste, booger-like is what I read into that fun, sometimes a bundle of fine threads, or a membrane with swellings or fringes, or a fine fabric-like tissue. Arthur Conan Doyle, bless him, described ectoplasm as a viscous gelatinous substance, booger-like, which appeared to differ from every known form of matter in that it could solidify and be used for material purposes. Okay. The physical existence of ectoplasm has not been scientifically demonstrated, and tested samples purported to be ectoplasm have been found in various non-paranormal substances. Other researchers have duplicated, with non-supernatural materials, the photographic effects sometimes said to prove the existence of ectoplasm. Suppose a magician, clearly. Lots of boogers. Ghostbusters quote. So when Fox Mulder said ectoplasm, the first thing that came to mind was Ghostbusters, right? So like, makes sense. My nose appears to be haunted. Just let me expel this demonic entity. It feels like that when you're sick, right? Just like, where does all the mucus come from? How does your body produce that much mucus? You gotta be expelling demons. It's the only logical explanation. You know? It's the only one. Look at this. Sorry, my face. Just look at this, though. Ava Carrier and the supposed ectoplasm. Weird. Okay. Actinic force? Actinic force. Okay. The idea of ectoplasm was merged into the notion of an actinic force by some early physical researchers who were seeking a physical explanation for reports of psychokinesis. Psychokinesis. Telekinesis. Claimed psychic ability, allowing a person to influence a physical system without physical interaction. Okay. So psychokinesis in seances. Its existence was initially hypothesized by Count Agenor de Gasperin to explain the phenomena of table turning and tapping during seances. Actinic force was named by de Gasperin's colleague, M. Thury, a professor of natural history at the Academy of Geneva. Between them, de Gasperin and Thury conducted a number of experiments in actinic force and claimed some success. Their work was not independently verified. Okay. Yeah, quite the sentence. Didn't understand it, though. That's me every week reading some of these things. I'm like, okay, that was words. Well, that was me with, what was it earlier? Electron spin resonance. There's always a science article that kind of gets me. But I'm always glad and excited to read these things. I am. Okay. Other psychical researchers who studied mediumship speculated that within the human body, an unidentified fluid term, the psychode or psychic force or actinic force, existed and was capable of being released into influence of matter. All right, hold on. Actinic force. There it is. Yeah, ectoplasm. Okay. This view was held by Camille Flammarion and William Crookes. However, a later why do I keep reading it as physical? Psychical researcher, Hereward Carrington, pointed out that the fluid was hypothetical and has never been discovered. It's just a hypothetical fluid. It's not a real fluid. Hypothetical. Too sciencey for me. Okay, kind of. That's kind of how I feel sometimes. That's you in your English classes? Yeah, that makes sense. Exactly why Nikki takes English. There you go. See? There it is. Let's see. So many dirty jokes to be made. You watch yourself. You watch yourself, mister. The mediumship. I don't know why I read it like that fun. Mediumship. I heard medium shit. Whoops. Was like, oh, Wikipedia. Sure. Be judgmental. Yes. All right. The psychical investigator, W.J. Crawford, had claimed that a fluid substance was responsible for the levitation of objects after... I see what you mean, Fox. After witnessing the medium Kathleen Gallagher, Crawford, after witnessing a number of her seances, claimed to have obtained flashlight Jesus Christ, they're really trying to get me, huh? Claimed to have obtained flashlight photographs of the substance. He later described the substance as plasma. He claimed that the substance is not visible to the naked eye, but can be felt by the body. The physicist and psychical researcher Edmund Edward Fournier de Alba later investigated the medium Kathleen Gallagher at many sittings and arrived at the opposite conclusion to Crawford. According to de Alba, no paranormal phenomena such as levitation had occurred with Gallagher, and stated that he found evidence of fraud. De Alba claimed the substance in the photographs of Crawford were ordinary muslin. During a seance, de Alba had observed white muslin between Gallagher's feet. Whoopsie. Fraud. Okay. Ectoplasm on many occasions has been proven to be fraudulent. Many mediums had used methods of swallowing and regurgitating cheesecloth. That is commitment to the bit. Right? Like that is, I would be mad, but it's just like, it's commitment to the bit, you know? Who am I to argue with that? Okay, anyway, sorry. I don't know why I'm screaming about it. Okay, so swallowing and regurgitating cheesecloth, textile products smoothed with potato starch, and in other cases, the ectoplasm was made from paper, cloth, egg white, or butter muslin. The Society for Psychical Research Investigations into Mediumship exposed many fraudulent mediums, which contributed to the decline of interest in physical mediumship. In 1907, Hereward Carrington exposed the tricks of fraudulent mediums, such as those used in slate writing, table turning, trumpet mediumship, materializations, sealed letter reading, and spirit photography. Before we move on, I just want to look at these pictures real quick. All right, so here is a photograph of the medium Linda Gazzara with a doll portrayed as the ectoplasm. Okay. Helen Duncan with supposed ectoplasm, analyzed by Harry Price to be made of cheesecloth and a rubber glove. God damn. Let's see. So basically, this was all fake. Who's to say? Yeah, probably. I mean, this is what's interesting about like the spiritualist like kind of movement, right? Is that a lot of it was essentially snake oil, right? But like I don't know, like, you know, I don't know. Seem like excuses to play out our kinks and fetishes. Maybe, could be. I don't know. That's an interesting take on it too, Fox. Let's see. Oh shoot, it's nearly midnight for us. Oh, if you need to go to bed, feel free. It's you know, I don't mean to keep you, but if you want to hang out, you're welcome to hang out also. Not a late night bunch. Maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, if you need to go, you know, especially because you got classes tomorrow, do your thing. I'm here every Sunday doing this, and then I play video games throughout the week, so you're welcome to come back. Not kink shaming, but whose kink is this? What are we talking about? Anyway, ain't sleeping now. Too interesting. Fair. Understandable. Okay. In the early 20th century, psychical researcher Albert von Schrenknotzing investigated the medium Ava Carrier, and claimed her ectoplasm materializations were not from spirits, but the result of ideoplasty, in which the medium could form images onto ectoplasm from her mind. Schrenknotzing published the book Phenomena of Materialization, which included photographs of the ectoplasm. Critics pointed out that the photographs of ectoplasm revealed marks of magazine cutouts, pins, and pieces of string. A little suspicious. Schrenknotzing admitted that on several occasions, Carrier deceptively smuggled pins into the seance room. The magician Carlos Maria de Heredia replicated the ectoplasm of Carrier using a comb, gauze, and handkerchief. Donald West wrote the ectoplasm of Carrier was fake and was made out of cut out paper faces from newspapers and magazines, on which fold marks could sometimes be seen from the photographs. A photograph of Carrier taken from the back of the ectoplasm face revealed it to be made from a magazine cutout, with the letters Les Miroirs. The two-dimensional face had been clipped from the French magazine Les Miroirs. Back issues of the magazine also matched some of Carrier's ectoplasm faces. Cutout faces that she used included Woodrow Wilson, that's funny, King Ferdinand of Bulgaria, French President Raymond Poincaré, and the actress Mona Delsa. I mean, yeah, pretty fake, but also interesting, no? You know that feeling? Hope you're able to sleep soon too. Or at the very least get enough rest for classes tomorrow. All right, after Schrenk-Notzing discovered Carrier had taken her ectoplasm faces from the magazine, he defended her by claiming she had read the magazine, but her memory had recalled the images and they had materialized onto the ectoplasm. Well, isn't that convenient? Because of this, Schrenk-Notzing was described as credulous. Joseph McCabe wrote, in Germany and Austria, Baron von Schrenk-Notzing is the laughingstock of his medical colleagues. Poor guy. He's just trying to, like, save face, you know? Honestly, kind of don't. It is interesting. Fox, you brought us a very interesting article here. As we'll note, Kathleen Gallagher with supposed ectoplasm made of muslin. All right. The Danish medium Einar Nielsen. Hold on. I need to drink water. Oh, you're talking about semen, Dresden. Clever. All right. The Danish medium Einar Nielsen was investigated by a committee from the Christiania University in Norway in 1922, and it was discovered in the seance that his ectoplasm was fake. Nielsen was also caught hiding his ectoplasm in his rectum. Yikes! Mina Crandon was a famous medium known for producing ectoplasm during her seance sittings. She produced a small ectoplasmic hand from her stomach, which waved about in the darkness. Her career ended, however, when biologists examined the hand and found it was made of a piece of carved animal liver. You gotta give it to them. You gotta give it to them for being, like, creative and inventive, you know? What is this stuff between your feet? Oh, Bob shot this. It's ectoplasm. Yeah, echo stuff again. Ugh, damn ghosts. Sure, Dresden. I love it when people make, like, sexual jokes. I call them out on it, and then they gaslight me. That's my favorite. Anyway, moving on. Walter Franklin Prince described the Crandon case as the most ingenious, persistent, and fantastic complex of fraud in the history of psychic research. The psychical researchers Eric Dingwall and Harry Price republished an anonymous work written by former medium entitled Revelations of a Spirit Medium, 1922, which exposed the tricks of mediumship and the fraudulent methods of producing spirit hands. Originally, all the copies of the book were bought by spiritualists and deliberately destroyed. On the subject of ectoplasm and fraud, John Ryan Howell wrote, because ectoplasm was believed susceptible to destruction by light, the possibility that ectoplasm might appear became a reason for making sure that Victorian seances took place near darkness. Again, very convenient, no? Poor lighting conditions also became an opportunity for fraud, particularly as faux ectoplasm was easy to make with a mixture of soap, gelatin, and egg white, or perhaps merely well-placed muslin. That isn't my comment. The one where you talked about people getting their ectoplasm on and everything, and where you were talking about kink shaming earlier. Dresden, come the fuck on. You can just stop. You can just stop, and it would be much easier, right? Just stop. See, at least Fox Mulder's owning it, right? Mentioned several times, ectoplasm was here, there, everywhere. It makes it sound like they're placing that stuff everywhere to make it look like a ghost. Okay, fine. You don't need to waste more time on it. Fine. It's fine. It's also fine if you were making semen jokes, okay? It's fine. Let's see. It's a joke with friends that, sorry, what? All right, I'm going to just keep reading. Psychical researcher Harry Price exposed medium Helen Duncan's fraudulent techniques by proving, through analysis of a sample of ectoplasm produced by Duncan, that it was cheesecloth that she had swallowed and regurgitated. Duncan had also used dolls' heads and made and masks as ectoplasm. Mediums would also cut pictures from magazines and stick them to the cheesecloth, pretend they were spirits of the dead. Another researcher, C.D. Broad, wrote that ectoplasm in many cases has proven to be composed of home material such as butter muslin, and that there's no solid evidence that has anything to do with spirits. The photographs taken by Thomas Glendenning Hamilton of ectoplasm reveal the substance to be made of tissue paper and magazine cutouts of people. The famous photograph taken by Hamilton of the medium Marianne Marshall depicts tissue paper with a cutout of Arthur Conan Doyle's head from a newspaper. Skeptics have suspected that Hamilton may have been behind the hoax. The mediums Rita Gould and Alec Harris dressed up in their seances as ectoplasm spirits and were exposed as frauds. The exposure of fraudulent ectoplasm in seances caused a rapid decline in physical mediumship. Interesting. Very, very interesting. That's it. That's all for ectoplasm. That's all we got. That's it. That's it. We did it. Your voice is so soothing, I fell asleep. Is it soothing until I get mad about things that maybe I may or may not need to be mad about? I don't know anymore. I'm just gonna sip on this and act like I'm good at things. Haven't taken our meds, but it's too late now. That's always rough if it's the kind of medicine that, like, if you take it too late, it's not a good idea. That's rough. Basically, it was Mr. Sully. Mr. Sully, thank you for the bits. That's very sweet. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, I think so, Dresden. I think that, like, in a lot of cases, it was like a means to, like, make money, right? And again, if we look at, like, what is that picture? Welcome to ectoplasm. This is a seance where they're, this is ectoplasm is what this is. Oh, it's bit time? No, it's not bit time. Gimp, thank you for the bits. That's very sweet. Y'all can just you can just calm down with your biddies. You just calm down about it. But I do really appreciate it. It's very sweet. Thank you. Oh my God, bit time, Mr. Sully. You've already given me like 300 bits. You've done a great job with bit time. You killed it. You killed it with bit time. But yeah, Dresden, I think that, like, the whole, like, I think it's, what is it? It's the spiritualist movement. Hype train. Is there a hype train? It's close. It's not here yet, guys. The scam train is like a fun thing, but also it's fine. Like, do you know what I mean? It's fine. Scam train. Thank you for the bits. You guys are really nice. Thank you. I appreciate it. Stop. Oh my God. Mrs. Sully, hi. Guys, thank you for the bits. You really don't have to. It's so nice. It's so nice of you. And I don't know why I feel so uncomfortable when people, like, are nice to me and support me in that way. But thank you. It means a lot. I do really appreciate it. I also feel like I don't deserve it because I'm just, like, grumpy and, like, drinking mimosas over here. FOF B minus FOFA. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Mrs. Sully, hi. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope that your breakfast was delicious. I know that Mr. Sully was cooking for you. Thank you for the bits. Mr. Sully, thank you for the bits. Gimp, thank you for the bits. Y'all are very sweet. I very much appreciate it. But yeah, like this. Okay, so going back to the spiritualist movement, like a lot of it was like the introduction of, like, Ouija boards and, like, ectoplasm and, like, all of these different things. Like, I think a lot of it was like some grifting happening in like the early 18th century, 19th century. But I do wonder. I mean, again, this is like me being, like, super into the phenomenological, but I do wonder if there is, like, in various cases, if there was something that, like, spurred this to be like, oh, then maybe this is the explanation and maybe this is true. Does that, like, I wonder if there is, like, truth that informed things like seances, you know? I don't know. It's delicious? Good. I'm glad. Good. Hard to work out what was understood or straight up people conning people. Thank you, Fox. That's kind of what I was trying to say. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You basically missed it. Ectoplasm. It's something, man. It's fascinating. Anyone watch Channel Zero? I've watched like 15 minutes of the first episode and had to stop, and have been very anxious ever since. I have not watched it. I have not watched it, but now that you say that, I will maybe actively avoid it, depending. Back, forcing ourselves to lay down. Yeah, lay down. Take a little relaxing time if you can. We're gonna read about euphoniums. Fun, it's euphonium time. Are you ready? Is everyone ready for euphonium time? Staffo, good morning. It's good to see you. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Just too creepy for you? Yeah, understandable. Con artists still exist to this day. Continue to practice the style of spirit chanting. It's true, yeah. And again, I like it to Fox Mulder's point. Like, it's hard to work out what was misunderstood or straight up conning people, and I think that's true to this day. Like, I really do, because I think that, like, I don't know, our relationship with the spiritual is this like very like personal thing, right? And I also think that it's okay if you're like, nah, it's coincidence or it can be explained by science. I think that's like valid too. I also think it takes a lot of faith to believe in science. Like, we've been talking a lot about like quantum theory and like atoms and particles and like molecules and all these tiny little things. And I mean, I don't know. Now I'm going off on a weird tangent, but it is interesting. You did miss the ghost talk. Yep, you missed the ghost talk. Ectoplasm is a innuendo fest that I didn't think about before. It is. I don't mean to like shut that shit down, because I make jokes like that too. I just like, I don't know, guys. I don't know when I'm being too uptight and when I'm like, I don't know. The line between being uptight and being protective of this space and like my own like self-respect is like, it's so blurred. I do what I can. But yeah, are we ready to read about euphoniums? Are you all ready to read about these tiny tubas? That's great. It's too easy and can be more than that. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Blurred for a lot of us as well. Yeah. I think that's just life, right? My mind has been so active lately, I cannot stop thinking about it, and I honestly been so scared. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that, Maddie Bratty. That's rough. That's really rough. Do you want to share what about it was disturbing? What about it like was scary for you? You don't have to if you don't want to, but maybe having a space where you can like share about it and talk about it, maybe that could be helpful. I don't know. Maybe reading about euphoniums will be helpful. Want to read about euphoniums? Let's do it. The euphonium is a medium-sized 3 or 4 valved, often compensating, conical bore, tenor-voiced brass instrument that derives its name from the ancient Greek euphonos, meaning well-sounding or sweet-voiced. That's cute. So... Hi, my mic cut out. I don't know when it cut out. I accidentally pressed the mute button. Thank you for telling me. Okay, let's see. I'll go back to the beginning. I don't even know where I stopped, but we'll go back to the beginning. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Let's see. So Maddie Bratty. Oh, by the way, hype train. Did we get it? Did we scam train? Did everyone get your choo-choos? Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the support. It's very sweet. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, my mic died. It didn't die. I pressed the mute button on accident. So let's see. We figured it out. Don't worry. Gimp, we figured it out. Gaustus, we figured it out. It's totally fine. We figured it out. Like one of my biggest fears, the TV turning on by itself. And I guess season 1 is about this creepy kids show that comes on the TV with puppets, and it just really scared me. Yeah. No, that's understandable. I can totally see why that's scary, Maddie Bratty. Yeah. And it's tricky because there's like, I mean, I largely stay away from like horror movies and I don't know, like overtly violent stuff, just because like my suspension of disbelief. I'm just really good at suspending disbelief. And so like I think that's why I'm like interested in the phenomenological too, right? So I'm very susceptible to scary things and being scared by things, and I'm a very like jumpy person. So yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, I don't blame you at all. That's rough. Yeah, okay, euphonium. Sorry, I don't know where my mic cut out. I'll just start over. So the euphonium is a medium-sized 3 or 4 valved, often compensating, conical bore, tenor-voiced brass instrument that derives its name from the ancient Greek euphonos, meaning well-sounding, sweet-voiced. So eu meaning well or good, like euphoria, right? And then sound, phonos, sound. So of good sound. The euphonium is a valved instrument. Nearly all current models have piston valves. Some models have rotary valves do exist. The euphonium may be played in a bass clef. This is what I found interesting, and I think my mic may not have been on. So it may be played as a bass clef as a non-transposing instrument, or treble clef as a transposing instrument. In British brass bands, it is typically treated as a treble clef instrument, while in American band music, parts may be written in either treble clef or bass clef or both. So I always knew it as being a bass clef instrument, although I do vaguely remember euphonium players having to like read in treble clef every now and again from like band. So I don't know. Let's see. I'm surprisingly not too jumpy despite the trauma. Yeah. I think I might have too much trauma to be jumpy at this point, because I just shut down. I guess it depends on the way in which your brain processes trauma, right? But because like I think trauma can have like varying effects depending on the kind of trauma and depending on like the person and whatnot. But like certainly like shutting down is a trauma response. I think being jumpy is also a trauma response potentially. Yeah, trauma is very fascinating, and we all experience trauma in different ways, I think, you know. Let's see. I like thrillers or whatever, but there are characters to be scared of. I will be. Okay, yeah. I like psychological thrillers I can get into for sure. Like for me, like, I don't know. Violence with no purpose. Like that, like, I don't know if that makes sense, but like just like violence and gore for the sake of violence and gore, I can't really get into. It's just like I can't. And there's certain things that just like, yeah, it just scares me. Living alone, I can identify with what you're talking about, Maddie Bratty, because like, I don't know, I have my cat, so generally if I hear like something in like the other room or whatever, I assume it's my cat, but there are moments where I'm like, you know. Let's see. Hi, Metal Guy. How's it going? It's good to see you. Let's see. Zalcraft, hello. How's it going? Eudaimonia. Flourishing, happiness, literally blessed by a good spirit. I didn't know that word. That's a good word. Fox Mulder, I've been into paranormal stuff since I was 8, and I wish I could have experience to prove what I've read so much about. Alas, it hasn't happened to me. Interesting. Yeah, interesting, Fox Mulder. Defo lean into the shutting down than acting out. That's fair. Yeah. Our brains deal with it by making new people. I was one of them. Okay, that's interesting. Show about a TV show. It's a pirate show or something. 80 slashers are a big no. Yeah, like if it's like campy horror, I can get into it. But like, yeah. Don't want to talk about it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. But apparently that's the show. Okay. All right. Let's learn about instruments. Euphoniums. Okay. Watched it a while back. Actually trying to remember the name the other day. That's why I asked. Moving on. Moving right along. So, yes, bass clef, treble clef, anything. Any clef, really. Fun. If there's anything in specific that you wanted to look into, let me know. Maybe like the name and the history and the development. Maybe the types. Marching ones. Can we just look at see, isn't that good? It's like a giant trumpet. I wish they had something for size reference, but yeah. Got lost before. Okay. Euphonium, for brevity, mostly just haven't ever seen them, but I've always had music marked for being trombone, baritone, euphonium. Yeah, well, baritone is the same thing as a euphonium, right? It's just a different name for it. That's my understanding. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. I don't know. That is interesting. Yeah, well, because you being a trombone player, right? Fun. Like I think it's because they're all in that same kind of like tenor register, you know. Thank you for the hydrate. I do need to hydrate. Okay, well, let's just get into it. Flugelhorn. They're going to talk about it. Okay, I love flugelhorns too. Okay, so the euphonium is in the family of brass instruments, more particularly low brass instruments with many relatives. Okay, it's extremely similar to a baritone horn. It's not actually the same instrument. Fascinating. I did not know that. Okay. The difference is that the bore size of the baritone horn is typically smaller than that of the euphonium, and the baritone is primarily a cylindrical bore, whereas the euphonium is predominantly conical bore. Okay. Okay, interesting. So maybe that's what differentiates it too, other than being smaller than a tuba, because I want to say a tuba is a cylindrical bore. Is that right? I do sing, actually. Now that you say that, Mr. Sully, I will be doing a little. Let me see if I can find the thing. I will be doing a little music stream on Valentine's Day. So if anyone's around Monday night, Monday the 14th, I'll be playing guitar and I'll be singing and I'll be doing all sorts of things. And we'll play some community games together. It'll be fun. I'm very excited. So if you guys want to come hang out for that, you should. But I do sing. Effervescent is a cool word. It is a cool word. If I hadn't already been streaming for 6 hours, I would add it to the list. But at this point, I got to cut us off, unfortunately. Is it Newsy song break time? It could be. It could be. I don't know. You got the channel points for it? Yeah. Okay. Effervescent is a really cool word, though. Very bubbly. I'm drinking mimosas right now. It's very effervescent. Yeah. I would love to add it to the list. I've been streaming for a long time, so I want to give myself, give myself some time today, especially with going back to work tomorrow after the weekend and whatnot. Sing, BB, sing. I'm trying to think of what's the Newsy song, and now that I've got, lo-fi in my head, it's hard. Da-da-da. I'm the king of New York. I can't think. Listen, I'm going to just sing the Wikipedia page. I love that this is doubling up with learning about flugelhorn. Such a fun word. All right, let's do it. The euphonium is in the family of brass instruments, more particularly low brass instruments with many relatives. It's extremely similar to a baritone horn. The difference is that the bore size of the baritone horn is typically smaller than that of a euphonium, and the baritone is primarily cylindrical bore, whereas the euphonium is primarily a conical bore. When I say primarily, I mean predominantly a conical bore. It is controversial whether this is sufficient to make them two different instruments. In the trombone family, large and small bore trombones are usually called trombones, while the cylindrical trumpet and the conical flugelhorn are given different names. I didn't know that the flugelhorn was conical, and I didn't know that the trumpet was cylindrical. I had them backwards. I don't understand what words are, but I'm learning a lot. Let's keep going as the trumpet and flugelhorn. Two instruments are easily doubled by one player, with some modification of breath and embouchure. Embouchure means the shape of your mouth when you play instruments with your breath. Since the two have identical range and essentially identical fingering. We'll end on the word fingering. How do we feel about it? Did you enjoy that? Is it worth your points? I never know whether to apologize or say you're welcome, so both. Very School of Rock. Schoolhouse Rock. That's my goal. That's my goal in life. Great, good, excellent. The average jam, the one thing about the average jam, I wish I had made it slower, because I'm really going for it in the animation, for a sec I thought you were done and then you carried on. I know, I just keep you guessing, always keep you on your toes. All right, so I didn't realize that the difference between trumpet and flugelhorn was whether it's cylindrical or conical. That's fascinating. Because I thought that flugelhorn is generally a little bit bigger than a trumpet, no? We might have to look up flugelhorns next week. That might be a thing. Let me write that down, actually. For F week. Although if you guys are as into it and engaged as you are today, which thank you, by the way, thank you for like being here and like giving me topics and being interested. It's awesome. I was going to say, if you guys are as into it as you were this week, I might not need to like pad it with like my own like ideas for topics, because y'all are fucking killing it. Let's see. Arm pump dot gif. Okay, so the American baritone, featuring 3 valves on the front of the instrument and a curved forward-pointing bell, was dominant in American school bands throughout most of the 20th century. Its weight, shape, and configuration conforming to the needs of the marching band. See, a marching euphonium. While this instrument is conical, cylindrical, bore hybrid, somewhere between the classic baritone horn and the euphonium, it was almost universally labeled a baritone by both directors and composers, thus contributing to the confusion of terminology in the United States. Several late 19th century music catalogs, such as Pepper and Lyon and Healy, sold a euphonium-like instrument called the B-flat bass. I have never heard of that before. That's interesting. To distinguish it from the E-flat and B-flat bass? B-double flat? I wonder what that's meant to be read as. In these catalog drawings, the B-flat bass had a thicker tubing than the baritone. Both had 3 valves. Along the same lines, drum and bugle corps introduced the bass baritone and distinguished it from the baritone. The thicker tubing of the 3-valve B-flat bass allowed for production of strong false tones, providing chromatic access to the pedal register. Interesting. Ferdinand Somner's original name for the instrument was euphonium. Sometimes called the tenor tuba in B-flat, although this can refer to other varieties of the tuba. Names in other languages, as included in scores, can be ambiguous as well. They include French bass, saxhorn bass, tuba bass, German baritone, tenor bass horn, Italian baritono, bombardino, euphonium. Now they're just making these up. Flicorno basso. The most common German name, baritone, may have influenced Americans to adopt the name baritone for the instrument due to the influx of German musicians to the United States in the 19th century. And now we know. One last word to look up on our own time, because it's possibly the coolest sounding E-word, evanescence. Okay, so evanescence, the band or the word? Because we were talking about effervescence. Is evanescence its own word now? See, look what you made me did. Evanescence. It's just a band, right? It's not like an actual word. Evanescent. Evanescent is a word. We're just going to take a moment. Soon passing out of sight, memory, or existence. We'll never forget evanescence. Quickly fading or disappearing, a shivering, evanescent bubble. Not to be confused, let's go ahead and do it for our dear rainbow. Effervescent. Effervescent. Adjective of a liquid giving off bubbles, fizzy. Vivacious, enthusiastic. There we go. Did you miss elevator? You did miss elevator. But I do... If people are like into this and like want to watch like past like episodes, I have been uploading them to YouTube. So you can go find the old episodes there. So if you feel so inclined, Maddie Bratty, and you want to learn about elevators, I'll post that later. I'll post it later today on YouTube. So there you go. Okay, I think unless fun, if there's anything else, sorry, what a good picture. I just really like these fuzzy hats. Euphonium left, tuba right, the 2 lowest conical bore instruments. I knew it. Oh wait, so this is more akin to a tuba than a baritone would be. I might call it on euphoniums, unless there's anything specific. I just think that marching euphoniums are so funny because they're just giant fucking trumpets. They're ridiculous. Okay. Effervescent ties. I mean, they do kind of rhyme. They have a very similar sound to them. 5 valves. That's wild. I wonder why you would have 4 valves over 3 valves. Like, I mean, okay. So if you have 4 valves, and fun, please help me. That's good. Cylindrical versus conical distinction was cool to learn. Yeah, I didn't know that. Fun, I was gonna ask. Well, I guess because trombones are totally different unless you're playing a valved trombone. But my assumption, being a woodwind player, I don't know a lot about brass instruments, is that if you have 4 valves, then you don't have to worry about adjusting your lips for the overtone series as much, that the valve will do it for you. Is that true? That like having 4 valves makes that easier than if you had 3 valves? If you just have 3 valves, you have to do more like lip manipulation to get the overtone series to work? This is my assumption. Okay. On to echidna. Not the animal, but the Greek myth. Slide trombone, not 100% sure. Okay. Maybe we'll look into valves later. All right, I just thought that this was cool. I didn't know that there was a mythological lady named Echidna. So, in Greek mythology, Echidna was a monster, half woman, half snake who lived alone in a cave. She was the mate of the fearsome monster Typhon and was the mother of the many most famous monsters of Greek myth. I did not know this. I would like to know about the list of offspring. And that's probably it, because I don't have a whole lot of time. All right, so Orthrus, don't know a whole lot about him. Cerberus, interesting. Lernian Hydra, also interesting. Chimera, interesting. Sphinx, all of these things. Hold on, wait. Orthrus, what are you? Orthrus was, according to the mythographer Apollodorus, a 2-headed dog. Oh, okay. So 2-headed dog. Cerberus was a 3-headed dog, correct? Multi-headed dog. It doesn't say how many heads. Okay. All right. So she's the mother of monsters, essentially. Yeah? Late incoming info. Baritone sax is an Ostrom instrument. Yes, it's a great instrument. Leo Pellegrino of Too Many Zoos. Oh my God. Fox, I love Too Many Zoos so much. And he's fucking baller. He's amazing. If you wanna, I mean, you might already know this, but Jerry Mulligan is one of the like most famous like jazz like Barry sax players ever. I play tenor sax, but Barry is fucking amazing. I love baritone sax. Yeah, Too Many Zoos is one of my favorite bands. I fucking love Too Many Zoos. You love me? No, for real. I love Too Many Zoos. I love Too Many Zoos. You don't even know. As soon as you mentioned them, I was like, ugh. I could just like picture him like dancing. Ugh. Obsessed. Very into it. Very, very into it. Okay, what is the Hydra, Chimera, Sphinx, Nemean lion? What's that about? Just a vicious monster. Okay. The Caucasian eagle. I don't know why I think that's funny. Gorgon, mother of Medusa. I was wondering because I feel like she has some like Medusa-like qualities to her, no? Let's see. Colchian dragon? Skyla? Dragons. Interesting. Okay. Then what's this one? Legendary monster who lives on one side of the narrow monsters. She's the mother of monsters. Guys, Echidna, mother of monsters. We're gonna call it there, I think. Although, do you want to see how she died? I kind of want to see how she died. Although for Hesiod, Echidna was immortal and ageless, according to Apollodorus, Echidna continued to prey on the unfortunate passers-by of her cave, right? Until she was finally killed while she slept by Argus Panoptes, the 100-eyed giant who served Hera. Greek mythology is wild. Taking notes. Yeah, all the notes. BBC at the proms, he put on such a great performance, rocking out in pink. All the penguin-looking members watched in awe and horror. I know. I love, oh man. Fox, have you seen the music video where they jam out to a car alarm? They set off a car alarm and use that as like the backing beat for the song that they play. I love Too Many Zoos. I love all of their old videos of them just like rocking out in the subway station. Like they're so good. All right, shall we continue? That was Echidna, the Greek myth, mother of monsters. Love her, into it. wish I had more of an attention span to do things. But alas, I'm losing my attention span. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do more science. I don't know if I have it in me. Hold on. Fox, it's so fucking good. It's so good. Yeah, they set off a car alarm, and then like the whole song is like based on the beat of the car alarm. It's fucking beautiful. It's so good. Yeah, look it up. It's fantastic. You're gonna love it. It's so good. All right, I'm gonna try really hard. Gaustus, Mr. Sully, I'm gonna try really hard to read about electrons. I'm not promising anything. Okay. The electron is a subatomic part. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Subatomic particle, denoted by these symbols, whose electric charge is a -1 elementary charge. Elementary, my dear Watson. Electric charge carried by a single proton, equivalently, the magnitude of the negative electric charge carried by a single electron. Okay. Electrons belong to the first generation of the lepton particle family and are generally thought to be elementary particles because they have no known components or substructure. The electron has a mass that is approximately 1/1836th that of the proton. Quantum mechanical properties of the electron include an intrinsic angular momentum, spin. Mr. Sully, we were reading about spin earlier. Of a half-integer value expressed in the units of reduced Planck constant. Being fermions, obviously, fermions. In particle physics, fermion is a particle that follows Fermi-Dirac statistics, generally has half-odd integer spin. Spin 1/2, spin 3/2, etc. Obviously. No two electrons can occupy the same quantum state. In accordance with the Pauli exclusion principle, we all know this, obviously. I'm getting belligerent and I don't fucking care. All right, like all elementary particles, electrons exhibit properties of both particles and waves. They can collide with other particles that can be diffracted like light. The wave properties of electrons, well, they are easier to observe with experiments than those with other particles like neutrons and protons because electrons have a lower mass and hence a longer de Broglie wavelength for a given energy. Obviously. Electrons play an essential role in numerous physical phenomena, such as electricity, magnetism, chemistry, thermal conductivity, and they also participate in gravitational, electromagnetic, and weak interactions. Since an electron has charge, it has a surrounding electric field, and if that electron is moving relative to an observer, this is, okay, I do find this shit fascinating. Said observer will observe it to generate a magnetic field. Because the way that you observe something and the way that it acts under observation versus not is wild. That shit is wild. Okay. The Scylla thing reminded me to look up between Scylla and Charybdis because I knew that the saying but had no idea what they were. And apparently Charybdis was a big whirlpool. I didn't know that either. Fun. Hope Fundy doesn't steal anything. I hope so too. Told you, elementary particle. Double whammy. You're right. Gaussus, when you're right, you're right. Remember learning about the different layers or rings or something? So they'd be talking about p electrons and d electrons and stuff, and I just glazed over and got lost. I don't think did I ever take a physics class? I don't think I did. But I mean, I know at some point I learned about like electrons and photons, but clearly not in a way that like stuck with me. Yawn, I know all of this from 54 years spent at uni. Yeah, same. It is great to learn about new stuff. No, it's really fun. I'm really enjoying these. So thank you all for like, it wouldn't be the same if I was just like here, like reading Wikipedia to myself, right? Like, so and it's cool too to get to know you all a little bit in terms of like what you're interested in and what you're passionate about. It's really neat because it's like, I wouldn't know that Gauss just was into like quantum theory if I wasn't doing this, right? And I mean I already knew that Fun was into trombone, but like still it's just, yeah, it's nice to like Fox Mulder, obviously based on your name. It makes sense that you would be into the ooky spooky, but like to learn more about it, like it's cool. It's fun. It's a good time. Let's see. Oh no, your battery just died. Bye, Fun. Bye, Fun. Love you, Fun. Okay, what are we doing? What are we reading about? What's happening? Okay, said observer will observe it to generate a magnetic field. Electromagnetic fields produced from other sources will affect the motion of an electron according to the Lorentz force law. Electrons radiate or absorb energy in the form of photons when they are accelerated. Laboratory instruments are capable of trapping individual electrons as well as electron plasma by the use of electromagnetic fields. Special telescopes can detect electron plasma in outer space. Electrons are involved in many applications such as tribology? Frictional charging, electrolysis, electrochemistry, battery technologies, electronics, welding, cathode ray tubes, photoelectricity, photovoltaic solar panels, electron microscopes, radiation therapy, lasers, gaseous ionization detectors, particle accelerators. We all know the rest, right? I'll read this last paragraph. I have like zero patience. I'm like, I'm done. I'm not. It's fine. Let's see. Streams aren't the same without the actual video. It's true. I mean, you know, theoretically the audio, you could think of it maybe as a podcast depending on the stream, but like, yeah, basically everything. They're involved in basically everything. Basically. Interactions involving electrons with other subatomic particles are of interest in fields such as chemistry and nuclear physics. The Coulomb force interaction between positive protons with an atomic nuclei and nuclei and negative electrons without allows the composition of two known as atoms. Ionization, or differences in the proportions of negative electrons versus positive nuclei, changes the binding energy of an atomic system. The exchange or sharing of electrons between two or more atoms is the main cause of chemical bonding. In 1838, British natural philosopher Richard Laming first hypothesized the concept of an indivisible quantity of electric charge to explain the chemical properties of atoms. Irish physicist George Johnstone Stoney named the charge electron in 1891. J.J. Thomson and his team of British physicists identified it as a particle in 1897 during the cathode ray tube experiment. Electrons can also participate in nuclear reactions, such as nucleosynthesis in stars, where they are known as beta particles. Electrons can be created through beta decay of radioactive isotopes and in high-energy collisions, for instance, when cosmic rays enter the atmosphere. The antiparticle of the electron is called the positron. It is identical to the electron except that it carries electrical charge of the opposite sign. When an electron collides with a positron, both particles can be annihilated, producing gamma ray photons. Interesting. So basically everything. Basically everything. Did you fix it? Did you fix the video? You got it working now? Good. Glad to hear it. All right, team. We have one more topic, and then I'm going to call it. So here we are with the word esoteric. I don't know if there's much to it, but here we are. Esoteric information refers to esotericism, the hidden meanings and symbolism of various philosophical, historical, and religious texts, in contrast to exoteric, visible, external information. It might be referring to Esoteric, the band, The Esoteric, another band, Esoteric, an album, Esoteric, a rapper, Esoteric Recordings, The Esoterics, Al Haig Trio, Esoteric, Esoteric Programming Language, Esoteric. We did it. We did it. Did we destroy the letter E? I think we did. I think I think we nailed it. I think we learned a lot. I think that's it. I think my brain is done. I think my tolerance for streaming today is done. But y'all are very sweet. Thank you so much for being here. Rainbow, it was lovely meeting you. I hope you get some sleep. I hope you get some rest. Everyone else who hung out, thank you so much. fun, and Fox and Gaustus and Mr. Sully and Mrs. Sully and Dresden and Sunny and T. Miller and Raven and all sorts of people. Gimp. Lovely seeing you all. Thank you all for being here. I very much appreciate it. If you want to hang out with me more, I do this every Sunday. So next week will be F week. I start right around 12 o'clock Eastern. So if you want to make sure, if you have a topic starting with F and you want to make sure it gets in the mix, get here around 12 o'clock Eastern and we'll get to it. I really appreciate you all. F week's gonna be good. Maddie Braddy, thank you for being here. Y'all are very sweet. Thank you. I'm sure I'll have a good day at work tomorrow. I'm sure it'll be good. F is for friends who do stuff together. It's true. What else? Let's see. So yeah, Sundays I'm here. I'm gonna do this cool fun thing on Valentine's Day. So if you want to hear me play guitar and sing, I'm gonna be doing that, and then we'll be playing some community games. So do that, and then if I don't see you Sunday, I might see you sooner. I've been playing a lot of Skyrim lately. Might play some more Cuphead if I'm feeling brave. All these things. So, feel free to come hang out whenever. Feel free to follow me on the social media stuff. We're going to go hang out with my friend Sliced Raven. If you don't know her, she's incredible, amazing artist. They use she, they pronouns. And right now, they're making art on stream, which is so much fun. Raid has been created. Here we go. Thank you all again. Y'all are very sweet. I'm always amazed by how many people want to hang out. Thank you again for all the bits and the support and the love. Y'all are beautiful. And I will see you next time. Bye. Thank you. Bye. Appreciate you. Bye. Goodbye. Thank you. Love you. Y'all are wonderful. And I will see you soon. Okay, bye.